Chapter 1. The Cosmic Whisper. The cosmic whisper exists as an ethereal current flowing through every aspect of existence, a subtle yet profound communication channel between you and the infinite universe. Unlike the jarring noise of modern financial advice demanding constant hustle, this whisper invites stillness. It represents a fundamental truth that wealth and abundance naturally gravitate toward those who attune themselves to universal wisdom rather than frantically pursuing external resources. Within the magnificent orchestra of creation, this whisper resonates at frequencies most cannot perceive through conventional senses. It manifests as intuitive nudges, synchronistic moments, and unexplained knowingness that appears precisely when you release desperate grasping. The cosmic whisper never shouts. It communicates through gentle impressions that become increasingly clear as you quiet the mind's incessant chatter. This ancient wisdom predates modern manifestation techniques. Indigenous cultures, Eastern mystics, and spiritual adepts throughout history acknowledge this subtle guidance system. They understood that prosperity flows not through relentless action, but through alignment with natural forces that govern abundance. The universe continuously broadcasts the path to wealth through this whisper, awaiting only your receptivity. Financial struggles persist primarily because most individuals have forgotten how to listen. The modern paradigm emphasizes external strategies, aggressive networking, competitive advantage, and ceaseless productivity, while neglecting the intuitive dimension where true abundance originates. These external approaches create resistance that actually blocks the natural flow of wealth. The cosmic whisper invites transformation through receptivity rather than blind ambition. Unlike conventional financial wisdom, suggesting money responds to strategic planning and determined effort, spiritual principles reveal wealth as an energetic essence, responding primarily to internal states. When you attune to the cosmic whisper, you shift your vibrational frequency to naturally attract rather than pursue prosperity. The subtle reorientation dissolves invisible barriers to abundance that no external strategy could overcome. Consider Lily, a passionate gardener who struggled financially despite her extraordinary talent with plants. Her small urban garden represented her sanctuary amid mounting bills and diminishing savings. For years, she exhausted herself promoting her gardening services through aggressive marketing campaigns and networking events that drained both her energy and limited resources. Despite these efforts, financial stability remained elusive. One spring morning, overwhelmed by anxiety, Lily abandoned her promotional activities and simply sat among her beloved plants. Within this unexpected stillness, something remarkable occurred. As sunlight filtered through vibrant leaves, she experienced a profound inner quieting. The garden's natural rhythm, plants growing without strain or worry, revealed a profound truth about abundance. Nature manifested extraordinary beauty without forcing, striving, or doubting its worthiness. Over subsequent weeks, Lily dedicated time each morning to sitting quietly before beginning work. Within this receptive space, intuitive guidance emerged, subtle impressions about plant combinations, design approaches, and potential clients that felt inexplicably right. Rather than dismissing these impressions as impractical fantasy, she courageously followed them without logical justification. She redesigned her garden following only intuitive guidance, creating arrangements that defied conventional design principles yet possessed extraordinary harmony. Though she feared potential criticism, she photographed these unconventional creations and placed them in her portfolio without promotion or explanation. The transformation unfolded with remarkable swiftness. A prominent hotel executive wandering through the neighborhood noticed Lily's garden through her open gate. Captivated by the innovative arrangements, he inquired about the designer. Within days, Lily received an invitation to redesign the hotel's extensive gardens, a contract that surpassed her previous annual income. Additional opportunities emerged without solicitation, as her distinctive aesthetic attracted recognition through word of mouth alone. The most profound aspect of Lily's transformation wasn't the financial windfall, but her relationship with prosperity itself. Abundance arrived not through exhausting pursuit, but through receptive alignment with her authentic expression. The cosmic whisper had guided her toward prosperity by first guiding her toward authenticity. Begin cultivating your relationship with the cosmic whisper through this simple yet powerful practice. Set aside 5 uninterrupted minutes in a comfortable position with spine straight yet relaxed. Close your eyes and bring awareness to your breathing, allowing each inhalation and exhalation to naturally deepen. As your mind gradually quiets, imagine a golden light enveloping your body, the energetic essence of universal abundance. Within this radiant field, silently invite the cosmic whisper to communicate. Rather than demanding specific guidance, cultivate receptive awareness. Visualize a gentle stream of golden energy flowing from the universe into your consciousness, carrying the message, "Money is coming to you." Allow this affirmation to permeate every cell without analyzing its mechanism or time frame. Conclude by placing your hands over your heart, acknowledging the connection established. This brief practice, when repeated daily, progressively attunes your awareness to the subtle guidance that has always surrounded you. The cosmic whisper awaits your attention, not through straining to hear, but through allowing yourself to receive. Chapter 2. Sacred Silence. Sacred silence represents the essential counterbalance to a world fixated on noise and constant production. This profound quietude transcends ordinary silence. It embodies a conscious space where the subtle voice of the universe becomes audible. Within this sacred stillness, the cosmic whisper reveals financial wisdom that strategic thinking alone cannot access. The modern world perpetuates the illusion that wealth creation requires constant motion and assertive communication, yet the spiritual truth reveals precisely the opposite. Abundance flows most freely through receptive stillness. This silence operates as a purification chamber for consciousness. Daily mental activity generates thought patterns predominantly rooted in limitation, scarcity, and unworthiness, unconscious programming that actively repels prosperity despite conscious intentions. Sacred silence creates the necessary space for these counterproductive patterns to surface and dissolve, allowing natural abundance consciousness to emerge. Without this purification, manifestation efforts often produce limited results despite dedicated practice. The paradoxical power of sacred silence stems from its ability to connect your individual consciousness with the infinite field of universal intelligence. This vast creative force continuously orchestrates unimaginable complexity throughout existence, from galaxies to microorganisms, with perfect precision. This same intelligence eagerly awaits the opportunity to orchestrate financial abundance through your life, requiring only your willing participation through receptive silence. Ancient spiritual traditions worldwide recognize this potent connection between silence and manifestation. Zen practitioners cultivate mushin no mind, desert fathers pursued hesychia quietude, and Vedic sages sought mauna noble silence, not merely for spiritual enlightenment, but for alignment with universal abundance. These traditions understood that divine provision naturally flows toward those who quiet external and internal noise sufficiently to perceive and receive. The relationship between sacred silence and financial flow parallels natural systems. Consider flowing water. When encountering resistance, it creates turbulence and diminished flow. When meeting open channels, it flows effortlessly with maximum volume. Similarly, financial energy flows most abundantly through consciousness that offers minimal resistance through quiet receptivity rather than anxious pursuit. Your stillness literally creates the open channel through which abundance flows. Jack, a talented potter creating exquisite handcrafted ceramics, exemplified this principle through his remarkable transformation. Despite exceptional craftsmanship developed over decades, his studio remained financially unstable. He invested substantial resources in aggressive marketing campaigns, advertising in prestigious magazines, maintaining active social media accounts, and attending numerous craft fairs that required exhausting travel and substantial fees. Despite recognition from fellow artisans, sales remained sporadic and unpredictable. Mounting financial pressure prompted increasingly desperate marketing efforts, creating a cycle of diminishing returns as his authentic creative voice became obscured beneath promotional noise. The constant outward focus left him creatively depleted and financially strained. One winter morning, a snowstorm cut power to Jack's rural studio, rendering his electric kill, pottery wheel, and communication devices temporarily useless. Initially frustrated by the enforced interruption, he reluctantly surrendered to the imposed stillness. Sitting beside his workbench in the unusual quiet, Jack experienced an unexpected shift in perception. The silence gradually revealed itself not as empty absence, but as rich presence, a nourishing field he had unconsciously avoided through constant activity. As hours passed in this unexpected sanctuary, Jack recognized how relentless promotion had disconnected him from his authentic creative source. Marketing considerations had subtly infiltrated his artistic decisions, compromising his work's integrity and unique vision. Within this enforced stillness, he received clear intuitive guidance to focus exclusively on creating pieces that expressed his deepest artistic truth without consideration of marketability or audience expectations. When utilities restored 3 days later, Jack made a counterintuitive decision. He suspended all marketing efforts indefinitely. He canceled upcoming craft fairs, paused social media accounts, and discontinued advertising. Instead, he dedicated those reclaimed hours to silent meditation in his studio each morning before beginning work. This practice initially triggered anxiety about potential financial consequences, yet he persisted in trusting the guidance received. Within this new sacred silence, Jack's work underwent profound transformation. Freed from external considerations, his pieces developed unprecedented authenticity and distinctive character. He worked with quiet joy, untroubled by how these unconventional creations might be received. He arranged finished pieces respectfully within his modest showroom, without expectation or attachment. Then the seemingly miraculous unfolded. A passing traveler, intuitively drawn to visit the unmarked studio, purchased 3 major pieces at prices Jack would never have dared request. This visitor, a gallery owner from another state, requested regular shipments for her discerning clientele. Similar coincidental encounters multiplied as collectors somehow discovered his remote studio without conventional promotion. Within months, Jack's financial situation completely reversed. His work now commanded premium prices, with consistent demand exceeding his production capacity. The transformation elegantly demonstrated sacred silence's paradoxical power. By ceasing outward promotional noise, Jack created space for the universe to orchestrate perfect connections with ideal clients who truly valued his authentic expression. Abundance flowed not through strategic action, but through receptive stillness. Experience this transformative stillness through a simple yet profound practice. Find a comfortable position in an undisturbed space, preferably with natural light. Place blank paper and writing instrument before you. Close your eyes and allow your awareness to settle fully into the present moment through 10 conscious breaths. Then contemplate what creates internal noise in your financial experience, perhaps fear of insufficiency, doubt about worthiness, or stress about specific obligations. Open your eyes and write these 3 specific concerns on your paper. View each written concern with compassion rather than judgment. Return to closed-eye silence for several minutes, breathing deeply while allowing the written concerns to dissolve into the vast field of sacred silence surrounding you. Visualize these concerns as dark smoke dissipating into infinite space, leaving only clear receptivity. Complete the practice by writing, "I release these into sacred silence beneath your concerns." This exercise creates conscious space for the cosmic whisper to communicate financial wisdom beyond intellectual understanding. Practice regularly to progressively deepen your relationship with this transformative silence. Chapter 3. Divine Timing. Divine timing operates as a fundamental universal principle orchestrating perfect alignment between readiness and opportunity. While conventional financial wisdom demands immediate results through strategic planning and persistent effort, spiritual awareness reveals a profound alternative. Abundance flows most freely when we surrender to the exquisite timing of cosmic intelligence. This transcendent force ensures resources manifest at precisely the perfect moment, not through calculated human schedules, but through a vast wisdom surpassing linear thinking. This principle emerges not as passive waiting, but as dynamic alignment with universal rhythm. Just as natural systems follow precise cyclical patterns, seeds germinating at perfect moments, tides responding to celestial movements, and forests regenerating through precisely timed succession, financial abundance similarly adheres to natural timing beyond hurried human expectations. The universe continually orchestrates complex synchronicities to deliver prosperity at moments offering maximum benefit and growth. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this principle through various expressions. Chinese Taoists developed the concept of Wu Wei, effortless action aligned with natural timing. Hindu traditions speak of kairos, divine moments when heaven touches earth. Indigenous cultures across continents develop sophisticated awareness of natural cycles governing both spiritual and material prosperity. These traditions share recognition that forcing progress against cosmic timing creates resistance, while surrendering to divine schedule creates flow. Most financial struggles stem from destructive disharmony with divine timing. Anxiety about money triggers desperate forcing actions that actually repel abundance. When we demand specific outcomes on arbitrary timelines, we inadvertently create energetic resistance against the very prosperity we seek. This anxious pushing disrupts the natural resonance between consciousness and universal flow, perpetuating cycles of struggle despite sincere effort. Aligning with divine timing requires relinquishing illusions of control while maintaining unwavering faith in perfect orchestration. Success manifests not just through correct actions, but through perfect timing of those actions, a synchronization beyond rational planning. Consider how a flower blooms not through effort, but through precise alignment with seasonal cues. Similarly, financial opportunities blossom through harmony with cosmic schedules rather than through forced advancement. The spiritual practitioner cultivates patient receptivity, recognizing prosperity arrives not through acceleration, but through alignment. Emma, a passionate screenplay writer, illuminated this principle through her remarkable transformation. Despite extraordinarily creative talent and dedicated craft, her career remained stalled in frustrating obscurity. For years, she compiled an impressive portfolio of uniquely insightful screenplays exploring human consciousness transformation. Despite consistent praise for her distinctive voice, rejection notices accumulated from production companies citing various concerns: not commercial enough, ahead of its time, or simply not what we're seeking currently. Interpreting these rejections as personal inadequacy, Emma intensified her efforts through increasingly desperate measures. She hired expensive consultants to reshape her authentic voice toward commercial formulas, attended networking events that drained her introverted energy, and even considered abandoning her distinctive themes for popular trends. Despite these compromises, opportunities remained elusive while anxiety intensified. The creative wellspring that once flowed effortlessly began diminishing under commercial pressure. Approaching complete burnout, Emma discovered an ancient meditation practice focused on cosmic timing during a retreat. The instructor shared a profound insight: the universe delivers not according to your schedule, but according to divine perfection. This perspective struck Emma with unexpected resonance. She realized her desperate pushing actually created resistance against universal support. Her anxiety about timing projected fear-based energy that repelled the very opportunity she sought. Through daily meditation practice, Emma gradually released her rigid expectations about how and when success should arrive. Instead of frantically submitting manuscripts to unaligned companies, she focused on deepening her authentic voice and unique perspective. She replaced anxious checking of submission responses with quiet moments absorbing sunrise light. Rather than forcing industry connections, she nurtured creative inspiration and internal alignment. Most significantly, she developed genuine trust that her work would reach perfect audiences at the perfect moment. This profound surrender created immediate internal transformation. Creative inspiration returned with remarkable intensity. Without commercial pressure, Her writing achieved unprecedented depth, authenticity, and resonance. She completed a screenplay about surrender to cosmic timing that flowed through her consciousness with remarkable ease. Upon completion, rather than anxiously seeking immediate placement, she simply expressed gratitude and released attachment to outcomes. 3 weeks later, while grocery shopping, Emma encountered a film producer visiting from another state. Their casual conversation about storytelling led to unexpected interest in her work. Upon reading her screenplay, the producer recognized its unique vision perfectly aligned with their company's emerging focus on consciousness-oriented films. Within months, Emma received not only a substantial contract for her current screenplay, but a 3-film development deal exceeding her greatest expectations. The opportunity arrived not through desperate pushing, but through divine orchestration at precisely the perfect moment, when both she and the production company had evolved to perfect alignment. The most significant aspect of Emma's transformation wasn't external success, but internal freedom. By releasing rigid timeline expectations, she escaped anxiety's perpetual dissatisfaction. Divine timing taught her that abundance flows not according to demanding schedules, but through trust and perfect orchestration. This profound trust created space for prosperity beyond her limited imagination. Experience your own alignment with divine timing through this powerful practice. Find a comfortable seated position in undisturbed space. Begin with 3 deep breaths, allowing your awareness to settle fully into present moment. Place your palms upward in receptive position on your lap. Close your eyes and visualize a magnificent cosmic clock with golden gears moving with perfect precision. This divine timepiece represents the perfect orchestration of universal intelligence. As you breathe deeply, mentally repeat this affirmation 5 times with genuine feeling. Money comes to me at exactly the right time. Focus not on when or how this will happen, but on absolute trust that universal intelligence orchestrates perfect timing beyond your limited perception. Feel genuine gratitude for this perfect timing as if already manifested. Complete the practice by gently touching your heart center, acknowledging the wisdom of divine timing now activated within your consciousness. Practice this brief meditation daily, especially when anxious thoughts about financial timing arise. Through consistent practice, you'll gradually shift from anxious forcing to peaceful alignment with the perfect orchestration of universal abundance. Chapter 4. Vibrational Frequency. Vibrational frequency represents the foundational energetic quality determining your magnetic relationship with prosperity. Quantum physics confirms what ancient mystics intuited. Everything in existence fundamentally consists of energy vibrating at specific frequencies. This principle extends beyond physical objects to encompass thoughts, emotions, and consciousness itself. Your personal vibrational frequency, determined primarily by dominant emotional states, broadcasts a specific energetic signature throughout the quantum field, attracting experiences resonating at matching frequencies. This energetic principle operates with mathematical precision beyond moral judgment. Just as radio receivers detect only signals broadcasting at frequencies matching their tuning, your consciousness naturally attracts circumstances vibrating at frequencies harmonizing with your dominant emotional state. The universe responds not to desperate wanting, but to energetic matching. Prosperity consciousness characterized by gratitude, joy, and abundance naturally attracts financial opportunities, while scarcity consciousness repels the very experiences you consciously desire. Ancient spiritual traditions acknowledge this principle across diverse cultures. Egyptian mystery schools taught initiates to become the frequency of desired manifestations. Buddhist practices emphasized cultivating specific mind states to resonate with corresponding realities. Indigenous wisdom traditions worldwide recognized emotional states as powerful attractors determining experienced reality. These traditions understood that transformation happens not through external action alone, but through fundamental frequency shifts. Financial struggles persist primarily because conventional approaches neglect vibrational dimensions. Traditional financial strategies emphasize external behaviors, budgeting, investing, career advancement, while ignoring the underlying emotional frequency broadcasting powerful attraction signals. Without addressing this foundational energetic component, external efforts often produce limited results despite sincere dedication. Prosperity manifests most abundantly through harmonizing external actions with prosperity-aligned frequencies. The fascinating relationship between emotional states and financial magnetism operates through quantum entanglement, the proven scientific principle that energetically connected particles instantaneously affect each other regardless of physical distance. Your emotional frequency entangles with energetically resonant financial opportunities across seemingly separate dimensions. Joy, gratitude, and abundance consciousness literally magnetize prosperity through quantum channels, transcending conventional understanding of causality. Clara, a dedicated sales representative for an environmentally conscious home products company, vividly demonstrated this transformative principle. Despite genuine passion for her company's sustainable mission and exceptional product knowledge, her sales consistently ranked among the lowest in her division. Monthly targets loomed as sources of increasing anxiety rather than motivational benchmarks. Each client interaction carried desperate energy born from financial pressure and fear of failure. This underlying desperation manifested through subtle yet unmistakable signals. Her voice carried barely perceptible tension during presentations. Product benefits emerged tinged with nervous urgency rather than authentic enthusiasm. Follow-up communications projected anxious neediness despite professional language. Even her posture unconsciously conveyed subtle distress signals that prospective clients instinctively perceived. These unconscious frequency broadcasts repelled the very success she consciously pursued. Mounting financial pressure intensified this negative cycle. Bills accumulated as sales remained stagnant. Clara increased her work hours while reducing personal expenses, creating further energetic imbalance. Sleep quality deteriorated as financial worries dominated her thoughts. The joy that initially attracted her to the company's environmental mission gradually diminished beneath survival anxiety. Despite working harder than ever, results continued declining, a pattern inexplicable through conventional sales metrics. During a particularly discouraging evening, Clara discovered an online lecture about vibrational frequencies and manifestation. The speaker explained how emotional states broadcast specific energy patterns, attracting matching experiences. This perspective illuminated Clara's situation with stunning clarity. She recognized that despite excellent products and sincere intentions, her underlying frequency of desperation repelled prospective clients through subtle, yet powerful energetic communication. Rather than adding more sales techniques or increasing already excessive hours, Clara focused on fundamentally shifting her emotional frequency. Each morning before beginning work, she dedicated 15 minutes to gratitude practice, genuinely appreciating even minor blessings in her life. Before sales calls, she briefly centered herself in feelings of abundance rather than desperation. Most significantly, she reconnected with genuine joy regarding her product's environmental impact, shifting focus from personal need to authentic contribution. The initial transformation manifested internally rather than externally. Clara experienced subtle yet profound relief from constant anxiety. Genuine smiles replaced forced professional pleasantness. Sleep quality improved as desperate rumination diminished. Natural enthusiasm for her products reemerged without forced positivity. Without consciously changing her sales techniques, presentations naturally flowed with authentic inspiration rather than anxious persuasion. External results soon reflected this internal frequency shift. Prospective clients responded differently to her transformed energy, leaning forward with genuine interest rather than unconscious resistance. Questions emerged from curiosity rather than objection. The same sales presentations that previously yielded disappointing results now generated enthusiastic responses. Within 3 weeks, Clara's sales increased by 27% despite no changes in products, territory, or techniques. This remarkable trend accelerated over subsequent months. Clara's transformed frequency attracted not only individual sales, but unexpected opportunities. A corporate sustainability director encountered Clara during a routine presentation and resonated so strongly with her authentic enthusiasm that he initiated discussion about company-wide adoption of her product line, a contract exceeding her annual sales target. Similar synchronicities multiplied as her vibration continued rising, each opportunity perfectly aligned with her authentic frequency. The most profound aspect of Clara's transformation wasn't external metrics, but liberation from internal suffering. By focusing on frequency rather than outcomes, she escaped the desperate energy that previously dominated her experience. Financial results improved dramatically not through intensified effort, but through fundamental frequency elevation. This perspective shift transformed not only her sales career, but her entire relationship with prosperity. Experience your own vibrational transformation through this simple yet powerful practice. Find a comfortable position in a quiet space where you can remain undisturbed for several minutes. Close your eyes and begin with 4 deep diaphragmatic breaths, allowing each exhalation to release tension from your body. Bring awareness to your current emotional state regarding financial matters, acknowledging any anxiety, scarcity, or pressure without judgment. Visualize this current frequency as having specific color and texture surrounding your body. For many, financial stress appears as dark, heavy, or constricted energy. Without resistance or judgment, simply observe this energy with compassionate awareness. With each inhalation, imagine drawing in luminous golden light, the vibration of abundance consciousness. With each exhalation, allow the previous frequency to gradually dissolve and release. Continue this rhythmic breathing visualization until you feel your entire energy field radiating with warm, expansive golden light. Experience this golden frequency filling every cell of your body, creating a magnetic field of abundance consciousness. From this elevated state, silently affirm, "My vibration naturally attracts financial abundance with ease." Complete the practice by placing your hands over your heart center, sealing this frequency shift within your being. Carry this elevated vibration into your day, returning to this golden light whenever you notice frequency dropping into scarcity patterns. Regular practice progressively rewires your baseline frequency, transforming your magnetic relationship with prosperity. Chapter 5. Non-Resistance. Non-resistance represents the vital counterforce to modern society's obsession with control and manipulation. This profound spiritual principle reveals that the financial challenges most individuals experience stem not from insufficient effort, but from energetic blockages created through desperate grasping. When we release this unnecessary resistance, the universal energy of abundance flows naturally into our experience without force or strain. The cosmic stream of prosperity constantly surrounds us, requiring only our permission rather than our insistence. This subtle yet transformative concept transcends conventional financial strategies focused on external actions. Traditional approaches emphasize control through meticulous planning, aggressive positioning, and constant vigilance, behaviors rooted in underlying fear of insufficiency. These fear-based actions unknowingly establish energetic resistance patterns that repel the very prosperity they intend to attract. Non-resistance invites a fundamental reorientation from doing to allowing, from manipulating to receiving, and from controlling to trusting. Water embodies this principle's essence through its remarkable physics. When encountering rigid obstacles, water initially accumulates pressure against the barrier. Yet unlike human nature, water never struggles against resistance. It simply redirects its flow toward open channels with perfect efficiency. Similarly, financial energy naturally moves toward consciousness, offering minimal resistance. The universe perpetually seeks distribution pathways of least resistance, flowing abundantly toward those who cease creating unnecessary barriers through anxious control. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this profound truth long before modern manifestation teachings. Taoism's foundational principle Wu Wei non-action reveals how natural harmony emerges not through forceful intervention, but through aligned participation. Jesus taught consider the lila to illustrate effortless abundance. Indigenous cultures worldwide developed rituals celebrating surrender to natural cycles rather than dominance over them. These diverse traditions share recognition that true prosperity flows through cooperative participation rather than fearful manipulation. The biological world similarly demonstrates non-resistance through countless examples. Consider how plants absorb nutrients from soil, not through active pursuit, but through receptive allowing. No flower strains to attract necessary resources. Cellular intelligence naturally receives available nourishment through open channels. Human consciousness alone creates unnecessary barriers to natural flow through doubt, worry, and desperate control. Sophie, a talented baker struggling to maintain her small neighborhood bakery, perfectly illustrated this transformative principle. Despite extraordinary culinary skills developed through decades of passionate practice, her charming establishment faced mounting financial pressure as expenses consistently exceeded modest income. Corporate chain bakeries with massive marketing budgets threatened her independent operation as customer numbers gradually declined despite her superior quality products. This growing financial pressure generated escalating anxiety that unconsciously infected Sophie's entire approach. She methodically tracked every ingredient cost, obsessively analyzed competitors' pricing, and anxiously monitored customer behaviors searching for magical solutions. These fear-based calculations consumed increasing mental energy while diminishing her original passion. The joyful creativity that once inspired signature recipes gradually disappeared beneath spreadsheets and marketing formulas. Exhausted from constant worry, Sophie reached breaking point one autumn morning. After calculating monthly figures revealing another deficit, overwhelming emotions prompted her to abandon the bakery mid-morning, something she had never previously considered despite difficult circumstances. Without conscious destination, she found herself walking through a nearby park where falling leaves created extraordinary patterns across the pathway. Nature's remarkable beauty momentarily penetrated her anxiety, offering unexpected relief from financial obsession. Sitting beneath a massive oak tree, Sophie observed how leaves detached and descended without apparent effort or concern. The natural release displayed perfect harmony despite apparent surrender. This simple observation catalyzed profound insight. Perhaps her desperate grasping actually blocked the natural flow it sought to control. The trees demonstrated perfect abundance through cycles of release rather than desperate retention. This momentary clarity prompted an unexpected decision. Upon returning to her bakery, Sophie abandoned the elaborate spreadsheets, competitive analyses, and desperate promotional plans that had consumed her consciousness. She removed the promotional signs cluttering her windows and simplified her menu to include only items she genuinely loved creating. Most radically, she established a novel pricing approach. Customers could pay what they felt appropriate for her creations rather than prescribed amounts. Customers initially expressed confusion regarding this unconventional approach, yet Sophie maintained gentle confidence despite inner uncertainty. She focused exclusively on creating extraordinary baked goods with genuine love rather than commercial calculation. The atmosphere within the small bakery transformed as anxiety dissolved into authentic presence. Sophie rediscovered joyful creativity without financial pressure constantly contaminating her expression. The transformation unfolded gradually yet unmistakably. Curious customers initially visited to experience the unconventional payment approach, but returned because of extraordinary quality and atmosphere. Many spontaneously paid significantly more than previous fixed prices, recognizing exceptional value. Word spread through authentic enthusiasm rather than promotional manipulation. Within weeks, Sophie required additional help to manage increasing demand. The bakery that previously struggled to attract sufficient customers now had lines extending beyond its entrance each morning. Most significantly, Sophie discovered an unexpected truth. Her financial results actually improved when she released desperate attempts to control them. By surrendering resistance, she allowed natural abundance to flow through open channels. The non-resistance that initially appeared financially irresponsible proved remarkably effective beyond conventional strategies. Her prosperity emerged not through intensified effort, but through fundamental surrender of unnecessary resistance. Experience this transformative principle through simple practice requiring nothing beyond your consciousness. Find comfortable seating position in quiet space where interruptions remain unlikely. Place both hands palms up on your lap in symbolic receptivity. Close your eyes and direct awareness toward your breath, allowing each inhalation and exhalation to naturally deepen without manipulation. Bring gentle attention to specific areas where you experience financial resistance, perhaps worry about particular bills, anxiety about income sources, or general tension regarding financial stability. Without judgment or analysis, simply observe these resistances as energy patterns within your consciousness. Visualize each resistance as a small dam within your energy field, blocking natural flow of abundant resources. Now imagine golden light surrounding your entire being, the universal energy of abundance constantly available yet frequently blocked by unconscious resistance. With each inhalation, allow this golden light to gently dissolve one specific resistance you identified. With each exhalation, experience opening previously blocked channels to receive abundant flow. Continue this visualization until you experience genuine sensation of relaxation and receptivity. Complete the practice by drawing a golden circle on paper or simply visualizing it clearly in your mind. This circle represents the perfect opening through which financial blessings naturally flow when resistance dissolves. Place this drawing where you'll regularly encounter it as a reminder of your commitment to non-resistance. Return to this practice whenever you notice resistance patterns emerging within your financial thinking. Chapter 6. Aligned Belief. Aligned belief functions as the energetic foundation supporting all other manifestation principles. This profound concept reveals that your conscious beliefs about prosperity directly shape your financial reality through quantum resonance patterns. While conventional financial teachings emphasize external strategies, investment knowledge, market timing, or competitive advantage, spiritual wisdom reveals these approaches remain ineffective without properly aligned internal beliefs. The universe responds not to your conscious desires, but to your deepest convictions regarding worthiness, possibility, and natural abundance. This principle operates through the extraordinary quantum field connecting consciousness with material reality. Scientists increasingly recognize thought patterns generate specific electromagnetic frequencies affecting physical systems through non-local influence. Your beliefs about money create precise energetic signatures that either facilitate or obstruct prosperity flow through resonance matching. When subconscious beliefs remain misaligned with conscious desires, invisible barriers prevent manifestation despite sincere efforts and accurate knowledge. Most individuals harbor deeply embedded limiting beliefs absorbed during formative years without conscious awareness. Common financial programming includes money requires exhausting sacrifice, wealth corrupts spiritual values, rich people exploit others, or I lack financial intelligence. These unconscious convictions create energetic dissonance with conscious desires for abundance, essentially broadcasting contradictory signals that neutralize manifestation efforts. Aligned belief requires identifying and transforming these hidden programs to establish coherent energetic transmission. Ancient spiritual traditions across diverse cultures acknowledge this principle through various expressions. Hindu teachings emphasized Sankalpa Shakti, the manifesting power of pure intention when aligned with deeper consciousness. Hawaiian Huna tradition developed specific practices for harmonizing subconscious beliefs with conscious intentions. Indigenous wisdom keepers worldwide created ceremonies aligning community beliefs with desired outcomes before major undertakings. These traditions recognize that external actions remain largely ineffective without internal alignment. The remarkable relationship between belief alignment and financial flow operates through neurological pathways directly influencing perception and behavior. When beliefs remain misaligned, your reticular activating system, the brain's perceptual filtering mechanism, literally screens out potential opportunities matching conscious desires but contradicting subconscious programming. Transforming limiting beliefs actually alters your neurological capacity to perceive and respond to prosperity opportunities constantly surrounding you. Benjamin, a gifted potter creating extraordinary ceramic vessels in his modest rural studio, vividly demonstrated this principle's transformative power. Despite exceptional artistic talent developed through decades of dedicated practice, his remarkable creations rarely commanded appropriate financial recognition. Galleries acknowledged his technical mastery and unique aesthetic vision, yet consistently offered minimal compensation relative to comparable artists. Despite increasing recognition among ceramic artists, financial stability remained elusive through mysterious market resistance. This persistent pattern created mounting frustration, as Benjamin's extraordinary works sold for prices barely covering material costs despite undeniable quality. He experimented with various promotional approaches, improved photography, enhanced artist statements, diverse gallery representation, yet financial results remained disappointingly consistent despite these external adjustments. His masterful pieces continued receiving admiration without corresponding financial valuation, creating painful dissonance between artistic recognition and economic reality. During a ceramics conference workshop focusing on artistic prosperity, Benjamin encountered the concept of belief alignment through an unexpected exercise. The facilitator instructed participants to anonymously write prices they would charge for their signature works on small cards. When collected and anonymously displayed, Benjamin experienced profound shock discovering his suggested prices were consistently 60 to 70% lower than comparable artists despite equal or superior quality. The stark contrast revealed a previously invisible pattern. His external undervaluation reflected internal belief misalignment rather than market assessment. This revelation prompted uncomfortable yet necessary self-examination. Through guided reflection, Benjamin gradually recognized deeply embedded beliefs invisibly governing his financial experience. His working-class background had instilled unconscious convictions that art is impractical luxury, charging significant money for creative work is exploitative, and most fundamentally, I remain unworthy of substantial prosperity. These hidden beliefs continuously broadcast signals of undervaluation that surrounding reality faithfully reflected through corresponding experiences. Rather than immediately adjusting external pricing strategies, Benjamin committed to fundamental belief transformation through daily practice. Each morning before beginning studio work, he dedicated 15 minutes to specific reflection designed to align internal beliefs with desired prosperity. He created affirmation statements directly addressing identified limiting beliefs. My artistic expression provides extraordinary value worthy of generous compensation. Financial abundance supports expanded creative contribution. And most essentially, I inherently deserve prosperity through authentic expression. Initially, these statements generated significant internal resistance, revealing the depth of contradictory programming. Benjamin persisted despite discomfort, recognizing that centuries of limiting beliefs required patient reprogramming rather than immediate transformation. He supplemented daily affirmations with visualization practice, imagining prospective clients joyfully paying premium prices for his works while experiencing appropriate value. Gradually, internal resistance diminished as new neural pathways established themselves through consistent practice. After several months of dedicated internal work without external changes, Benjamin intuited readiness for practical expression. Without analytical justification, he adjusted prices for his signature vessels to properly reflect their authentic value, increases averaging 300% above previous levels. This dramatic adjustment triggered significant anxiety, yet he maintained alignment with transformed beliefs despite nervous uncertainty about market response. The results manifested with remarkable swiftness. Rather than resistance, these aligned prices attracted different clientele who recognized and appreciated exceptional quality deserving appropriate compensation. His vessels began selling with unprecedented consistency despite significantly increased pricing. Most significantly, collectors reported genuine satisfaction rather than reluctance regarding these investments, confirming proper energetic alignment between value and compensation. Within 1 year of beginning belief alignment practice, Benjamin's financial reality transformed completely. His waiting list extended several months as demand increased beyond production capacity. Gallery owners, who previously offered minimal compensation, now eagerly sought his works at premium prices. The vessels themselves exhibited subtle, yet profound evolution, reflecting his internal transformation, achieving new levels of artistic expression liberated from unconscious limitation. This extraordinary shift emerged not through external strategies, but through fundamental realignment of internal beliefs with desired reality. Experience your own belief alignment through this simple yet powerful practice requiring only genuine willingness. Find comfortable seated position in quiet space, allowing complete presence without distraction. Close your eyes and take several deep breaths, allowing your awareness to settle fully into current moment. Place your hand over your heart, establishing physical connection with your emotional center. Gently inquire within, what do I truly believe about my financial worthiness? Allow authentic responses to emerge without judgment or censorship. Perhaps I'm not smart enough with money, wealth requires ruthless behavior, or prosperity only comes through exhausting sacrifice. Simply observe these beliefs with compassionate awareness, recognizing they represent absorbed programming rather than essential truth. Take 10 sheets of paper and write at the top of each, I deserve abundance because. Complete each paper with different authentic reason. Perhaps I contribute unique value. I am a divine expression worthy of prosperity, or abundance allows expanded contribution. Write slowly with focused attention, allowing each statement to penetrate your consciousness beyond intellectual understanding. Complete this practice by standing before a mirror, making direct eye contact with your reflection. Speaking aloud with conviction, declare, I fully align my beliefs with prosperity consciousness. I am worthy of extraordinary abundance. Money flows to me naturally through authentic expression. Repeat this declaration 10 times while maintaining eye contact, allowing your voice to strengthen with each repetition. Return to this practice daily for 21 days, the neurological time frame for establishing new belief patterns. Through consistent practice, you'll gradually harmonize subconscious programming with conscious desires, creating unified energetic broadcast naturally attracting corresponding financial experiences. Chapter 7. The Inner Flame. The inner flame represents a profound energetic source residing at your core, the primordial creative force that naturally magnetizes prosperity when properly ignited and sustained. Unlike external financial strategies focusing on market dynamics or competitive advantage, this spiritual principle reveals that abundance flows most powerfully through authentic passion radiating from within. When this flame burns brightly through genuine enthusiasm rather than desperate need, it broadcasts a magnetic frequency that naturally attracts corresponding financial opportunities without exhausting pursuit. This sacred fire exists within every being, a divine spark connecting individual consciousness with universal creative force. Ancient alchemists recognized this principle through their pursuit of the inner fire capable of transforming lead consciousness into golden prosperity. Indigenous wisdom keepers worldwide maintain ceremonial fires symbolizing this internal power source. Egyptian mystery schools taught initiates to cultivate the Ka flame, the energetic essence bridging mortal existence with divine abundance. These diverse traditions shared recognition that prosperity flows not through external techniques, but through activating dormant internal flame. The relationship between this inner fire and financial magnetism stems from quantum principles governing consciousness and material manifestation. Modern physics confirms that focused thought generates measurable electromagnetic frequencies capable of influencing physical systems through resonance principles. Your inner flame, when fueled through authentic passion rather than desperation, creates a distinctive energetic broadcast that magnetizes corresponding opportunities through quantum entrainment. The subtle yet powerful force attracts prosperity through energetic matching rather than exhausting effort. Most financial struggles stem from disconnection with this essential inner flame. Society encouraged pursuit of security and status through activities disconnected from authentic passion, creating perpetual struggle against natural energetic flow. When career choices and financial pursuits emerge from external expectations rather than internal resonance, they require constant effortful maintenance against natural resistance. The inner flame reveals that prosperity flows most abundantly when aligned with authentic enthusiasm, the precise activities that would attract your engagement regardless of financial compensation. The biological world demonstrates this principle through countless examples. Consider how flowers naturally attract pollinators not through desperate pursuit, but through authentic expression of distinctive essence. No rose strains to attract bees. Its natural fragrance creates magnetic appeal without effort or strategy. Similarly, financial abundance naturally gravitates toward those expressing their authentic essence rather than mimicking external formulas disconnected from internal resonance. Noah, a talented playwright struggling to achieve financial stability through his creative work, perfectly illustrated this transformative principle. Despite extraordinary literary talent developed through decades of dedicated practice, his promising early career had gradually descended into frustrating obscurity. After an initial successful production received critical acclaim, yet modest commercial response, Noah abandoned his distinctive voice in pursuit of mainstream appeal. He methodically studied successful commercial formats, analyzed audience demographics, and systematically modified his approach to match proven financial formulas. This calculated strategy produced immediate yet ultimately hollow results. Several productions secured modest funding through recognized commercial appeal, yet failed to generate sufficient audience engagement for sustained success. Each project completed with increasing internal resistance as Noah's authentic voice became progressively subordinated to external formulas. The financial rewards remained inconsistent while creative satisfaction diminished with each compromised project. Despite increasing technical proficiency, Noah experienced mounting disconnection from the passionate inspiration that originally attracted him to playwriting. The breaking point arrived unexpectedly during a theatrical performance Noah attended solely through professional obligation. The small independent production lacked sophisticated technical elements, yet exhibited extraordinary authenticity that profoundly affected the audience. Despite minimal staging, the performance generated palpable emotional resonance through genuine creative expression. Noah observed audience members weeping, laughing, and ultimately delivering standing ovation for this modest yet authentic production, while recalling the polite yet restrained response to his recent technically polished yet internally hollow work. This profound contrast catalyzed painful yet necessary self-examination. Noah recognized how methodically he had extinguished his authentic creative flame through calculated commercial formulas. The plays receiving greatest recognition during his early career emerged from genuine passion, without consideration of commercial viability, while his recent strategic creations produced diminishing returns despite increasing technical proficiency. This stark realization revealed that his financial struggles stemmed not from insufficient commercial strategy, but from disconnection with his authentic creative essence. Rather than immediately pursuing new projects, Noah committed to rekindling his dormant inner flame through deliberate practice. Each morning before beginning work, he dedicated 30 minutes to freewriting, without consideration of commercial potential or audience expectations. These sessions initially produced stilted, self-conscious material reflecting years of internalized judgment. Gradually, however, authentic voice re-emerged through consistent practice, tentatively at first, then with increasing confidence as critical inner voices subsided. After several weeks of this preparatory practice, Noah experienced unexpected inspiration regarding a story exploring human connection amidst technological isolation. Unlike his previous strategic approach analyzing commercial viability before commitment, he simply followed this authentic inspiration without calculating potential outcomes. The resulting draft emerged with remarkable fluidity, often requiring minimal revision as scenes flowed naturally from rekindled inner flame rather than strategic planning. Upon completion, Noah faced crucial decision regarding this authentically inspired yet commercially unconventional project. Previous conditioning urged strategic modification to enhance mainstream appeal, yet newfound connection with his inner flame provided clear guidance toward preserving authentic expression. Rather than targeting established commercial theaters through conventional channels, Noah followed intuitive guidance to share the uncompromised script with a small alternative theater known for artistic integrity rather than commercial success. The response transcended conventional expectations. The theater director recognized extraordinary authentic power within the uncompromised work and immediately committed limited resources toward full production. The resulting performance initially attracted modest audiences through minimal traditional promotion, yet generated extraordinary word-of-mouth momentum through authentic emotional impact. Audience members spontaneously shared their profound experiences through social media, creating organic promotion reaching beyond conventional theatrical demographics. This unexpected momentum attracted attention from influential critics who recognized distinctive voice rising above formulaic commercial productions. Several wrote prominent reviews acknowledging unique perspective offered through authentic expression rather than strategic calculation. These reviews generated further attendance, including several prominent theater producers seeking fresh creative voices for upcoming projects. Within months of the initial production, Noah received multiple offers for commissioned work specifically requesting his authentic perspective rather than commercial formulas. The most significant transformation transcended external recognition. Noah experienced unprecedented creative fulfillment as his rekindled inner flame illuminated new creative territories previously inaccessible through strategic planning. Financial abundance flowed naturally toward this authentic expression without desperate pursuit or compromise. His prosperity emerged not through calculated strategy, but through genuine alignment with internal flame, the precise guidance conventional wisdom had urged him to abandon. Experience your own inner flame activation through this simple yet powerful practice requiring only sincere engagement. Find comfortable seated position in quiet space, allowing complete presence without distraction. Place both hands over your heart center, establishing physical connection with this sacred internal space. Close your eyes and take several deep breaths, allowing your awareness to settle fully into your body. Visualize a small golden flame igniting within your heart center, initially modest yet radiating extraordinary brilliance. With each inhalation, imagine this flame receiving fresh oxygen, gradually expanding with increased intensity. With each exhalation, visualize this sacred fire radiating outward through your entire being, illuminating each cell with divine creative essence. Continue this rhythmic breathing visualization until you experience tangible warmth spreading through your chest. Now gently inquire within, what activities naturally ignite my authentic enthusiasm regardless of external reward? Allow authentic responses to emerge without judgment or analysis, perhaps creative expression, meaningful service, innovative problem solving, or harmonious connection. Simply notice which activities naturally energize rather than deplete your essential life force. Complete this practice by placing your right palm over your heart while extending your left palm outward in giving gesture. Affirm with genuine conviction, I allow my inner flame to guide my prosperity path. As I express my authentic enthusiasm, abundance naturally flows toward me without strain or struggle. Maintain this position while visualizing golden light extending from your heart through your left palm into the universe, broadcasting your distinctive frequency for corresponding opportunities to recognize and respond. Return to this practice whenever you notice financial anxiety disconnecting you from authentic passion. Your inner flame represents your unique contribution, naturally magnetizing corresponding prosperity when freely expressed without fear or compromise. Chapter 8. The Boundless Sky. The infinite sky represents a fundamental spiritual truth about abundance consciousness, the limitless expanse of universal opportunity constantly available beyond perceived constraints. While conventional financial paradigms emphasize resource scarcity and competitive allocation, this profound principle reveals that perceived limitations exist only within consciousness rather than external reality. When you expand awareness beyond artificial boundaries, You access an inexhaustible reservoir of prosperity continuously awaiting recognition through aligned perception. This boundless abundance operates through quantum principles transcending material limitations. Modern physics confirms that subatomic particles exist simultaneously as both defined particles and infinite probability waves, their manifestation determined primarily through observer consciousness. Similarly, financial opportunities exist as infinite possibility fields until collapsed into specific experiences through focused attention and expectation. The infinite sky teaches that abundance constraints stem not from external circumstances, but from narrow perceptual filters unnecessarily limiting infinite potential into artificial scarcity. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide acknowledge this principle through various cultural expressions. Hindu philosophy described Ananta, the infinite cosmic serpent symbolizing boundless abundance beyond perceived limitations. Buddhist teachings emphasized emptiness, not as nihilistic void, but as infinite possibility transcending conceptual boundaries. Indigenous sky-watching cultures across continents recognized celestial infinity as reflection of boundless provision available through harmonious relationship with natural forces. These diverse traditions shared recognition that prosperity flows through expanded consciousness transcending artificial boundaries rather than desperate accumulation within perceived constraints. The relationship between expanded awareness and financial flow operates through neurological pathways directly influencing perception and opportunity recognition. Your reticular activating system, the brain's perceptual filtering mechanism, literally screens incoming information according to existing beliefs about possibility and limitation. When consciousness identifies with artificial scarcity, this perceptual system automatically filters out abundant opportunities continuously available beyond restricted awareness. Expanding into infinite sky consciousness literally alters your neurological capacity to perceive prosperity possibilities constantly surrounding you. Most financial limitations persist through habitual alignment with artificial boundaries rather than actual resource constraints. Society perpetuates scarcity consciousness through institutional systems requiring competitive resource acquisition and protection against perceived insufficiency. These cultural patterns transmit unconscious programming that automatically restricts perception to familiar scarcity experiences while filtering out expansive abundance possibilities continuously available beyond conditioned awareness. The infinite sky principle reveals that financial expansion requires perceptual liberation from artificial boundaries rather than intensified effort within restricted paradigms. Ava, a dedicated garden designer working with limited resources in an economically challenged urban community, vividly demonstrated this transformative principle. Despite extraordinary talent for creating harmonious natural environments, her small urban gardening business struggled with financial instability and professional limitation. Her clientele consisted primarily of modest homeowners with restricted budgets seeking minor landscape improvements rather than comprehensive design implementations. Despite consistent appreciation for her creative vision, financial constraints kept her confined to small-scale projects barely sustaining basic livelihood. This persistent pattern created mounting frustration, as Ava's extraordinary design capacities remained largely unexpressed through economically restricted opportunities. She periodically attempted expanding her business through traditional approaches, creating professional brochures, developing social media presence, and networking with local businesses. Yet these efforts produced minimal results within her economically challenged community. Her remarkable talent remained effectively contained within artificial geographic and economic boundaries seemingly beyond her control. The catalyzing moment arrived unexpectedly during an early morning visit to her community's modest botanical garden. Seeking inspiration for an upcoming small project, Ava discovered a secluded bench offering expansive view of the sky above the garden's perimeter. Exhausted from constant financial struggle, she spontaneously abandoned her practical research agenda and simply gazed upward into the boundless blue expanse stretching infinitely beyond visible horizon. This uncharacteristic pause from perpetual productivity created space for unprecedented reflection regarding her unconscious limitations. As urban sounds faded from awareness, Ava experienced profound realization regarding her self-imposed boundaries. Despite frequent dreams of designing large-scale environmental projects integrating ecological restoration with human habitation, she had automatically restricted her professional outreach to immediate geographic vicinity, based on unconscious belief that broader opportunities remained inaccessible to someone with her modest background and limited resources. The infinite sky expanding beyond visible boundaries suddenly revealed perfect metaphor for prosperity consciousness extending beyond artificial limitations. This profound insight prompted immediate reconsideration of her fundamental approach. Rather than continuing incremental expansion efforts within familiar territory, Ava committed to revolutionary perspective shift transcending perceived limitations. Without logical justification or strategic planning, she dedicated her limited savings toward creating comprehensive portfolio showcasing her expansive environmental vision rather than practical implemented projects. This unconventional approach prioritized authentic creative expression over immediate financial return, a decision seemingly irrational within conventional business perspective. The resulting portfolio transcended practical landscape design to present integrated environmental systems harmonizing human habitation with ecological restoration. Rather than modest garden improvements, these conceptual designs presented comprehensive approaches toward urban renewal through nature-integrated community spaces. Without conscious planning, these designs expressed Ava's authentic creative vision previously suppressed through perceived practical limitations, revealing extraordinary capacity previously invisible within restricted consciousness. Following intuitive guidance, without logical explanation, Ava submitted this visionary portfolio to an international sustainable design competition despite lacking traditional qualifications typically required for participation. This unconventional action contradicted rational analysis suggesting inevitable rejection, yet aligned perfectly with her expanded infinite sky consciousness transcending artificial boundaries. She completed this submission without attachment to specific outcomes, simply honoring expanded awareness beyond previous limitations. The response transcended conventional expectations. Competition organizers recognized extraordinary innovative vision within her unconventional submission, despite her lack of formal credentials or implemented large-scale projects. Her integrated designs offering practical methods for harmonizing urban development with ecological restoration addressed precisely the challenges competition sponsors sought to highlight. Despite hundreds of submissions from established professionals worldwide, Ava's visionary portfolio received prominent recognition, including substantial financial grants supporting implementation of her concepts. This unexpected recognition generated cascading opportunities far beyond initial award. Several environmental organizations, previously inaccessible within her perceived boundaries, contacted her regarding consultation for upcoming projects. A prominent sustainable development company invited collaborative partnership implementing her innovative concepts within actual urban renewal projects. Most significantly, an international foundation focused on ecological restoration offered substantial funding developing educational programs sharing her integrated design approach with communities worldwide. Within 8 months of her profound perspective shift, Ava's professional reality transformed completely. Her work expanded from modest local gardens to international consultation transcending all previous geographic and economic boundaries. Financial abundance flowed naturally toward her authentic expression once liberated from artificial constraints. Most significantly, this extraordinary transformation required no additional technical training or credential acquisition. Simply expanded consciousness beyond self-imposed limitations into infinite possibilities continuously available, yet previously unrecognized. Experience your own expansion into infinite sky consciousness through this simple yet profound practice requiring only willingness to transcend artificial boundaries. Find comfortable position either seated or lying where your view includes visible sky through window if necessary. Bring full attention to the boundless expanse stretching infinitely beyond visible horizon. Allow your perception to expand beyond immediate visual boundaries, recognizing that this vastness continues far beyond what physical eyes can perceive. As you gaze into this infinite expanse, consider how your financial consciousness may operate within unconscious boundaries similar to arbitrary horizon line. Recognize that prosperity opportunities extend infinitely beyond perceived limitations currently constraining your awareness. With each breath, imagine your consciousness expanding outward beyond familiar boundaries into vast unlimited potential continuously available yet previously unnoticed. Now close your eyes while maintaining awareness of infinite expansion. Visualize your current financial situation, a small defined circle containing familiar experiences and expectations. Without judgment or analysis, simply observe how this bounded awareness creates artificial limitations through habitual perception. Gradually expand this circle outward with each breath, allowing it to encompass previously unrecognized possibilities existing beyond familiar boundaries. Complete this practice by opening your arms wide in symbolic expansion while affirming with genuine conviction, "I open my awareness to infinite prosperity beyond perceived limitations. Abundance flows naturally toward me through unexpected channels previously invisible within restricted consciousness." Allow this expanded awareness to permeate your entire being, creating neurological pathways capable of recognizing opportunities continuously available beyond artificial boundaries. Return to this practice whenever you notice your financial consciousness contracting into familiar limitation patterns. The infinite sky remains continuously available, requiring only your willing participation through expanded awareness beyond self-imposed boundaries artificially constraining your natural abundance. Chapter 9. The Golden Key. The Golden Key represents an ancient spiritual activation point within consciousness that unlocks hidden financial pathways. Unlike conventional strategies emphasizing external techniques for wealth accumulation, this profound principle reveals that prosperity relies on activating an energetic mechanism already embedded within your spiritual blueprint. This metaphysical key doesn't require discovery through exhaustive searching. It exists as an inherent component of your consciousness, awaiting simple recognition and activation through deliberate awareness. This powerful symbol transcends mere visualization tool to embody the precise vibrational frequency capable of unlocking abundance chambers in the quantum field. When consciously engaged through focused intention, this energetic key reconfigures your relationship with material resources by dissolving invisible barriers between consciousness and manifestation. The key operates through resonance principles, activating corresponding frequencies within the universal matrix that naturally attract harmonizing prosperity experiences without forced manipulation or anxious pursuit. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this principle through diverse symbolic representations. Egyptian mystery schools taught initiates about the Ankh key unlocking immortal abundance. Hermetic alchemists pursued the golden key of transmutation, converting leaden consciousness into golden prosperity. Indigenous cultures across continents created ceremonial prosperity keys representing this activation principle through physical objects charged with specific intentions. These traditions understood that material manifestation requires activation of corresponding energetic frequencies already present within consciousness. The transformative relationship between this golden key and financial manifestation stems from quantum communication principles between individual awareness and universal intelligence. Modern physics confirms that consciousness directly influences probability fields through focused intention, the precise mechanism through which this key operates. By consistently engaging this symbolic frequency through deliberate awareness, you establish quantum entanglement between your consciousness and corresponding prosperity potentials that subsequently manifest through seemingly ordinary yet perfectly aligned opportunities. Most financial limitation persists through unconscious ignorance regarding this activation principle. Society perpetuates mechanistic models suggesting prosperity emerges exclusively through external activities while neglecting the internal activation requirements. Without engaging the golden key within consciousness, external efforts produce limited results despite sincere dedication. This principle reveals that prosperity flourishes most abundantly when internal activation precedes external action, establishing energetic pathways through which material abundance naturally flows. Clara, a dedicated traveling salesperson representing educational materials to rural schools, vividly illustrated this transformative principle through her remarkable journey. Despite exceptional product knowledge and genuine passion for educational advancement, her sales consistently languished below company expectations. Monthly quotas loomed as sources of mounting anxiety rather than inspiring benchmarks. Financial pressure gradually eroded her initial enthusiasm as rejection accumulated despite sincere presentations highlighting genuine educational benefits. This persistent struggle created deepening discouragement as Clara questioned her professional capacity despite authentic dedication to educational improvement. She methodically implemented every conventional strategy, enhanced presentation techniques, expanded product knowledge, carefully researched prospect information, yet results remained frustratingly stagnant. Her genuine belief in educational value paradoxically intensified her frustration, as apparent rejection seemed directed toward this worthwhile mission rather than merely commercial products. During a particularly discouraging sales journey through rural communities, Clara's car developed unexpected mechanical problems requiring immediate attention in a small, unfamiliar town. While reluctantly waiting for necessary repairs, she wandered through the modest community, seeking temporary distraction from mounting professional anxiety. Without conscious destination, she discovered a small antique shop displaying eclectic items in its weathered window. Without practical purpose beyond passing time, she entered the dusty establishment. While casually examining various vintage items, a peculiar coin caught her attention among miscellaneous objects in a small wooden bowl. Unlike surrounding items, this particular coin seemed to possess unusual luminosity despite tarnished appearance. Without logical explanation, Clara experienced compelling attraction toward this seemingly ordinary object. Following unexpected intuitive impulse, she purchased the modest coin despite its apparent lack of significant monetary or collector value. That evening in her modest motel room, Clara examined the coin more carefully. Despite unremarkable appearance by conventional standards, it possessed distinctive energy that transcended rational assessment. As she held it thoughtfully, unexpected realization emerged. This coin represented physical manifestation of the precise activation energy she unconsciously sought. Without analytical planning, she intuitively recognized it as tangible representation of the golden key principle capable of activating dormant prosperity consciousness. Rather than dismissing this insight as a rational fancy, Clara courageously embraced this unexpected guidance. Before beginning the following day's presentations, she established simple yet meaningful ritual. Holding the coin respectfully between both palms, she closed her eyes and silently affirmed, "This golden key unlocks endless prosperity within and around me." This brief practice created tangible shift within her energetic field, subtle yet unmistakable lightness replacing previous anxiety. She placed the coin in her pocket, carrying it as physical reminder of this activated frequency. Her initial presentation, that morning outwardly resembled previous efforts, yet possessed fundamentally different energetic quality. Without conscious calculation, Clara spoke from authentic connection rather than desperate persuasion. The educational materials remained identical, yet her relationship with them underwent profound transformation. Rather than unconsciously communicating anxiety about potential rejection, she radiated genuine confidence stemming from activated inner certainty. The school administrator responded with unprecedented receptivity, ultimately placing the largest single order Clara had ever received. This extraordinary response continued throughout subsequent presentations. Previously resistant prospects demonstrated unusual receptivity without explicable external cause. Questions emerged from genuine interest rather than defensive objection. Clara's identical presentation materials generated dramatically different responses based solely on her transformed energetic frequency. Within 3 weeks, her sales exceeded quarterly projections, an unprecedented achievement without modification to external factors beyond the golden key activation within her consciousness. Most significantly, Clara recognized the coin itself possessed no magical properties despite its catalyzing role. The actual power resided within her consciousness. The coin simply provided focal point for activating dormant prosperity frequency already present within her awareness. This profound understanding transformed not only her professional results, but her entire relationship with abundance principles. Financial flow responded not to external symbolic objects, but to the precise frequency she consciously engaged through this understanding. Experience this transformative principle through simple yet powerful practice requiring nothing beyond your focused awareness. Find comfortable position in quiet space without distractions. Hold a small object, coin, stone, ring that intuitively appeals to your consciousness. Close your eyes and take several deep breaths, allowing your awareness to fully settle into present moment. As you hold this object, recognize it as physical representation of the golden key principle within your consciousness. Imagine golden light emanating from this object, gradually expanding to surround your entire being in radiant golden sphere. This luminous energy represents the precise frequency capable of unlocking financial flow. With focused intention, silently affirm, this golden key activates unlimited prosperity within and around me. Allow this affirmation to permeate every cell of your body, establishing resonant frequency that naturally attracts corresponding abundance. Complete this practice by placing your chosen object in location where you'll regularly encounter it, perhaps pocket, purse, desk, or bedside table. Each time you notice this physical reminder, briefly reconnect with the activated frequency through momentary awareness. This consistent reinforcement establishes permanent energetic pathway through which prosperity naturally flows without forced manipulation. Your chosen object serves not as magical talisman, but as consciousness trigger activating your inherent manifestation capacity. Chapter 10. The Universe Always Provides. The universal support principle reveals a profound spiritual truth frequently overlooked within conventional financial paradigms. The intelligence, orchestrating countless galaxies, continuously arranges perfect opportunities aligned with your highest good. Unlike traditional approaches emphasizing isolated effort against seemingly random circumstances, this principle unveils the compassionate consciousness permeating existence that actively arranges favorable conditions when we align with natural abundance laws. This support operates not through miraculous intervention, but through precise quantum orchestration responding directly to your energetic broadcast. This extraordinary support system functions through quantum entanglement connecting individual consciousness with universal intelligence. Modern physics confirms that particles maintaining energetic connection instantaneously affect each other regardless of physical distance, precisely how universal support operates through consciousness. When you align with prosperity principles previously outlined, embracing cosmic whisper, sacred silence, divine timing, appropriate vibrational frequency, non-resistance, aligned belief, inner flame, infinite sky, and golden key, the universe immediately recognizes this resonance and arranges corresponding support through seemingly coincidental, yet perfectly orchestrated opportunities. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide acknowledge this principle through diverse cultural expressions. Eastern philosophies describe the organizing principle arranging natural harmony when consciousness aligns with cosmic law. Indigenous cultures recognized spirit helpers representing universal forces supporting aligned intentions. Western mystical traditions taught divine providence, ensuring perfect support for spiritually aligned purposes. These diverse traditions shared recognition that universal consciousness actively supports human flourishing when aligned with natural prosperity principles rather than struggling against them through misguided independence. This support operates through remarkable synchronicity mechanisms exceeding rational explanation. Swiss psychologist Carl Jung documented how meaningful coincidences occur with statistically impossible frequency when consciousness engages specific frequencies, precisely the mechanism through which universal support manifests. When you release desperate control while maintaining clear intention within prosperity frequencies, the universal matrix spontaneously arranges favorable circumstances through apparent luck or coincidence that statistical probability cannot explain. These synchronicities represent universal intelligence actively supporting your aligned prosperity consciousness. Most individuals inadvertently reject available universal support through unconscious resistance patterns. Conventional conditioning promotes self-sufficiency mythology, suggesting legitimate achievement requires isolated struggle against universal indifference or hostility. This fundamental misconception creates unnecessary resistance against the very support constantly available. The spiritual practitioner recognizes that genuine empowerment emerges not through isolated independence, but through conscious partnership with universal intelligence, continuously offering perfect support when resistance dissolves through aligned awareness. Sophie, a talented baker managing a small artisanal bakery in a modest neighborhood, vividly demonstrated this transformative principle through her extraordinary experience. Despite exceptional culinary skills developed through decades of passionate practice, her charming establishment faced mounting financial pressure as essential equipment deteriorated beyond reliable function. The vintage ovens representing the heart of her operation required immediate replacement to maintain basic operations, yet available finances fell dramatically short of necessary investment. This crisis created profound anxiety as Sophie recognized that equipment failure would essentially terminate her beloved business despite loyal customer appreciation. Traditional financing options remained inaccessible due to previous challenging circumstances affecting her credit history. Commercial lenders consistently rejected her applications despite the bakery's modest yet reliable income. Each rejection intensified Sophie's desperation as equipment performance deteriorated further despite meticulous maintenance efforts. The situation appeared increasingly hopeless through conventional assessment. The pivotal moment arrived unexpectedly during early morning preparation before dawn. As Sophie worked alone in the quiet bakery, the primary oven produced alarming sounds before completely failing despite her careful maintenance. This devastating development represented apparent confirmation of her worst fears. Without functioning equipment, the business could not continue. Overwhelming emotion prompted Sophie to cease frantic problem-solving efforts and simply sit quietly in the pre-dawn darkness, acknowledging the apparent ending of her cherished bakery. Within this surrender, something remarkable shifted in Sophie's consciousness. As desperate strategies dissolved in quiet acceptance, she experienced unexpected peace transcending rational explanation. Without conscious intention, her awareness opened to profound recognition that universal intelligence knew precisely what her beloved bakery needed beyond her limited perspective. Rather than continuing frantic efforts to force solutions through conventional channels, she simply acknowledged aloud, "I trust the universe knows exactly how to support this bakery's highest good." This simple declaration emerged not from desperate spiritual bargaining, but authentic surrender to intelligence far exceeding her limited perspective. Sophie proceeded with remarkably transformed consciousness, continuing daily operations with available equipment while maintaining genuine trust and perfect resolution beyond her specific expectations or timelines. This perspective shift created internal liberty despite unchanged external circumstances. Rather than anxious strategizing, she focused completely on creating extraordinary baked goods with genuine love and presence. 3 days later, Sophie received an unexpected phone call from an unfamiliar man introducing himself as representing a recently established community investment foundation focusing on neighborhood business preservation. Through seemingly random circumstances, foundation representatives had sampled Sophie's remarkable creations during a community event and identified her bakery as precisely the type of authentic local business their organization aimed to support. Without Sophie's application or awareness, they had independently researched her establishment and recognized both its cultural contribution and specific equipment needs. The representative explained their organization offered specialized funding programs precisely designed for situations beyond conventional banking criteria. Without complex application procedures, the foundation offered immediate equipment funding through favorable terms specifically structured for small community businesses. This unexpected opportunity provided exactly the resources necessary for comprehensive equipment upgrade, an outcome Sophie could not have engineered through conventional approaches regardless of personal effort. Most remarkably, The Foundation's equipment procurement connections provided installation within extraordinary timeframe impossible through normal channels. Within 10 days of the primary oven's failure, Sophie's bakery contained completely modernized equipment exceeding her original specifications. This remarkable resolution emerged not through Sophie's strategic planning, but through her willing partnership with universal support. The outcome transcended what her isolated efforts could possibly have achieved regardless of determination or strategy. The most profound aspect of Sophie's transformation transcended the material resolution. She recognized this experience revealed fundamental truth about prosperity consciousness. Universal support continuously arranges perfect opportunities when we release resistance through aligned trust. This understanding transformed not only her relationship with business operations, but her entire approach to life challenges. Rather than exhausting herself through anxious control, she discovered the extraordinary efficiency of conscious partnership with universal intelligence, perpetually arranging perfect support. Experience this transformative principle through simple yet profound practice requiring only sincere willingness. Find comfortable position in quiet space, allowing complete presence. Place both hands over your heart center, establishing physical connection with your emotional core. Take several deep breaths, allowing your awareness to settle fully into your body. Bring gentle attention to specific financial concern currently creating anxiety in your experience, perhaps unpaid bill, needed resource, or important opportunity. Now imagine releasing this concern completely into universal intelligence infinitely more capable of arranging perfect solutions than your limited perspective. Visualize this specific situation, surrounded by golden light representing universal support continuously available, yet frequently rejected through anxious control. With each inhalation, strengthen your conscious partnership with this support. With each exhalation, release unnecessary resistance created through isolated struggle. Complete this practice by speaking aloud with genuine conviction. The universe always provides perfect support for my highest good. I release anxious control and receive universal abundance with grateful awareness. Allow these words to resonate through your entire being, creating neurological pathways responsive to universal support continuously available yet frequently unrecognized. Return to this practice whenever financial concerns prompt anxious control patterns. The universe continuously offers perfect support, requiring only your willing partnership through aligned consciousness. Chapter 11. Activating the Cosmic Whisper. Activating the Cosmic Whisper requires deliberate daily practice beyond mere intellectual understanding. While the previous chapters introduced this profound universal principle, true transformation emerges only through consistent engagement with this spiritual frequency. The universe operates through specific energetic pathways that respond to continuous activation rather than occasional attention. Just as athletes develop extraordinary capacity through daily training rather than sporadic effort, your prosperity consciousness strengthens through regular communion with the Cosmic Whisper until this connection becomes your natural state rather than occasional practice. This activation process works through neurological principles governing consciousness development. Modern neuroscience confirms that consistent practice literally rewires neural pathways through neuroplasticity, creating new default patterns that eventually operate without conscious effort. By deliberately engaging the Cosmic Whisper through daily ritual, you establish dedicated neural networks specifically responsive to prosperity frequencies. These specialized pathways eventually operate autonomously, maintaining continuous receptivity to financial guidance without requiring constant conscious attention. Spiritual practitioners throughout history understood this activation principle through various cultural expressions. Ancient Egyptian initiates performed daily dawn rituals connecting with prosperity deities, not from superstition, but recognition that consistency created cumulative energetic pathways. Indigenous wisdom keepers maintained unbroken ceremonial cycles, preserving continuous connection with natural abundance forces. Eastern mystics developed specific daily practices maintaining prosperity consciousness regardless of external circumstances. These diverse traditions share recognition that spiritual principles require methodical activation rather than sporadic attention. The relationship between consistent practice and financial manifestation stems from fundamental quantum field dynamics. Scientific research confirms that repeated thought patterns generate increasingly coherent electromagnetic signatures capable of influencing material systems through entrainment principles. Your daily cosmic whisper activation creates organized energy patterns that progressively strengthen through repetition, eventually achieving sufficient coherence to directly influence financial reality through quantum resonance rather than merely symbolic comfort. Most prosperity teachings fail precisely because practitioners expect immediate results without establishing necessary energetic infrastructure through consistent activation. A single meditation session cannot override years of scarcity programming any more than one workout can transform physical fitness. The disciplined practitioner recognizes that meaningful transformation requires methodical engagement, not from desperate need, but profound understanding of consciousness mechanics. Daily activation rituals build momentum that eventually creates self-sustaining prosperity frequencies requiring minimal maintenance. Lily, the talented urban gardener introduced earlier, perfectly demonstrated this transformative principle through the remarkable evolution of her prosperity practice. Following her initial breakthrough recognizing the cosmic whisper's guidance, Lily experienced extraordinary professional expansion through her innovative garden designs. Several prestigious corporate contracts provided immediate financial relief from previous struggles, yet paradoxically created new challenges through unexpected prosperity requiring unfamiliar management capacities. The sudden abundance shift generated subtle anxiety as Lily encountered responsibility levels exceeding previous experience. Major project management, staff supervision, and complex financial decisions tested her emerging prosperity consciousness. Despite external success, internal doubts occasionally resurfaced, particularly during challenging negotiations or complex logistical demands. These moments threatened regression toward previous scarcity patterns despite surface-level achievement. During a particularly demanding period managing multiple simultaneous projects, Lily noticed disturbing regression toward former anxiety patterns despite substantially improved circumstances. Financial responsibilities now involved others' livelihoods, creating pressure beyond previous self-contained struggles. Several minor project complications triggered disproportionate worry, revealing incomplete transformation despite impressive external progress. She recognized that initial cosmic whisper recognition had provided breakthrough opportunity, but insufficient foundation for sustained prosperity consciousness during complex challenges. This crucial insight prompted Lily to develop structured daily ritual rather than relying on spontaneous connection that proved inconsistent during pressure periods. Each morning before sunrise, she established sacred space through simple yet meaningful practice. On high-quality paper specifically reserved for this purpose, she drew perfect golden circle using special metallic ink, physical representation of the cosmic whisper's perfect completeness. This deliberate creation process required focused presence impossible during mental distraction, effectively requiring centered consciousness before beginning each day. The initial results emerged subtly, yet unmistakably. The ritual's focused attention naturally excluded anxious rumination about pending challenges, providing sanctuary before daily demands intensified. The physical act of creating perfect circle required hand steadiness impossible during anxiety states, essentially demanding emotional regulation through focused activity rather than intellectual effort. Most significantly, this consistent practice gradually established dedicated neural pathways specifically associated with prosperity consciousness, creating reliable access regardless of external circumstances. Over subsequent weeks, this daily practice evolved beyond mechanical repetition into profound communion. Lily began experiencing distinctive quietness during the circle drawing process, subtle yet unmistakable sensation of gentle communion with something beyond ordinary awareness. Without conscious planning, she intuitively began drawing the circle with her non-dominant hand, bypassing analytical mind to access deeper consciousness receptive to subtle guidance. The golden circle progressively represented not merely symbolic ritual, but tangible connection point with universal intelligence. The transformation manifested through increasingly frequent synchronicities directly related to specific challenges. During complex contract negotiations, previously triggering anxiety, Lily experienced unusual clarity regarding precisely which terms required modification versus acceptance. When facing difficult personnel decisions, intuitive insight revealed optimal approaches without analytical struggle. Most remarkably, financial opportunities began appearing from unexpected sources precisely when specific resources became necessary, including specialized suppliers, uniquely qualified staff, and ideal collaborative partners appearing coincidentally at perfect moments. Within 3 months of beginning this daily activation practice, Lily's relationship with prosperity underwent fundamental transformation. Rather than occasional insights requiring conscious effort during favorable conditions, the cosmic whisper became continuous subtle guidance functioning regardless of external circumstances. Financial decisions emerged through intuitive alignment rather than anxious calculation. Professional relationships developed organic harmony through responsive awareness rather than strategic manipulation. Most significantly, prosperity consciousness became her default state rather than temporary achievement requiring constant maintenance. Experience your own cosmic whisper activation through this powerful daily practice requiring nothing beyond sincere commitment and basic materials. Obtain high-quality paper or artist's journal specifically reserved for the sacred purpose. Select metallic gold pen, crayon or paint that produces distinct luminosity, physical representation of the prosperity frequency you're activating. Establish consistent morning time before daily demands fragment your consciousness, ideally connecting with the liminal awareness naturally present upon awakening. Begin by taking 3 deep breaths, allowing your awareness to settle fully into present moment. Place your non-dominant hand on the blank page, acknowledging this seemingly simple act as profound connection with universal abundance. Draw perfect golden circle with unhurried deliberation, not striving for artistic perfection, but authentic presence during creation. As you complete this circle, silently affirm, "Today I activate continuous connection with the cosmic whisper guiding my financial prosperity." Place this completed activation symbol where you'll encounter it throughout your day, perhaps desktop, wallet, or phone background. Each time you notice this golden circle, briefly reconnect with the receptive awareness experienced during its creation. This momentary reconnection maintains continuous activation throughout daily activities, previously disconnecting your prosperity consciousness. Through consistent practice, you'll progressively establish permanent neurological pathway maintaining unbroken communion with the cosmic whisper regardless of external circumstances. Chapter 12. Deepening Sacred Silence. Deepening sacred silence represents the crucial transition from occasional stillness experiences to profound immersion in transformative quietude. While previous chapters introduced this essential prosperity principle, true financial transformation requires progressive cultivation of increasingly profound silence, not merely as temporary respite from noise, but fundamental reorientation of consciousness itself. This deepening process develops specialized receptivity functioning like precious metal detector revealing abundance opportunities constantly available, yet typically overlooked amid mental clamor. This cultivation process operates through progressive neural entrainment principles scientifically documented in advanced meditators. Neurological research confirms that consistent silence practice creates distinctive brainwave patterns, particularly enhanced theta and gamma wave synchronization, associated with intuitive insight and nonlinear problem solving. By deliberately deepening your relationship with sacred silence, you develop specialized neural networks specifically attuned to subtle financial guidance, typically obscured by mental noise. These pathways gradually transform from deliberate practice to default operating system. Spiritual masters throughout history emphasized progressive silence cultivation rather than sporadic practice. Buddhist traditions developed systematic jhana practices, sequential deepening of meditative silence through specific stages. Christian contemplatives followed prayer of quiet disciplines, guiding practitioners through increasingly profound stillness levels. Indigenous vision quest traditions worldwide incorporated graduated silence immersion, systematically dissolving perceptual boundaries. These diverse approaches share recognition that transformative silence requires deliberate cultivation through progressive depth rather than occasional experience. The relationship between deepened silence and financial manifestation stems from fundamental perceptual mechanics. Conventional consciousness operates like overcrowded radio receiver, simultaneously processing countless frequencies, creating perpetual interference patterns that obscure subtle yet crucial signals regarding prosperity opportunities. Deepened silence systematically reduces this interference, allowing previously undetectable guidance to emerge with remarkable clarity. This enhanced receptivity reveals financial pathways constantly available yet typically missed within ordinary awareness. Most prosperity seekers maintain perpetual mental commentary about financial situations, analyzing past decisions, evaluating current strategies, and projecting future scenarios, creating continuous interference precisely when receptivity matters most. While initial sacred silence practice temporarily interrupts this pattern, deepened practice progressively dissolves the underlying mechanism generating mental noise. The dedicated practitioner cultivates not merely occasional quiet moments, but fundamental reorientation toward sustained receptivity where financial wisdom naturally emerges without anxious pursuit. Jack, the gifted potter introduced earlier, vividly demonstrated this transformative principle through his remarkable evolution following initial sacred silence recognition. After discovering how quietude naturally attracted unexpected opportunities without promotional effort, his modest rural studio achieved unprecedented prosperity through authentic creative expression. Collectors discovered his extraordinary vessels through seemingly coincidental encounters, generating consistent demand exceeding production capacity without conventional marketing strategies. This unexpected prosperity shift created subtle new challenges beyond Jack's previous experience. Increased demand created production pressure threatening the very authenticity responsible for his success. Multiple galleries requested regular inventory requiring expanded output beyond comfortable rhythm. Commission requests specified completion timelines, potentially compromising quality standards previously determined solely by artistic integrity. Despite genuine gratitude for newfound success, Jack occasionally experienced creative depletion from increased expectations, subtle resistance contradicting his natural prosperity flow. During a particularly demanding period preparing for simultaneous exhibitions, Jack noticed concerning regression toward familiar pressure patterns, despite fundamentally improved circumstances. The simple joy previously infusing his creative process occasionally diminished beneath production schedules and gallery expectations. Several commission pieces felt subtly forced rather than organically expressed, revealing incomplete integration despite impressive external success. He recognized that initial sacred silence discovery had catalyzed remarkable transformation, yet required deeper cultivation to sustain authentic prosperity amid expanding demands. This crucial insight prompted Jack to develop systematic silence deepening practice rather than relying on spontaneous quiet moments that proved insufficient during intense periods. Beyond his initial morning stillness ritual, he established dedicated sacred space within his rural studio, a small meditation alcove containing nothing beyond simple cushion upon handwoven rug. This uncluttered space symbolized the internal clarity he sought to cultivate, physical representation of simplified consciousness free from unnecessary complications. Within this sacred space, Jack placed single-found object, a smooth river stone with unusual spiral pattern discovered during solitary forest walk. This stone represented tangible connection with the profound silence he sought, natural object formed through patient geological processes beyond hurried human timelines. Each morning before beginning creative work, Jack engaged simple yet profound practice holding this stone while seated in his meditation alcove. Without complex techniques or esoteric rituals, he simply maintained continuous gentle attention on the stone's weight and texture within his palm. The initial results emerged slowly yet unmistakably. The practice gradually extended beyond designated meditation periods into his creative process itself. Jack noticed subtle quieting within his consciousness while working. Internal commentary previously accompanying creative decisions progressively dissolved into receptive awareness. Technical choices previously requiring analytical deliberation emerged through intuitive guidance, without mental struggle. Most significantly, creative inspiration flowed with renewed authenticity despite external demands, restoring the natural harmony temporarily diminished through increased expectations. As weeks progressed, this deepening silence practice catalyzed extraordinary transformation beyond initial benefits. Jack spontaneously began maintaining the stone's presence throughout his creative process, placing it beside his work area as tangible reminder of the silent awareness initially cultivated during formal practice. The simple object gradually became a powerful anchor, maintaining continuous connection with sacred silence regardless of external circumstances. During complex creative decisions or challenging communications with galleries, momentary contact with the stone immediately restored centered awareness beyond mental commentary. The most profound transformation manifested through entirely new creative directions emerging from deepened silence. Without analytical planning or market consideration, Jack experienced inexplicable guidance toward working with previously unexplored glazing techniques. These innovative approaches emerged not through strategic calculation, but direct creative communion beyond conventional thinking. The resulting vessels possessed extraordinary luminosity and depth transcending his previous work despite decades of dedicated mastery. These pieces emerged not from increased effort, but profound receptivity cultivated through deepened silence practice. This enhanced creative expression generated unprecedented response from collectors and galleries. The innovative pieces immediately attracted attention from prominent museum curators previously unaware of Jack's work. Several pieces received featured placement in prestigious international ceramic exhibitions, despite no formal submission or application process. Most remarkably, a prominent collector established dedicated foundations specifically showcasing Jack's innovative techniques, providing substantial funding for teaching programs sharing his unique approach with emerging artists worldwide. The most significant aspect of Jack's transformation transcended external recognition. Through deepened silence practice, he discovered permanent internal sanctuary remaining accessible regardless of external demands or expectations. This profound stillness operated not as temporary refuge from pressure, but continuous foundation supporting authentic expression amid expanding opportunities. His prosperity flowed not despite increased demands, but through enhanced receptivity revealing perfect creative pathways previously invisible within ordinary awareness. Experience your own sacred silence deepening through this powerful yet accessible practice requiring only sincere engagement and simple materials. Find natural object intuitively appealing to your consciousness, perhaps stone, feather, seed, or small wooden item. This object should possess distinctive tactile qualities engaging your sensory awareness while symbolizing the timeless stillness you seek to cultivate. Establish dedicated space within your home specifically reserved for silence practice, ideally containing minimal visual distraction beyond simple seating arrangement. Begin your practice by taking 3 deep breaths, allowing your attention to settle fully into present moment. Place your chosen silence object in your non-dominant hand, establishing physical connection with this tangible representation of sacred silence. Close your eyes and bring complete attention to the sensory experience of this object, its weight, temperature, texture, and distinctive features. When your mind inevitably wanders toward financial concerns or daily planning, gently return attention to these immediate sensory qualities without judgment or frustration. Gradually extend this simple practice from initial 5 minutes to 15 or 20 as capacity develops naturally without forcing. Following formal seated practice, place your silence object in location where you'll encounter it during financial activities, perhaps desk, workspace, or wallet. Each time you notice this object throughout your day, briefly reconnect with the receptive awareness cultivated during formal practice. This momentary reconnection maintains continuous sacred silence activation throughout daily activities previously dominated by mental noise. Through consistent practice, you'll progressively establish permanent neural pathways, maintaining unbroken communion with sacred silence regardless of external circumstances. This deepened relationship reveals financial wisdom continuously available, yet typically obscured within conventional awareness dominated by anxious commentary. Your prosperity naturally expands through enhanced receptivity rather than increased effort, the profound yet simple transformation available through sacred silence cultivation. Chapter 13. Embracing Divine Timing. Embracing divine timing requires transitioning from intellectual understanding to embodied trust, moving beyond mere patience into profound surrender to cosmic orchestration. While previous chapters introduced this essential principle, true transformation emerges through active participation, with this natural wisdom governing all creation. Unlike conventional time management techniques demanding rigid schedules and aggressive deadlines, divine timing invites harmonious alignment with universal intelligence beyond linear human perspectives. This receptive awareness establishes direct communion with the perfect unfolding already orchestrating your prosperity. This embracing process operates through quantum entanglement principles scientifically validated in recent decades. Research confirms that particles once connected maintain instantaneous communication, regardless of distance, precisely how your consciousness interacts with universal timing mechanisms. When you genuinely embrace divine timing rather than merely tolerating it, you establish quantum resonance with invisible orchestration already arranging perfect financial circumstances. This alignment creates probability enhancement that conventional strategy cannot achieve through isolated planning alone. Spiritual traditions worldwide acknowledge this sacred embrace through diverse expressions. Ancient Hawaiian kahunas practiced makawalu, sacred patience, allowing divine arrangements perfect space for manifestation. Vedic seers developed Kabbalah teachings recognizing divine timing as sacred intelligence beyond human comprehension. Indigenous wisdom keepers maintain ceremonial calendars aligned with natural cycles rather than arbitrary deadlines. These traditions understood that momentous manifestation requires willing participation with cosmic timing rather than anxious acceleration through human force. The relationship between this embracing process and financial manifestation operates through neurobiological mechanisms affecting perception and opportunity recognition. When consciousness remains constricted through anxious timing expectations, your nervous system generates stress hormones, creating perceptual filtering that literally blinds you to opportunities outside expected parameters. Embracing divine timing shifts this neurochemistry toward receptive awareness, expanding perceptual capacity beyond preconceived expectations into previously invisible possibilities continuously available, yet typically overlooked. Most manifestation struggles persist precisely because practitioners maintain rigid expectations about how and when prosperity should arrive. This unconscious control creates energetic resistance toward unexpected pathways, often the very channels through which abundance actually intended delivery. The spiritual practitioner recognizes that divine timing operates with intelligence far exceeding limited human understanding. Embracing this wisdom means genuine surrender to perfect orchestration beyond personal preference or comfort, the courageous acceptance that universal intelligence knows precisely when and how prosperity best serves your highest evolution. Emma, the talented screenwriter introduced earlier, demonstrated this principle's transformative power through her continued evolution following initial divine timing recognition. After her remarkable breakthrough when releasing rigid expectations about screenplay success, Emma experienced extraordinary creative expansion through unexpected production opportunities. Her distinctive voice exploring consciousness transformation found receptive audiences, generating sufficient financial stability to support full-time creative commitment without supplementary employment. This unexpected success created subtle new challenges beyond Emma's previous experience. Multiple production companies expressed interest in her distinctive perspective, creating unprecedented choice requiring discernment previously unnecessary during scarcity conditions. Several prestigious directors proposed collaboration opportunities with conflicting timelines. International film festivals requested her participation through invitations requiring complicated scheduling decisions. Despite genuine gratitude for these extraordinary opportunities, Emma occasionally experienced subtle anxiety regarding optimal choices amid abundant possibilities, a paradoxical challenge stemming from prosperity rather than scarcity. During this unfamiliar abundance navigation, Emma noticed concerning patterns emerging in her decision-making process. Despite intellectual understanding of divine timing, she sometimes reverted to anxious speculation when evaluating multiple opportunities. Questions like which choice maximizes career trajectory or which timing creates optimal exposure occasionally replaced the receptive awareness that initially catalyzed her success. This subtle reversion toward control revealed incomplete embodiment despite intellectual acceptance of divine timing principles. This crucial insight prompted Emma to develop specific practices deepening her relationship with divine timing beyond conceptual understanding into embodied wisdom. Rather than merely acknowledging this principle intellectually, she committed to active communion with this universal intelligence through daily ritual. Each morning before engaging any professional communications, she established sacred connection with divine timing through consistent practice honoring the perfect orchestration continuously unfolding beyond her limited perception. This practice began with simple physical representation. Emma obtained special hourglass containing luminescent golden sand, tangible symbol of divine timing's perfect flow. Rather than anxiously monitoring sand movement through conventional time consciousness, she placed this symbolic object where daily observation remained possible without attachment to specific progress measurement. The hourglass represented continuous reminder that universal intelligence operates through perfect timing beyond human acceleration or artificial deadlines. The practice itself transcended mere symbolic reminder through active embodiment. Each morning before reviewing professional communications, Emma engaged brief yet profound communion with divine timing. Sitting before her golden hourglass with relaxed posture and gentle breathing, she allowed her awareness to merge with the sand's imperceptible movement, the perfect pace requiring neither acceleration nor delay. Without attachment to specific outcomes or timelines, she simply affirmed, "Divine timing orchestrates perfect opportunities through invisible wisdom beyond my limited understanding." This consistent practice gradually transformed Emma's relationship with opportunity navigation. When reviewing multiple invitations with conflicting schedules, she noticed subtle intuitive guidance emerging without analytical calculation. Certain opportunities generated unmistakable internal resonance regardless of apparent prestige or logical advantage. This guidance operated not through conventional evaluation metrics, but quantum alignment with perfect timing already orchestrating optimal pathways. Rather than anxiously analyzing potential outcomes, Emma simply followed this subtle alignment regardless of external appearances. The results manifested with remarkable elegance. Opportunities initially rejected through scheduling conflicts unexpectedly reappeared at perfect moments, allowing participation without compromise. Projects selected through intuitive guidance rather than strategic calculation generated unexpected connections with precisely aligned collaborators enhancing both creative expression and financial reward. Most significantly, Emma experienced genuine liberation from decision-making anxiety as synchronistic patterns confirmed universal intelligence operating with precision beyond what personal strategy could have engineered regardless of effort. Within several months of committed practice, Emma's relationship with divine timing transformed from intellectual concept to embodied wisdom. Professional decisions emerged through aligned receptivity rather than anxious calculation. Scheduling conflicts resolved through unexpected synchronicities beyond logical explanation. Most remarkably, Emma discovered that opportunities declined through intuitive guidance inevitably revealed hidden complications that would have created unnecessary challenges had she pursued them through conventional ambition. This experiential confirmation transformed theoretical trust into unshakable knowing. Divine timing truly operates with perfect wisdom beyond limited human perception. Experience your own embrace of divine timing through this simple yet profound practice requiring nothing beyond sincere participation and basic materials. Obtain small container of sand, salt, or similar flowing substance representing the continuous movement of universal intelligence beyond human control. Place the symbolic material in transparent vessel, allowing visual observation of its natural properties. Position the sacred object where daily observation remains possible without anxious monitoring, perhaps meditation area, desk, or bedside table. Begin your practice by sitting comfortably before the symbolic representation with relaxed posture and gentle breathing. Allow your awareness to settle fully into present moment through 3 deep inhalations and complete exhalations. Bring gentle attention to the flowing substance before you, observing its natural properties without attempting modification or control. Recognize this substance as perfect representation of divine timing, continuously operating through your financial circumstances regardless of conscious awareness or approval. Now bring to mind specific financial concern currently generating timing anxiety, perhaps anticipated income, important opportunity, or necessary resource. Without judgment or analysis, simply acknowledge where your consciousness creates resistance through rigid expectations about when or how this situation should resolve. With each inhalation, imagine merging your awareness with the flowing substance before you, adopting its perfect surrender to natural timing. With each exhalation, release specific expectations about how and when your financial situation must resolve. Complete this practice by placing both hands in receptive position on your lap, palms upward in symbolic openness to universal orchestration. Speaking aloud with genuine conviction, affirm, "I embrace divine timing with complete trust." The perfect financial orchestration unfolds according to wisdom, beyond my limited understanding. My prosperity manifests at precisely the perfect moment requiring neither acceleration nor delay. Allow these words to resonate through your entire being, creating neurological pathways aligned with divine orchestration, continuously arranging your perfect prosperity. Return to this practice whenever timing anxiety arises regarding financial concerns. The universe orchestrates perfect manifestation requiring only your willing participation through receptive trust rather than anxious control. Chapter 14. Raising Vibrational Frequency. Elevating vibrational frequency requires deliberate cultivation beyond occasional high moments into sustained energetic coherence. While previous chapters introduced this fundamental principle, true financial transformation emerges through systematic frequency enhancement until prosperity consciousness becomes your neurological default rather than temporary achievement. Unlike conventional financial strategies, focusing exclusively on external behaviors, this approach recognizes that sustained vibrational elevation literally reconfigures your electromagnetic signature, transforming your quantum relationship with physical resources through resonance, principles transcending mechanical causality. This elevation process operates through scientifically validated electromagnetic principles governing consciousness itself. Research confirms that human thought and emotion generate measurable electromagnetic fields extending beyond physical bodies, the tangible mechanism through which vibrational frequency influences material reality. By deliberately cultivating joy, gratitude, and abundance consciousness regardless of external circumstances, you establish coherent fields significantly amplifying manifestation capacity through resonance enhancement. This energetic coherence creates tangible financial attraction beyond what behavioral strategies alone could accomplish regardless of execution quality. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide develop sophisticated frequency elevation practices through diverse cultural expressions. Egyptian mystery schools taught initiates specific breathing patterns scientifically proven to enhance electromagnetic coherence. Tibetan Buddhists developed Tummo practices generating measurable electromagnetic amplification through visualization and breath control. Indigenous wisdom keepers created ceremonial rhythms, entraining consciousness into coherent patterns, scientifically documented to influence material systems. These diverse approaches share recognition that prosperity consciousness requires systematic frequency cultivation rather than occasional emotional peaks. The relationship between sustained frequency elevation and financial manifestation stems from quantum field dynamics directly influenced by consciousness coherence. Scientific research confirms that electromagnetic fields generated by coherent emotional states create quantum tunneling effects, allowing manifestation processes to bypass conventional barriers through non-local influence. Your consistently elevated frequency establishes direct communication with corresponding prosperity potentials through quantum channels transcending linear causality. This communication creates spontaneous synchronicities conventional analysis cannot explain, yet scientific instruments increasingly detect through sophisticated measurement protocols. Most manifestation efforts produce limited results precisely because practitioners maintain inconsistent frequencies despite sincere intentions. Occasional high-vibration practices surrounded by predominant anxiety states create contradictory signals generating minimal net attraction. The dedicated practitioner recognizes that effective manifestation requires frequency consistency rather than isolated peak experiences. This understanding prompts committed practice, establishing neurological pathways specifically designed for sustained prosperity consciousness regardless of external triggers, typically degrading vibrational coherence. Clara, the talented sales representative introduced earlier, vividly demonstrated this principle through her remarkable evolution following initial vibrational frequency recognition. After discovering how emotional states broadcast magnetic signals attracting corresponding experiences, her transformed consciousness generated unprecedented sales success through authentic enthusiasm rather than desperate persuasion. Several major contracts emerged without conventional effort, creating financial stability previously unattainable despite exhaustive strategic approaches. This unexpected success created subtle new challenges beyond Clara's previous experience. Expanded responsibilities accompanying higher position generated occasional stress despite improved circumstances. Team management introduced interpersonal complexities previously unnecessary during individual contributor role. Increased visibility within corporate structure created subtle performance pressure potentially affecting the natural authenticity responsible for her remarkable transformation. These new dimensions occasionally triggered temporary vibrational drops despite genuine desire to maintain prosperity consciousness. During particularly demanding quarterly planning session requiring extensive projection documentation, Clara noticed concerning regression toward former anxiety patterns despite substantially improved circumstances. The detailed numerical forecasting process activated old insecurity patterns, temporarily overwhelming her newly established frequency baseline. Several colleagues commented on her uncharacteristic tension, revealing external confirmation of internal frequency fluctuation. This regression highlighted crucial insight. Her prosperity consciousness required systematic cultivation rather than depending on favorable circumstances for maintenance. This important realization prompted Clara to develop comprehensive frequency enhancement system rather than relying on spontaneous emotional states that proved vulnerable during challenging situations. Beyond her initial morning gratitude practice, she established multiple daily frequency calibration points strategically positioned throughout typical workdays. These brief yet powerful interventions created reliable stability regardless of external pressures or unexpected challenges that previously degraded her prosperity consciousness through unconscious reactivity. The system began with tangible frequency reminders, small golden star stickers discreetly placed throughout her daily environment. These unobtrusive symbols appeared on her computer monitor, planner, water bottle, car dashboard, and mobile phone case, locations guaranteeing regular encounter throughout normal activities. Unlike conspicuous objects requiring explanation to colleagues, these subtle markers remained virtually invisible to others while providing consistent frequency recalibration opportunities without disrupting professional environments. Each time Clara encountered these golden symbols throughout her day, she engaged momentary yet powerful frequency elevation practice regardless of surrounding circumstances. Without requiring privacy or extensive time commitment, she simply took single conscious breath while silently affirming, "I maintain prosperity frequency regardless of external appearances." This brief intervention interrupted unconscious frequency degradation, typically occurring during stressful situations. The practice required mere seconds yet provided crucial energetic maintenance, preventing the cumulative decline previously undermining her manifestation capacity. These frequent recalibrations maintained consistent frequency baseline, yet Clara recognized that strategic enhancement beyond maintenance would significantly amplify her prosperity attraction. She identified 3 critical daily transitions normally vulnerable to frequency degradation: morning preparation, midday restoration, and evening integration. For each transition point, she developed specialized frequency amplification practice specifically designed to not merely maintain, but actively enhance her vibrational coherence during these pivotal periods. The morning activation occurred immediately upon awakening, before external information could contaminate natural receptivity. Still within the liminal consciousness, between sleep and waking, Clara engaged 30 seconds of specialized breathing combined with precise visualization. Each inhalation drew golden light into her heart center while she affirmed, "I activate prosperity frequency at highest coherence." Each exhalation extended this golden energy throughout her entire body, establishing optimal vibration before engaging daily activities. This practice ensured beginning each day from elevated frequency regardless of previous evening's challenges. Midday restoration addressed typical energy depletion occurring through prolonged work engagement. During lunch break, Clara dedicated 3 minutes to specialized frequency enhancement regardless of location or circumstances. Finding relatively quiet space, perhaps empty conference room, private office, or even personal vehicle, she placed both hands over her heart center while breathing deeply. With each inhalation, she visualized drawing pure joy into her consciousness without requiring external justification. With each exhalation, she experienced this elevated frequency radiating through her electromagnetic field. This brief practice completely reset her vibration, despite morning challenges. Evening integration provided crucial frequency stabilization, preventing unconscious degradation during sleep, the vulnerable period when unprocessed emotions typically undermine conscious frequency intentions. Before retiring, Clara dedicated 5 minutes to comprehensive vibrational integration, ensuring coherent prosperity signals continued broadcasting throughout nocturnal consciousness. Sitting comfortably with spine straight yet relaxed, she systematically reviewed daily experiences with genuine gratitude rather than evaluation. Each circumstance, regardless of apparent positive or negative quality, received genuine appreciation as perfect component within her prosperity unfoldment. Within several weeks of implementing this comprehensive frequency management system, Clara experienced remarkable transformation, transcending her earlier success. The consistent vibration previously vulnerable to circumstantial disruption developed remarkable stability regardless of external challenges. Colleagues commented on her unusual resilience during high-pressure situations that typically generated tension throughout the organization. Clients consistently responded to her authentic frequency regardless of presentation content, creating unmistakable attraction beyond informational exchange. Most significantly, financial opportunities appeared through unexpected channels beyond traditional sales pathways, including speaking invitations, consulting opportunities, and partnership proposals recognizing her distinctive energetic quality. The most profound transformation manifested through Clara's relationship with prosperity consciousness itself. Rather than requiring constant vigilance against frequency degradation, her elevated vibration eventually established itself as neurological default requiring minimal maintenance. The stable baseline created unprecedented manifestation momentum where financial opportunities appeared with remarkable consistency regardless of conscious focus or specific intention. Her prosperity emerged not through perpetual effort, but established energetic broadcast automatically attracting corresponding experiences through quantum resonance principles. Experience your own vibrational frequency elevation through this simple yet powerful practice, requiring nothing beyond sincere engagement and momentary awareness throughout your day. Begin by creating small visual reminder, perhaps drawing simple star or circle on adhesive note, representing your commitment to consistent prosperity frequency. Place several of these unobtrusive reminders throughout your daily environment where regular encounter remains inevitable without requiring explanation to others. Each time you notice these frequency reminders throughout your day, engage momentary yet powerful recalibration regardless of surrounding circumstances. Take single conscious breath while silently affirming, "I am prosperity consciousness in human form." Allow this brief intervention to interrupt any unconscious frequency degradation occurring through environmental influence. Though requiring mere seconds, this consistent practice prevents cumulative decline, typically undermining manifestation capacity through unmonitored frequency fluctuation. Beyond these momentary recalibrations, establish 3 critical enhancement periods within your daily routine: morning activation, midday restoration, and evening integration. For morning activation immediately upon awakening, engage 30 seconds of specialized breathing combined with prosperity visualization before consulting external information sources. For midday restoration, during natural break period, dedicate 3 minutes to pure joy activation regardless of morning circumstances. For evening integration before retiring, commit 5 minutes to genuine gratitude regardless of daily experiences. This comprehensive frequency management system progressively establishes prosperity consciousness as your neurological default rather than temporary achievement requiring perpetual maintenance. Through consistent practice, you'll develop remarkable vibrational stability, attracting financial opportunities with unprecedented consistency regardless of external circumstances or conscious manifestation efforts. Chapter 15. Practicing non-resistance. Practicing non-resistance requires systematic cultivation beyond occasional surrender experiences. While previous chapters introduced this fundamental prosperity principle, true financial transformation emerges through deliberate development of this subtle yet powerful capacity. Just as muscles strengthen through consistent resistance training, your surrender capacity develops through systematic release practices confronting increasingly challenging situations. This progressive development transforms occasional moments of release into sustained surrender consciousness, capable of facilitating extraordinary financial flow regardless of external circumstances. This cultivation process works through neurological reprogramming of your default response patterns. Standard human conditioning establishes automatic resistance reactions toward perceived threats or uncertainty, particularly regarding financial situations. These unconscious resistance mechanisms block prosperity flow despite conscious intentions toward abundance. Through deliberate practice targeting specific resistance patterns, you progressively rewire these neurological defaults toward natural surrender responses that maintain open prosperity channels regardless of triggering circumstances or unexpected challenges. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this principle through various cultivation approaches. Eastern martial arts developed yielding strength practices, transforming habitual defensive tension into fluid responsiveness through systematic training. Indigenous wisdom keepers created ceremonial release rituals, progressively confronting deeper fear patterns through sacred container experiences. Western mystical traditions established surrender retreats, systematically dissolving resistance layers through guided contemplation. These diverse paths share recognition that resistance patterns require deliberate dissolution through consistent practice rather than occasional intention. The relationship between cultivated non-resistance and financial manifestation stems from fundamental energy mechanics. Resistance creates measurable electromagnetic constriction patterns, blocking natural prosperity flow, while surrender generates expanded field coherence, facilitating unimpeded abundance. By systematically practicing non-resistance through progressively challenging financial situations, you develop specialized neural pathways, maintaining open energy channels even amid circumstances previously triggering automatic constriction. This neurological reprogramming enables sustained prosperity flow regardless of external conditions that would formerly have activated blocking mechanisms. Most manifestation practitioners experience frustrating inconsistency precisely because occasional surrender moments remain surrounded by predominant resistance patterns. Temporary release during meditation retreats or inspired moments produces brief prosperity glimpses quickly overshadowed when habitual resistance reactivates through daily triggers. True transformation requires systematic identification and dissolution of these specific resistance patterns through deliberate practice rather than generalized intentions. The dedicated practitioner progressively confronts and transforms precise resistance triggers until surrender becomes their default response rather than exceptional achievement. Sophie, the talented baker introduced earlier, vividly demonstrated this transformative principle through her remarkable evolution following initial non-resistance recognition. After discovering how surrender naturally attracted unexpected support for her struggling bakery through seemingly miraculous equipment funding, her small establishment achieved extraordinary expansion without conventional promotional efforts. Word-of-mouth recommendations spread her reputation beyond neighborhood boundaries, attracting customers from surrounding communities without advertising investments or marketing campaigns. This unexpected prosperity shift created subtle new challenges beyond Sophie's previous experience. Increased demand required additional staff bringing unfamiliar management responsibilities. Expanded production schedules created complex coordination demands previously unnecessary during smaller operations. Most significantly, several wholesale opportunities emerged requiring formal contracts and delivery commitments unlike her previous customer direct approach. These unfamiliar dimensions occasionally triggered subtle regression toward control patterns, unconscious resistance contradicting her natural prosperity flow despite conscious commitment to surrender principles. During particularly demanding holiday season requiring unprecedented production volume, Sophie noticed concerning reemergence of familiar anxiety patterns despite substantially improved circumstances. The additional staff dynamics, expanded scheduling requirements, and multiple delivery deadlines activated old control impulses previously dominant during struggling periods. She found herself creating elaborate planning spreadsheets, checking staff performance with unnecessary frequency, and experiencing subtle sleep disruption through planning rumination. Behaviors reflecting unconscious resistance rather than sustained surrender despite her genuine non-resistance understanding. This crucial awareness prompted Sophie to develop systematic practice specifically targeting her identified resistance patterns rather than merely recommitting to general surrender principles. She recognized that specific situations consistently triggered her control reflexes, particularly production scheduling, staff management, and ingredient inventory. Rather than addressing these areas through intensified control efforts, she designed precise practices deliberately confronting each resistance trigger through progressive surrender opportunities within controlled parameters before encountering them in high-pressure circumstances. For production scheduling, her most significant control trigger, Sophie created graduated confrontation practice beginning with modest challenge levels. Rather than maintaining her typical detailed planning approach, she experimentally released precise production timing for single specialty item during relatively quiet weekday. Without announcing this experiment to staff, she simply provided general guidance about approximate quantities while deliberately withholding specific timing instructions previously considered essential. This controlled experiment created perfect laboratory for observing her internal resistance patterns within manageable parameters without risking operational disruption. The initial practice generated immediate insight regarding her resistance mechanisms. Sophie observed distinctive tension patterns emerging throughout the experimental day, subtle yet unmistakable anxiety signals reflecting unconscious belief that precise control prevented potential disasters. Despite operational success without her micromanagement, persistent physical tension revealed deeply embedded programming associating surrender with irresponsibility rather than conscious trust. This awareness illuminated the neurological rewiring necessary beyond intellectual understanding of non-resistance principles. With this crucial insight, Sophie progressively expanded her practice parameters through deliberately sequenced challenges targeting specific resistance triggers. For staff management resistance, she experimentally delegated complete responsibility for client consultations, previously requiring her personal supervision. For inventory management resistance, she released precise ingredient calculations, previously occupying substantial mental energy, despite consistently successful intuitive ordering during earlier surrender periods. Each deliberate practice created specialized neurological repatterning addressing specific resistance mechanisms, previously blocking her natural prosperity flow. Through consistent practice rather than occasional intention, Sophie experienced remarkable transformation beyond her initial non-resistance breakthrough. The subtle anxiety previously accompanying expanded responsibilities gradually dissolved through systematic reprogramming rather than willpower efforts. Staff members commented on her noticeably different management approach, present without hovering, supportive without controlling. Most significantly, Sophie discovered that operations actually improved through this transformed approach as team members naturally expressed greater creativity and responsibility when trusted rather than supervised. The financial results manifested with elegant precision reflecting her neurological repatterning. Without promotional campaigns or strategic initiatives, bakery revenue increased by 27% within 3 months of implementing her systematic non-resistance practice. Several unexpected wholesale opportunities emerged through synchronistic connections beyond conventional business development efforts. Most remarkably, a prominent local restaurant chain approached Sophie regarding exclusive partnership after their executive chef encountered her products during unrelated social event. Precisely the opportunity that might have been blocked through her previous control patterns prioritizing familiar operations over unfamiliar expansion. Experience your own systematic non-resistance practice through this progressive approach targeting specific financial resistance patterns. Begin by identifying 3 distinct situations consistently triggering control reflexes regarding prosperity flow, perhaps bill payment timing, income uncertainty, or investment decisions. For each identified trigger, design controlled experiment deliberately confronting this specific resistance pattern through graduated challenge level appropriate to your current capacity. For example, if bill payment timing typically generates control anxiety, experiment with releasing precise payment scheduling for single modest bill while maintaining ample financial capacity. Notice physical sensation patterns emerging during this controlled experiment without judgment or analysis. These sensations reveal your specific neurological resistance patterns requiring reprogramming beyond intellectual understanding. Document these observations in dedicated journal recording both physical sensations and mental narratives accompanying your resistance patterns. Progressively expand these controlled experiments, addressing each identified resistance trigger through systematically increased challenge levels. Complete each practice by placing both hands on your heart center while affirming, I systematically release resistance patterns, blocking my natural prosperity flow. Through consistent practice specifically targeting your unique resistance mechanisms, you'll develop extraordinary surrender capacity facilitating unprecedented financial flow through permanently opened abundance channels previously blocked by unconscious control reflexes. Chapter 16. Strengthening Aligned Belief. Strengthening aligned belief requires systematic reinforcement beyond occasional affirmations into neural architecture transformation. While previous chapters introduced this essential prosperity principle, true financial transformation emerges through deliberate belief reconstruction, creating permanent energetic broadcasting rather than temporary mental concepts. Unlike conventional approaches emphasizing repetitive affirmations, despite contradictory internal programming, effective belief strengthening requires multidimensional reinforcement addressing cognitive, emotional, and physical dimensions simultaneously through specialized practices targeting your unique belief architecture. The strengthening process operates through neuroplasticity principles scientifically confirmed through advanced brain imaging technologies. Research demonstrates that belief systems exist as physical neural networks established through accumulated experience rather than merely conceptual understandings. These physical structures continuously broadcast specific electromagnetic frequencies into the quantum field regardless of conscious intentions or temporary affirmations. True belief transformation requires systematic reconstruction of these physical networks through targeted practices, creating tangible rewiring rather than superficial thought adjustments, easily overwhelmed by established neural dominance. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this multidimensional requirement through sophisticated belief-strengthening approaches. Egyptian initiatory schools combine verbal declarations, symbolic visualization, physical movement patterns, and emotional cultivation techniques, simultaneously targeting multiple consciousness dimensions. Eastern traditions developed specialized mudras hand positions, activating specific energetic circuits, coordinating physical alignment with mental declarations. Indigenous practices utilized rhythmic drumming and training brainwave patterns into receptive states, while introducing new belief programming through multisensory engagement. These diverse approaches share recognition that genuine belief transformation requires coordinated engagement with multiple consciousness dimensions simultaneously. The relationship between strengthened belief architecture and financial manifestation stems from quantum broadcasting principles governing consciousness-reality interaction. Scientific research confirms that established neural networks generate consistent electromagnetic signatures regardless of temporary mental focus. The physical mechanism through which belief systems attract corresponding experiences despite contradictory conscious desires. By systematically strengthening aligned prosperity beliefs through multidimensional approaches, you literally reconstruct the physical broadcasting equipment continuously communicating with the quantum field. This reconstruction creates consistent prosperity attraction beyond what occasional affirmations could achieve regardless of sincerity or repetition. Most manifestation efforts produce limited results precisely because conventional approaches neglect these multidimensional requirements. Affirmations alone represent merely cognitive intervention, attempting to override established neural architecture through willpower, essentially placing small speakers attempting to drown massive broadcasting equipment. The dedicated practitioner recognizes that effective belief transformation requires coordinated reconstruction, addressing the entire belief generation system through specialized practices engaging body, emotion, imagery, and thought simultaneously rather than sequentially or selectively. Benjamin, the gifted potter introduced earlier, perfectly demonstrated this principle through his remarkable evolution following initial belief alignment recognition. After discovering how unconscious beliefs directly influenced his artwork pricing and market reception, despite technical mastery, his transformed consciousness generated unprecedented commercial success through internal alignment rather than external strategies. His pottery pieces, previously selling for modest amounts, despite extraordinary quality, began commanding appropriate prices reflecting their true artistic value once his internal beliefs aligned with deserved prosperity. This unexpected success created subtle new challenges beyond Benjamin's previous experience. Gallery relationships, previously characterized by polite dismissal, transformed into enthusiastic pursuit requiring unfamiliar negotiation skills. Collectors previously haggling over modest prices now eagerly paid premium amounts while requesting commissioned works with specific requirements. Teaching opportunities emerged requiring public speaking and demonstration skills previously unnecessary during isolated studio work. These expansions occasionally triggered subtle doubt patterns, contradicting his newly established beliefs despite genuine transformation, momentary uncertainty potentially undermining his remarkable manifestation momentum. During particularly significant exhibition opening at prestigious gallery featuring his work alongside internationally renowned ceramic artists, Benjamin experienced brief, yet concerning regression toward former unworthiness patterns, despite substantial external validation. Subtle physical tension accompanied internal whispers questioning his legitimate inclusion among established masters, momentary regression toward former limitation consciousness despite overwhelming evidence contradicting these outdated beliefs. This temporary fluctuation revealed crucial insight. His transformed beliefs required systematic strengthening beyond initial alignment to maintain stability during unfamiliar expansion experiences. This important awareness prompted Benjamin to develop comprehensive belief-strengthening system rather than relying on general affirmations or external validation for belief maintenance. He recognized that specific situations consistently triggered subtle doubt patterns, particularly public recognition, premium pricing discussions, and comparison with established masters. Rather than addressing these triggers through temporary cognitive interventions, easily overwhelmed during challenging moments, he designed specialized multidimensional practices, deliberately strengthening his aligned beliefs through coordinated engagement with multiple consciousness aspects simultaneously. The system began with physical foundation, recognizing that belief systems manifest through specific body patterns. Benjamin identified particular posture configurations consistently accompanying both his limitation and prosperity consciousness states. During confidence fluctuation, his shoulders subtly rounded while breathing became shallow and restricted. During aligned belief periods, his spine naturally straightened while breathing deepened without conscious effort. Rather than attempting belief modification exclusively through mental focus, he established deliberate physical practice, reconfiguring his neurological architecture through postural intervention. Each morning before beginning studio work, Benjamin engaged 5-minute physical alignment practice, establishing prosperity consciousness through deliberate posture adjustment. Standing with spine perfectly aligned, shoulders relaxed yet open, and feet firmly grounded, he systematically activated prosperity posture regardless of momentary emotional state or thought patterns. This physical configuration literally recalibrated his nervous system toward prosperity broadcasting through tangible structural alignment beyond conceptual understanding. The practice established neurological foundation for aligned belief broadcasting regardless of temporary mental fluctuations potentially occurring throughout his day. Building upon this physical foundation, Benjamin integrated specialized breathing patterns scientifically proven to activate parasympathetic nervous system functions associated with abundance consciousness. Through 5 slow inhalations lasting 5 seconds each, followed by extended exhalations lasting 7 seconds, he established specific autonomic nervous system balance, creating optimal conditions for prosperity belief broadcasting. This respiratory pattern literally altered his biochemistry through modified oxygen-carbon dioxide ratios scientifically linked to stress reduction and cognitive receptivity. The combined physical respiratory approach created multidimensional foundation, transcending conventional affirmation limitations. Upon this established physical respiratory foundation, Benjamin introduced precisely calibrated emotional component through specialized gratitude practice, differentiating between general appreciation and targeted prosperity gratitude. Rather than merely listing general blessings, he identified 5 specific prosperity manifestations, concretely demonstrating his worthiness for abundance. Gallery relationships previously unavailable despite dedicated pursuit, clients spontaneously offering premium prices without negotiation, teaching invitations from prestigious institutions, critical recognition from respected authorities, and consistent monthly income previously considered impossible for ceramic artists in his region. This emotional cultivation focused not merely on external circumstances, but precise evidence contradicting his formerly limiting beliefs. Each identified manifestation directly refuted specific unworthiness programming previously controlling his prosperity broadcasting. The practice systematically constructed emotional foundation for sustained belief transformation through tangible evidence activation rather than abstract concept affirmation. This evidence-based approach created resilient emotional architecture supporting aligned beliefs regardless of temporary challenges or momentary uncertainty. With physical, respiratory, and emotional foundations established, Benjamin introduced cognitive component through precisely calibrated declarations constructed as established facts rather than aspirational statements. Instead of future-oriented affirmations like "I will become prosperous," he consistently affirmed present reality statements reflecting already established truth. "I am a prosperous master ceramicist commanding appropriate compensation through authentic expression." These declarations aligned with his multidimensional foundations, creating coordinated broadcasting system simultaneously engaging body, breath, emotion, and thought in coherent prosperity transmission. The comprehensive system concluded with specialized integration components solidifying these aligned elements into cohesive prosperity architecture. Benjamin obtained simple ceramic bowl created through his own hands, tangible representation of both his artistic mastery and prosperity journey. This personal creation served as physical integration point for his multidimensional practice. Upon completing his morning alignment sequence, he momentarily held this symbolic vessel while silently acknowledging the complete prosperity broadcasting system now established through his systematic practice. This integration component created powerful cohesion between diverse practice elements, establishing unified prosperity transmission beyond fragmented components. Within several weeks of implementing this comprehensive system, Benjamin experienced remarkable transformation, transcending his initial belief alignment breakthrough. The momentary doubt patterns previously emerging during significant recognition opportunities completely dissolved through systematic neural reconstruction rather than temporary cognitive management. Gallery owners commented on his noticeably different negotiation presence, confidently stating appropriate pricing without hesitation or justification. Collectors responded with immediate acceptance rather than habitual questioning when presented with substantial valuations reflecting his true artistic worth. Most significantly, Benjamin experienced unprecedented internal stability regardless of external circumstances or recognition opportunities that previously triggered temporary unworthiness regression. Experience your own multidimensional belief strengthening through this specialized practice addressing your unique prosperity broadcasting system. Begin with physical foundation by identifying your specific prosperity posture representing optimal alignment for abundance consciousness broadcasting. Stand before mirror with spine straight, shoulders relaxed yet open, chest naturally expanded, and breathing deep yet effortless. Maintain this physical configuration for 2 minutes while simply observing its effect on your internal state without forced affirmation or conceptual analysis. Upon this physical foundation, establish respiratory calibration through specialized breathing pattern activating optimal neurochemistry for prosperity consciousness. Inhale slowly through nose for count of 5, imagining golden light entering your system with each breath. Hold briefly at inhalation peak before exhaling slowly through slightly parted lips for count of 7, releasing any limitation consciousness with each outflow. Complete 7 full cycles of this specialized breathing while maintaining your identified prosperity posture. With physical respiratory foundation established, activate emotional component through evidence-based gratitude practice. Identify 3 specific prosperity manifestations already present in your experience. Perhaps unexpected financial gift, synchronistic opportunity, recognition beyond expectation, or resource appearing precisely when needed. Focus attention on feeling genuine appreciation for these specific manifestations as tangible evidence contradicting any unworthiness programming within your belief architecture. Upon this multidimensional foundation, introduce precisely calibrated cognitive component through present reality declaration spoken aloud with full physical emotional alignment. I am naturally worthy of extraordinary abundance flowing easily through my authentic expression. Speak these words while maintaining prosperity posture, specialized breathing pattern, and evidence-based emotional activation, creating coordinated multidimensional transmission rather than merely verbal affirmation. Complete this practice by touching specific body location, perhaps heart center or forehead, establishing physical anchor for this integrated state. Through regular implementation of this comprehensive system, you'll progressively strengthen your prosperity beliefs beyond temporary affirmation into permanent broadcasting architecture, continuously attracting aligned financial experiences regardless of momentary thoughts or situational challenges. Chapter 17. Nurturing the Inner Flame. Nurturing the inner flame transforms occasional inspiration into sustained manifestation power through deliberate daily practice. While initial recognition of this sacred fire within provides breakthrough moments, True financial transformation emerges through systematic cultivation until this divine spark becomes perpetually radiant rather than sporadically visible. Unlike conventional financial strategies emphasizing external consistency through mechanical discipline, the spiritual approach focuses on cultivating authentic enthusiasm as sustainable energy source, naturally magnetizing prosperity without depleting your essential life force through forced effort. This nurturing process operates through energetic reinforcement principles scientifically validated in quantum research. Studies confirm that repeated energetic patterns create quantum entrainment effects, systematic reinforcement progressively strengthening specific frequencies until they achieve self-sustaining coherence. By deliberately engaging activities naturally igniting your authentic enthusiasm regardless of external reward, you systematically strengthen the particular electromagnetic signature most magnetically attractive to corresponding prosperity opportunities. This signature creates unmistakable resonance that potential clients, collaborators, and resources naturally recognize and respond to beyond conscious perception. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide acknowledge this cultivation principle through various expressions. Egyptian initiatory schools developed cultivation practices systematically strengthening the prosperity essence through daily ritual. Eastern traditions emphasize qi cultivation methods systematically circulating life energy through specific pathways associated with abundance manifestation. Indigenous wisdom keepers maintain ceremonial fire-tending practices, not merely symbolic ritual, but precise energetic cultivation systematically strengthening prosperity frequencies. These diverse approaches share recognition that manifestation capacity requires systematic nurturing rather than sporadic attention. The relationship between sustained inner flame cultivation and financial manifestation stems from neurobiological mechanics governing authentic expression. When consistently engaged in activities naturally igniting your enthusiasm, neurochemical processes produce distinctive coherence patterns scientifically proven to enhance communication, creativity, problem-solving, and interpersonal magnetism, the precise qualities creating financial opportunities regardless of specific field or market conditions. These enhanced capacities emerge not through forced discipline, but natural byproduct of authentic engagement with precisely those activities most aligned with your unique prosperity contribution. Most manifestation practitioners experience frustrating inconsistency precisely because they neglect systematic flame nurturing despite understanding its importance. Occasional inspired moments remain isolated within predominant disconnection as daily responsibilities gradually extinguish authentic enthusiasm through habitual routine. The dedicated practitioner recognizes that prosperity consciousness requires deliberate protection and cultivation, particularly during challenging periods when external demands potentially disconnect you from this essential internal resource. Through systematic practice, temporary inspiration transforms into sustainable manifestation capacity regardless of external circumstances. Noah, the talented playwright introduced earlier, vividly demonstrated this transformative principle through his remarkable evolution following initial inner flame recognition. After discovering how authentic creative expression naturally magnetized unprecedented opportunities beyond what strategic calculation could engineer, his distinctive theatrical voice found receptive audiences generating sufficient financial stability to pursue his creative vision without compromise. His plays exploring consciousness transformation attracted unusual synchronistic support precisely when aligned with his genuine enthusiasm rather than commercial formulas. This unexpected success created subtle new challenges beyond Noah's previous experience. Increased recognition brought production requests from multiple theaters, creating unfamiliar scheduling demands. Critics' attention generated subtle performance anxiety, occasionally interfering with natural creative flow. Financial improvement paradoxically created subtle pressure to maintain momentum through consistent output, potentially contradicting the spontaneous inspiration responsible for his breakthrough success. Despite these favorable circumstances, Noah occasionally experienced concerning creative blockages precisely when external expectations intensified, revealing subtle flame diminishment despite overall improved conditions. During particularly demanding period preparing multiple productions simultaneously, Noah noticed concerning disconnection from the authentic inspiration previously flowing effortlessly through his consciousness. Despite comfortable writing environment, financial stability, and external validation previously unavailable, his creative process occasionally felt mechanical rather than inspired. Several scenes emerged through technical proficiency rather than genuine enthusiasm, creating subtle yet unmistakable quality difference despite meeting professional standards. This recognition prompted crucial insight. His inner flame required systematic nurturing beyond favorable circumstances to maintain optimal manifestation capacity regardless of external demands. This important awareness prompted Noah to develop comprehensive flame cultivation system addressing both preventative and restorative dimensions. Rather than merely protecting occasional inspired moments, he established systematic practices deliberately strengthening his connection with authentic enthusiasm regardless of external circumstances or professional pressures. This approach recognized that prosperity consciousness requires consistent cultivation rather than passive expectation or occasional attention, despite understanding its fundamental importance for continued manifestation success. The system began with preventative dimension, establishing sacred boundary protecting his flame from unnecessary depletion. Noah identified specific activities consistently draining his creative essence despite their apparent professional necessity, particularly extended administrative communications, technical production meetings, and social media engagement. Rather than entirely eliminating these necessary components, he established precise energy management protocols regulating their timing, duration, and frequency to minimize their depleting impact. Administrative tasks restricted to afternoon hours when creative energy naturally diminished rather than precious morning receptivity. Production meetings limited to 90 minutes regardless of agenda completeness. Social media engagement confined to specific time frames rather than scattered throughout his day. Beyond protective boundaries, Noah established restorative practices systematically replenishing his flame when external demands necessarily required energy expenditure. Upon completing potentially depleting activities, he immediately engaged brief yet powerful practices specifically designed to reconnect with his authentic enthusiasm beyond mechanical discipline or willpower. These precise interventions required minimal time commitment while providing crucial energetic maintenance, preventing the cumulative depletion previously undermining his manifestation capacity through unconscious disconnection. The morning restoration ritual established his daily foundation, regardless of external demands or professional pressures. Before engaging any communications or beginning writing sessions, Noah dedicated 15 minutes to specialized practice deliberately activating optimal creative flow. This practice began with brief physical movement, stretching, gentle yoga, or spontaneous dance, releasing accumulated tension potentially blocking authentic expression. Following physical liberation, he engaged 5 minutes of specialized breathing scientifically proven to activate parasympathetic nervous system functions associated with creative receptivity. This preparation created optimal neurological conditions for authentic expression beyond mechanical discipline. This foundation supported the central flame cultivation practice, direct communion with the precise activities naturally igniting Noah's authentic enthusiasm regardless of external reward. Each morning following his preparation sequence, he engaged 20 minutes of completely unrestricted creative expression without commercial consideration, audience expectations, or professional standards. This practice addressed not finished productions, but pure creative communion without evaluation or productivity requirements. The resulting material might never appear in finished plays, yet consistently strengthened his essential connection with autonomous creative inspiration beyond professional identity or external validation. Beyond scheduled practices, Noah integrated flame maintenance throughout his professional activities through specialized techniques, preserving authenticity amid necessary technical dimensions. During revision processes potentially disconnecting from original inspiration, he periodically paused analytical editing to reconnect with the essential emotional truth originally inspiring particular scenes. When addressing production logistics, potentially fragmenting creative focus, he briefly closed his eyes, reconnecting with genuine enthusiasm rather than mechanical execution. During challenging interactions, potentially activating defensive responses, he momentarily touched specific pocket stone, representing his commitment to authentic expression beyond reactive patterns. The transformation manifested through remarkable resilience regardless of external circumstances or professional demands. Noah maintained distinctive creative voice despite production schedules previously generating compromise through unconscious pressure. Technical requirements enhanced rather than diminished his authentic expression through conscious integration rather than fragmented compartmentalization. Most significantly, his creative consistency transcended unpredictable inspiration patterns previously characterizing his work, not through mechanical discipline, but sustainable connection with his authentic enthusiasm regardless of external conditions or momentary emotional fluctuations. Financial manifestation naturally followed this stabilized flame cultivation through multiple unexpected channels. Theater companies previously hesitant during his unreliable inspiration periods now offered advance contracts based on his demonstrated consistency without creative compromise. A prestigious university invited regular teaching engagement, recognizing his unusual integration of authentic expression with technical proficiency. Several international theater festivals requested his participation through unprecedented invitations, including substantial honorariums beyond typical compensation standards. These diverse opportunities emerged not through strategic career planning, but natural attraction toward his sustained authentic expression, magnetically drawing corresponding prosperity without deliberate pursuit. Experience your own inner flame cultivation through this powerful practice, requiring nothing beyond sincere engagement with your authentic enthusiasm. Begin identifying specific activities naturally energizing rather than depleting your essential life force regardless of external reward or recognition. These activities typically generate distinctive signs, including time distortion, hours passing like minutes, natural focus without forced concentration, spontaneous joy without external validation, and energetic replenishment rather than depletion despite extended engagement. Establish sacred daily appointments specifically dedicated to direct communion with these identified activities without productivity requirements or external justification. This appointment requires minimal duration, perhaps 15 minutes initially, yet absolute commitment regardless of external demands or apparent urgency. During this protected time, engage your selected activity with complete presence, not mechanically executing techniques, but directly communing with the specific qualities naturally igniting your enthusiasm beyond rational explanation or productive justification. Support this core practice through specialized boundary management, systematically protecting your flame from unnecessary depletion. Identify specific activities consistently diminishing your authentic enthusiasm despite their apparent necessity or professional requirement. Without entirely eliminating these necessary components, establish precise protocols regarding their timing, duration, and frequency to minimize their depleting impact while maintaining necessary functionality. Technological communications confined to specific timeframes rather than continuous availability. Administrative tasks scheduled during natural energy lulls rather than peak receptivity periods. Depleting social interactions balanced through immediate restorative practices, preventing cumulative diminishment. Through consistent practice, you'll progressively strengthen your prosperity magnetism beyond forced strategies into sustainable attraction through authentic expression. Your inner flame represents your unique contribution, naturally drawing corresponding opportunities when systematically cultivated beyond occasional inspiration into sustained radiance. Chapter 18. Expanding the Boundless Sky. Expanding the infinite sky transforms intellectual understanding into embodied consciousness through progressive horizon extension. While initial recognition of boundless abundance beyond perceived limitations provides important conceptual breakthrough, true financial transformation emerges through systematic expansion practices, gradually dissolving artificial boundaries until unlimited prosperity consciousness becomes your experiential reality rather than aspirational concept. This expansion transcends mere visualization, technique, or affirmation practice into fundamental perceptual recalibration, permanently altering your relationship with prosperity possibilities continuously available, yet typically filtered through unconscious limitation patterns. This expansion process operates through neurological reprogramming principles scientifically validated through advanced brain research. Studies confirm that perception literally creates reality through selective filtering mechanisms determining which information enters conscious awareness from infinite available input. Your financial perception operates through precisely calibrated neural networks, establishing specific recognition parameters for possible versus impossible prosperity opportunities. By systematically expanding these parameters through specialized practices, you literally reconfigure your neurological capacity to perceive abundance options continuously surrounding you, yet previously filtered as impossible or unrealistic through unconscious programming. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this expansion principle through sophisticated consciousness practices. Eastern meditation traditions developed sky-gazing techniques, systematically dissolving perceptual boundaries through sustained contemplation of limitless space. Indigenous vision quest ceremonies created carefully structured experiences, progressively expanding awareness beyond cultural conditioning into direct communion with unlimited potential. Western mystical traditions established boundary dissolution practices, systematically transcending finite perspective through specific contemplative sequences. These diverse approaches share recognition that prosperity consciousness requires deliberate expansion beyond habitual perception through specialized practices rather than intellectual affirmation alone. The relationship between expanded awareness and financial manifestation stems from fundamental quantum mechanics governing consciousness-reality interaction. Scientific research confirms that perception literally collapses quantum possibility waves into specific experiences through observer effect, the precise mechanism through which limitation consciousness creates corresponding financial restriction, regardless of external circumstances. By systematically expanding your prosperity perception beyond conditioned boundaries, you literally alter which quantum possibilities materialize within your experience through modified observation parameters. This perceptual expansion manifests tangible financial opportunities previously unavailable not through changed external conditions, but transformed internal reception capacity. Most manifestation practitioners experience frustrating limitation despite sincere belief in abundance principles precisely because conceptual understanding remains surrounded by unconscious perceptual boundaries automatically filtering prosperity opportunities contradicting established parameters. While intellectually affirming unlimited abundance, their perceptual mechanisms continue operating through precisely calibrated filtration systems established through lifetime conditioning. True transformation requires systematic recalibration of these filtering systems through specialized expansion practices rather than merely affirming concepts contradicted by underlying perceptual programming. Ava, the talented garden designer introduced earlier, perfectly demonstrated this transformative principle through her remarkable evolution following initial infinite sky recognition. After discovering how artificial boundaries had unnecessarily restricted her professional opportunities to modest local projects despite extraordinary design talent, her expanded consciousness attracted unprecedented international recognition through visionary projects transcending previous geographic and economic limitations. Her innovative ecological designs integrating human habitation with natural restoration found receptive audiences far beyond her previous client demographic through perceptual expansion rather than increased technical capacity. This unexpected success created subtle new challenges beyond Ava's previous experience. International opportunities required unfamiliar communication skills navigating diverse cultural contexts previously unnecessary within local operations. Expanded project scale introduced complex coordination demands transcending previous management requirements. Most significantly, prominent recognition generated occasional imposter syndrome manifestations as unconscious boundary patterns temporarily reasserted themselves despite substantial external validation, contradicting these outdated limitations. These moments revealed crucial insight. Her expanded consciousness required systematic reinforcement to maintain stability against deeply embedded limitation patterns, potentially resurfacing during unfamiliar expansion experiences. During particularly significant international conference presentation, showcasing her innovative designs before prominent sustainable development leaders worldwide, Ava experienced momentary, yet concerning regression toward former limitation consciousness despite extraordinary opportunity contradicting these outdated patterns. Subtle anxiety symptoms manifested through accelerated heartbeat, constricted breathing, and internal whispers questioning her legitimate presence among established global experts, despite formal invitation based on recognized contribution. This temporary boundary reassertion revealed important awareness. Her expanded consciousness required deliberate reinforcement through systematic practice rather than relying exclusively on external validation or intellectual understanding to maintain stability during unprecedented expansion opportunities. This crucial insight prompted Ava to develop comprehensive sky expansion system addressing both conceptual and embodied dimensions simultaneously. Rather than focusing exclusively on intellectual affirmations, easily overwhelmed during challenging expansion experiences, she recognized that specific situations consistently triggered subtle boundary reassertion, particularly international presentations, large-scale project discussions, and prestigious recognition opportunities contradicting her previous self-concept. Rather than addressing these triggers through temporary cognitive interventions, she designed multidimensional practices systematically dissolving these specific boundary patterns through coordinated engagement with multiple consciousness aspects simultaneously. The system began with physical foundation, recognizing that limitation consciousness manifests through specific body patterns, automatically activating during boundary triggers. Ava identified particular physical configurations consistently accompanying both her limitation and expansion consciousness states. During boundary activation, her breathing became shallow and restricted, shoulders subtly contracted, and vision literally narrowed through perceptual constriction. During expansion consciousness, her breathing naturally deepened, posture effortlessly aligned, and visual field expanded through relaxed perception. Rather than attempting boundary dissolution exclusively through mental focus, she established deliberate physical practice, reconfiguring her neurological architecture through embodied expansion beyond conceptual understanding. Each morning before beginning design work, Ava engaged 5-minute physical expansion practice, establishing prosperity consciousness through deliberate embodiment adjustment. Standing with arms extended outward and upward in symbolic expansion, she systematically activated specific physical configurations, directly contradicting limitation patterns regardless of momentary emotional state or thought patterns. This practice continued through progressive vision expansion, beginning with focused attention gradually extending toward peripheral awareness until her entire visual field received equal attention without narrow concentration. These physical perceptual adjustments literally recalibrated her nervous system toward expansion consciousness through tangible embodiment beyond abstract affirmation. Building upon this physical foundation, Ava integrated specialized perceptual expansion practice scientifically proven to enhance cognitive flexibility and opportunity recognition. Using detailed world map prominently displayed in her design studio, she established daily prosperity geography exercise, systematically extending her conscious awareness beyond familiar territories. Each morning she selected 3 previously unfamiliar locations distributed across different continents, researching their specific environmental conditions, architectural traditions, and ecological challenges for precisely 3 minutes each. This brief yet focused exploration literally expanded her professional awareness beyond habitual geographic constraints into global consciousness regardless of current project locations. This geographic expansion provided foundation for specialized opportunity expansion practice directly addressing financial limitation patterns. Ava systematically imagined specific prosperity scenarios previously categorized as unrealistic or impossible within her limitation consciousness. Rather than generic visualization, She created precisely detailed scenarios including international design commission from specific organization, substantial speaking engagement at identified conference, or collaborative project with named prominent architect previously considered beyond her professional network. These scenarios incorporated detailed sensory components, the exact location, specific weather conditions, precise conversation content, and particular emotional qualities, creating multidimensional expansion beyond abstract affirmation. The system incorporated specialized boundary dissolution practice addressing the specific imposter syndrome patterns, occasionally emerging during significant expansion opportunities. Ava created detailed documentation of her professional accomplishments, innovative contributions, and external validations contradicting limitation narratives. Rather than generic self-encouragement, this evidence-based approach provided concrete refutation, addressing specific unworthiness beliefs automatically activating during unprecedented opportunities. The documentation remained readily available for immediate reference whenever boundary patterns temporarily reasserted themselves during expansion experiences exceeding previous parameters. Most significantly, Ava integrated daily infinity contemplation practice, establishing direct experiential communion with unlimited abundance beyond intellectual concept. Each evening before concluding design work, she dedicated 5 minutes to specialized sky contemplation, either directly observing visible sky through studio windows or engaging specific visualization during inclement weather. This practice transcended generic imagery into precise expansion sequence, beginning with immediate visual field gradually extending toward horizon, then progressively beyond visible limits into infinite space, beyond conceptual boundaries. This contemplation created direct neurological experience of unlimited expansion rather than merely affirming abstract concept. Within several weeks of implementing this comprehensive system, Ava experienced remarkable transformation, transcending her initial breakthrough recognition. The momentary boundary reassertions, previously emerging during significant expansion opportunities, completely dissolved through systematic neural reconfiguration rather than temporary cognitive management. Colleagues commented on her noticeably different presentation presence, confidently articulating visionary concepts without hesitation or justification despite their unprecedented scale. Prominent architects and developers responded with immediate collaborative interest rather than habitual scrutiny when encountering her innovative approaches transcending conventional parameters. Most significantly, Ava experienced unprecedented internal stability regardless of opportunity magnitude or recognition level that previously triggered temporary imposter regression. Financial manifestation naturally followed the stabilized expansion consciousness through multiple unexpected channels. An international sustainable development foundation established dedicated funding specifically supporting her innovative integration methodologies beyond initial project parameters. Several prestigious universities requested curriculum development incorporating her unique ecological design principles into architectural education programs. A prominent international publisher proposed comprehensive book project showcasing her vision through elaborate full-color presentation, exceeding typical compensation standards. These diverse opportunities emerged not through strategic career planning, but natural attraction toward her sustained expansion consciousness, magnetically drawing corresponding prosperity without deliberate pursuit. Experience your own infinite sky expansion through this powerful practice requiring nothing beyond sincere participation and basic materials. Obtain large blank paper representing the unlimited prosperity field continuously available, yet typically unrecognized within limitation consciousness. Place the symbolic space where daily engagement remains possible without distraction, perhaps meditation area, workspace, or bedside table providing regular access without requiring special arrangements interrupting normal activities. Begin your expansion practice by bringing awareness to existing financial boundaries operating within your consciousness. Without judgment or analysis, simply notice specific limitation patterns automatically filtering prosperity opportunities. Perhaps geographic restrictions, success requires relocation, credential boundaries, I need specific degree, certification, network limitations, I lack necessary connections, or timeline constraints, it would take years, decades. Record these identified boundaries along bottom edge of your paper, acknowledging their presence without reinforcement or resistance. Now engage systematic expansion practice, literally extending your prosperity consciousness beyond these identified limitations. Using blue pencil, crayon, or marker symbolizing unlimited sky consciousness, begin at paper bottom among written boundaries and draw upward, extending lines gradually spreading outward as they progress toward paper top. These expanding lines represent your consciousness literally growing beyond artificial constraints into unlimited prosperity field. As you draw each line, focus complete attention on physical sensation of expansion, the tangible experience of moving beyond limitation into infinite possibility, beyond conceptual understanding. Complete this practice by writing single expansion statement at paper top representing specific prosperity possibility previously categorized as unrealistic or impossible within your limitation consciousness. The statement should create mild discomfort through its apparent contradiction of established boundaries, while remaining sufficiently plausible to avoid complete rejection. Perhaps, I receive $10,000 monthly through joyful expression of my authentic gifts, or my unique perspective attracts international recognition within my field, or abundant opportunities find me effortlessly through perfect divine orchestration. Allow the statement to remain visible throughout your day, creating continuous expansion reminder beyond momentary practice. Return to this expansion practice whenever limitation patterns restrict your financial consciousness into familiar boundaries. The infinite sky remains continuously available, requiring only your willing participation through expanded awareness beyond self-imposed limitations artificially constraining your natural abundance. Chapter 19. Using the Golden Key. Utilizing the Golden Key requires moving beyond intellectual understanding into active engagement with this extraordinary manifestation principle. While previous recognition provided important foundation, true financial transformation emerges through deliberate application, transforming this symbolic essence into tangible prosperity catalyst. Unlike conventional approaches suggesting prosperity requires complex strategies or exhausting effort, this spiritual principle reveals that abundance flows most naturally when you consciously activate the precise energetic frequency embodied by this golden symbol through deliberate daily practice. This activation process operates through quantum field mechanics, scientifically verified through advanced research. Studies confirm that focused consciousness creates specific electromagnetic signatures capable of influencing physical systems through resonance principles. Your golden key represents not merely symbolic concept, but precise energetic frequency establishing direct communication with prosperity dimensions existing beyond conventional perception. By consistently engaging this frequency through physical representation, you literally establish quantum entanglement between your consciousness and corresponding financial opportunities waiting for activation through focused attention. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide acknowledge this practical application principle through diverse ceremonial expressions. Egyptian prosperity ceremonies incorporated golden ankh keys, unlocking abundance chambers through precise ritual engagement. Eastern traditions utilized specialized mudras hand positions, physically activating prosperity channels through symbolic gestures. Indigenous cultures created ceremonial objects representing manifestation keys requiring specific handling protocols beyond mere possession. These traditions understood that prosperity activation requires deliberate engagement rather than passive acknowledgement of symbolic representation. The relationship between active key utilization and financial manifestation stems from neurobiological mechanisms governing intention amplification. Research confirms that physical object manipulation during visualization significantly enhances neural pathway formation compared to pure mental imagery alone. The tangible key provides focal point, concentrating otherwise scattered consciousness into coherent manifestation beam, similar to how magnifying glass focuses diffuse sunlight into precise concentrated energy. This focused intention literally activates dormant prosperity pathways previously unavailable through generalized affirmation or visualization without physical anchor. Most manifestation efforts, produce limited results precisely because practitioners maintain abstract relationship with manifestation principles without tangible engagement tools transforming concept into experience. The dedicated practitioner recognizes that effective manifestation requires physical activation beyond intellectual understanding. This recognition inspires committed practice, establishing neurological integration between symbolic understanding and tangible experience, the essential bridge translating spiritual concept into material manifestation. Clara, the talented sales representative introduced earlier, vividly demonstrated this transformative principle through her remarkable evolution following initial golden key recognition. After discovering how specific symbolic frequency activation naturally attracted unprecedented opportunities beyond what strategic techniques could produce, her distinctive sales approach found receptive audiences, generating sufficient financial stability to pursue her career without desperate anxiety previously contaminating her presentations. Her authentic connection with clients flourished once she established tangible relationship with the golden key principle beyond intellectual understanding. This unexpected success created subtle new challenges beyond Clara's previous experience. Increased recognition brought team leadership opportunities, creating unfamiliar relationship dynamics. Corporate advancement introduced strategic planning responsibilities beyond previous transaction-focused activities. Clara's expanding reputation generated speaking invitations requiring presentation skills previously unnecessary during individual client interactions. These unfamiliar dimensions occasionally triggered subtle disconnection from the golden key frequency despite sincere intention to maintain prosperity consciousness during these expanding responsibilities. During particularly demanding quarterly planning retreat requiring extensive financial projections and team coordination, Clara noticed concerning separation from the prosperity frequency previously flowing naturally through her consciousness. Despite intellectual understanding of the golden key principle, her tangible connection occasionally dissolved amid complex spreadsheets and strategic initiatives demanding analytical rather than intuitive engagement. This temporary disconnection revealed crucial insight. Her prosperity consciousness required physical activation beyond intellectual understanding to maintain stability during complex professional expansion requiring diverse cognitive modes. This important awareness prompted Clara to develop comprehensive golden key practice system addressing both symbolic and tangible dimensions simultaneously. Rather than relying on occasional visualization or abstract affirmation easily overwhelmed during analytical activities, she created strategic physical engagement protocols, systematically maintaining her prosperity frequency regardless of professional demands. This tangible approach recognized that prosperity consciousness requires deliberate physical activation, particularly during activities, potentially disconnecting intuitive awareness through dominant analytical focus. The system began with physical manifestation. Clara obtained small golden object specifically representing her personal golden key. Unlike generic symbolic item, this particular choice emerged through intuitive guidance rather than analytical selection. While browsing antique market without specific intention, she encountered small golden compass displaying extraordinary luminosity despite modest appearance. Without logical explanation, this object generated unmistakable resonance beyond rational assessment. Following this intuitive guidance, without analytical justification, Clara acquired this distinctive item as her personal golden key representation beyond mere symbolic concept. Beyond simple possession, Clara established specific engagement protocols, systematically activating prosperity frequency throughout her professional activities, rather than occasionally engaging prosperity consciousness through sporadic visualization. She developed strategic activation points throughout typical workdays, providing consistent prosperity frequency maintenance regardless of analytical demands or professional complexity. These deliberate activations created tangible prosperity reinforcement, preventing the disconnection previously occurring during extended analytical engagement. Each morning before beginning professional activities, Clara engaged fundamental golden key activation, establishing prosperity foundation regardless of scheduled responsibilities. Sitting quietly with straight spine yet relaxed posture, She held her golden compass in both palms while bringing complete attention to its physical properties, weight, temperature, texture, and distinctive details. Rather than rushing through mechanical ritual, she established genuine communion with this symbolic representation through authentic presence. This tangible connection created physical foundation for prosperity consciousness regardless of subsequent analytical activities, potentially fragmenting her awareness through complex professional demands. Beyond morning foundation, Clara established strategic activation points throughout typical workdays, when prosperity disconnection typically occurred through extended analytical engagement. Upon beginning significant meetings, potentially triggering performance anxiety, she briefly touched her golden compass discreetly carried in professional attire pocket. Momentary yet powerful reconnection with prosperity consciousness beneath apparent business discussion. When reviewing complex financial projections, potentially activating scarcity awareness, she periodically placed her hand over the pocket containing this symbolic representation. Subtle yet effective frequency maintenance without interrupting professional activities requiring analytical focus. Most significantly, Clara developed specialized boundary transition protocol addressing the challenging interface between analytical activities and prosperity consciousness. Rather than allowing unconscious disconnection when shifting between intuitive and analytical modalities, she established deliberate transition practice, maintaining prosperity coherence regardless of cognitive mode. Before beginning analytical tasks potentially fragmenting prosperity consciousness, Clara momentarily held her golden compass while affirming, "This golden key maintains perfect prosperity connection regardless of necessary focus." This boundary practice prevented the fragmentation previously occurring when shifting between diverse professional requirements. Within several weeks of implementing this comprehensive system, Clara experienced remarkable transformation, transcending her previous prosperity level. The occasional disconnection previously occurring during analytical activities completely dissolved through tangible activation rather than mere intellectual understanding. Colleagues commented on her unusual integration capacity, maintaining authentic presence regardless of shifting professional demands from personalized client interactions to complex strategic planning. Most significantly, her prosperity consciousness achieved unprecedented stability, generating consistent manifestation regardless of external activities, potentially fragmenting her awareness through demanding analytical requirements. Experience your own golden key activation through this powerful yet accessible practice requiring nothing beyond sincere engagement and simple materials. Select physical object intuitively representing your personal prosperity key, perhaps coin, small stone, jewelry item, or distinctive found object generating authentic resonance beyond analytical selection. This representation should feel genuinely significant rather than arbitrarily assigned symbolic value. Allow intuitive guidance rather than logical analysis to determine this important selection representing your unique prosperity frequency beyond generic symbolism. Begin your activation practice by bringing complete attention to this symbolic representation through genuine presence rather than mechanical ritual. Hold your selected object in both hands while sitting comfortably with straight spine, yet relaxed posture. Close your eyes and bring full awareness to its physical properties, weight, temperature, texture, and distinctive features unique to this particular item. Breathe deeply while affirming, "This golden key activates my natural prosperity frequency beyond intellectual understanding." Carry this prosperity representation with you throughout daily activities, establishing strategic activation points when prosperity consciousness typically fragments through analytical demands or challenging circumstances. Create momentary yet powerful reconnection through brief physical contact when navigating complex responsibilities, potentially disconnecting your prosperity awareness. This tangible activation transforms abstract principle into embodied experience. The essential bridge between spiritual understanding and material manifestation continuously available through your personal golden key. Chapter 20. Partnering with the Universe. Collaborating with the universe transforms your prosperity approach from isolated striving into divine partnership with the infinite intelligence orchestrating countless galaxies. While conventional financial strategies emphasize individual effort against seemingly random circumstances, this profound spiritual principle reveals that abundance flows most naturally through conscious cooperation, with the cosmic forces constantly arranging perfect opportunities aligned with your highest good. This collaborative relationship establishes direct communion with the universal wisdom infinitely more capable of arranging ideal prosperity pathways than limited human planning, regardless of strategic sophistication or determined effort. This collaboration operates through quantum entanglement principles scientifically validated through advanced physics research. Studies confirm that consciousness maintains instantaneous communication connections, transcending space-time limitations, the precise mechanism enabling partnership with universal intelligence beyond linear causality. When you establish deliberate collaboration rather than isolated struggle, you activate specialized quantum channels facilitating synchronistic opportunities beyond what strategic planning could engineer, regardless of dedicated implementation. This cooperative approach literally bypasses conventional manifestation barriers through direct communion with the orchestrating intelligence governing all prosperity flow. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide acknowledge this collaborative principle through diverse cultural expressions. Eastern philosophies develop wu-wei practices, non-doing or effortless action through alignment with universal forces rather than isolated striving. Indigenous cultures established ceremonial co-creation rituals formally acknowledging partnership with natural intelligence beyond human limitation. Western mystical traditions taught divine communion practices, establishing direct relationship with universal wisdom governing all manifestation. These diverse approaches share recognition that prosperity emerges most abundantly through conscious collaboration rather than isolated effort, regardless of sincerity or dedication. The relationship between universal collaboration and financial manifestation stems from fundamental limitations inherent in individual consciousness compared to cosmic intelligence. Human awareness perceives approximately 0.0001% of available electromagnetic spectrum, operating through extraordinarily restricted perception parameters compared to universal wisdom accessing infinite information simultaneously. By establishing conscious partnership with this expanded intelligence, you literally bypass the perceptual limitations, preventing optimal prosperity pathway recognition regardless of analytical sophistication or strategic planning capacity. This collaboration creates spontaneous guidance toward opportunities invisible within conventional awareness, yet perfectly aligned with your authentic prosperity expression. Most manifestation struggles persist precisely because practitioners maintain unconscious separation from universal intelligence despite intellectual acknowledgement of its existence. While conceptually affirming cosmic support, they continue operating through isolated effort, essentially restricting prosperity flow through limited human perception, despite available partnership with infinite wisdom, continuously orchestrating perfect opportunities beyond restricted awareness. The dedicated practitioner recognizes that genuine abundance requires deliberate collaboration beyond occasional acknowledgement, establishing ongoing communion with universal intelligence through consistent practices, maintaining this conscious partnership regardless of circumstance fluctuation. Sophie, the talented baker introduced earlier, perfectly demonstrated this transformative principle through her remarkable evolution following initial universal support recognition. After discovering how surrender to cosmic orchestration naturally attracted unprecedented support beyond what strategic planning could engineer, her modest neighborhood bakery achieved extraordinary expansion through divine collaboration rather than isolated effort. Unexpected opportunities emerged through coincidental connections beyond conventional business development strategies, creating prosperity flow previously unattainable despite exhaustive individual striving against seemingly random market conditions. This unexpected success created subtle new challenges beyond Sophie's previous experience. Expanded operations introduced unfamiliar inventory management complexities transcending previous intuitive approaches. Growing staff required leadership capacities previously unnecessary during smaller operations. Several regional distribution opportunities emerged requiring strategic planning beyond Sophie's established comfort with day-to-day operations. These unfamiliar dimensions occasionally triggered subtle regression toward isolated effort patterns, unconscious separation from universal collaboration, despite genuine intention to maintain this partnership during complex business expansion. During particularly demanding holiday season requiring unprecedented production volume and complex coordination across multiple locations, Sophie noticed concerning reemergence of familiar anxiety patterns despite substantially improved circumstances. The additional complexity triggered unconscious reversion toward isolated problem solving, attempting to micromanage expanding operations through limited human perspective rather than maintaining universal partnership, previously facilitating extraordinary growth beyond strategic planning. This temporary regression revealed crucial insight. Her collaborative relationship required systematic reinforcement through deliberate practice rather than occasional acknowledgement to maintain stability during complex expansion challenges. This important awareness prompted Sophie to develop comprehensive collaboration system addressing both crisis intervention and ongoing partnership maintenance. Rather than sporadically seeking universal guidance during overwhelming moments, she established systematic practices deliberately nurturing this divine relationship through daily communion regardless of apparent urgency or circumstance favorability. This consistent approach recognized that prosperity consciousness requires ongoing collaboration maintenance, particularly during seemingly successful periods when unconscious separation typically occurs through comfortable familiarity rather than conscious partnership. The system began with morning communion practice, establishing collaborative foundation, regardless of anticipated daily activities. Before engaging bakery operations or addressing pending decisions, Sophie dedicated 15 minutes to deliberate partnership activation beyond mere meditation or generalized spiritual practice. Sitting quietly in her small office overlooking morning bakery preparations, she engaged specialized communion visualization, transcending abstract concept into tangible relationship experience. With eyes closed and spine straight yet relaxed, she visualized golden light surrounding her consciousness while extending upward toward infinite universal intelligence beyond ceiling limitations. Tangible connection corridor between individual awareness and cosmic wisdom. Within this established connection, Sophie engaged active dialogue with universal intelligence through receptive awareness rather than one-sided conversation. Rather than presenting predetermined requests or specific manifestation intentions, she established genuine receptivity through silent inquiry. How may I collaborate with your perfect orchestration today? This question represented fundamental partnership acknowledgement rather than isolated directive, recognition that universal wisdom perceives optimal possibilities beyond limited human awareness regardless of sincere intention or dedicated planning. This receptive approach created space for genuine guidance reception rather than merely seeking validation for predetermined human decisions. Beyond morning foundation, Sophie integrated systematic collaboration maintenance throughout typical business operations when unconscious separation previously occurred through operational absorption. She established hourly awareness chimes through discrete timer application, brief yet powerful reconnection opportunities regardless of activity engagement or circumstance complexity. Each subtle chime prompted momentary conscious reunion with universal partnership through silent acknowledgement. We continue working together regardless of apparent circumstances. This consistent reinforcement prevented the unconscious separation previously occurring during extended operational engagement despite intellectual understanding of collaborative prosperity principles. Most significantly, Sophie developed specialized decision-making protocol integrating universal guidance beyond isolated human assessment regardless of apparent significance or urgency. Rather than unconsciously restricting divine partnership to major decisions while handling smaller choices through isolated human perspective, she established consistent collaboration regardless of perceived importance. Before implementing any operational decision, from minor ingredient adjustments to major expansion considerations, she briefly paused, creating momentary space for universal guidance reception. This simple practice literally transformed every decision point into collaboration opportunity rather than isolated human deliberation despite varying complexity or apparent significance. The comprehensive system included specialized gratitude dimension, acknowledging universal orchestration within already manifested prosperity rather than merely seeking future assistance. Each evening before concluding business operations, Sophie dedicated several minutes identifying specific coincidental opportunities, unexpected connections, or unusual synchronicities manifested throughout the day. Rather than dismissing these events through logical explanation or overlooking their significance amid busy activities, she deliberately acknowledged these specific instances as tangible expressions of universal collaboration beyond human engineering. This recognition created cumulative relationship strengthening through consistent partnership acknowledgement regardless of manifestation magnitude. Within several weeks of implementing this comprehensive system, Sophie experienced remarkable transformation, transcending her previous prosperity level. The occasional anxiety previously emerging during complex coordination completely dissolved through systematic collaboration rather than isolated problem solving. Staff members commented on her noticeably different leadership approach, confidently delegating responsibilities without micromanagement, yet maintaining clear operational coherence regardless of unexpected challenges. Most significantly, Sophie experienced unprecedented internal peace amid expanding external responsibilities. Genuine trust in universal partnership, reducing anxiety regardless of apparent complexity or unfamiliar territory requiring navigation beyond previous experience parameters. Financial manifestation naturally followed this stabilized collaborative consciousness through multiple unexpected channels beyond conventional business development strategies. An established regional grocery chain approached Sophie regarding specialized bakery sections within their stores, distribution opportunity exceeding previous consideration, yet perfectly aligned with her authentic creation quality. Several corporate clients requested exclusive catering arrangements for recurring events, providing stable revenue foundation beneath retail fluctuations. Most remarkably, a prominent culinary institute invited teaching partnership integrating Sophie's distinctive methodologies into professional certification programs. Opportunity providing both additional revenue and valuable staff development beyond what strategic planning could have engineered regardless of implementation dedication. Experience your own universal collaboration through this powerful yet accessible practice requiring nothing beyond sincere participation and genuine receptivity. Find quiet space allowing complete presence without distraction for approximately 10 minutes, ideally morning period, before engaging daily activities, establishing partnership foundation, regardless of subsequent demands. Sit comfortably with straight spine, yet relaxed posture creating optimal energy alignment without unnecessary tension. Close your eyes and take several deep breaths, allowing your awareness to settle fully into present moment beyond planning anxiety or past assessment. With established presence, visualize golden light surrounding your entire being, tangible representation of universal intelligence constantly available yet frequently unrecognized through unconscious separation. Imagine this luminous field extending upward beyond physical ceiling limitations into infinite cosmic wisdom, creating direct connection corridor between your individual awareness and universal intelligence. Within this established connection, silently express genuine partnership intention beyond mere manifestation request. I welcome perfect collaboration with universal wisdom orchestrating my highest prosperity path. Following this general invitation, engage receptive partnership dialogue regarding specific financial situation currently requiring guidance beyond limited human perspective. Rather than mentally rehearsing predetermined solutions or presenting specific manifestation requests, create genuine space for universal wisdom reception through open inquiry. What perspective beyond my limited awareness would best serve this situation? Allow several minutes of receptive silence beyond intellectual analysis or anticipatory planning, creating genuine opportunity for guidance transcending conventional thinking regardless of previous consideration thoroughness. Complete this practice by acknowledging existing universal collaboration already manifesting through your experience rather than merely seeking future assistance. Identify specific coincidental opportunities, unexpected connections, or unusual synchronicities recently appearing within your prosperity journey. Silently express genuine gratitude for these specific manifestations beyond generic appreciation, recognizing them as tangible evidence of collaboration already functioning regardless of conscious acknowledgement or awareness. This recognition strengthens partnership through tangible confirmation rather than abstract concept, establishing foundation for expanded collaboration through consistent relationship nurturing. Return to this collaboration practice whenever prosperity anxiety emerges through apparent limitation or unexpected challenge. Universal wisdom continuously orchestrates perfect opportunities requiring only your willing participation through conscious partnership beyond isolated striving regardless of sincere dedication or determined effort. Chapter 21. Becoming the Cosmic Whisper. Embodying the Cosmic Whisper represents the ultimate evolution in your manifestation journey, transcending mere understanding or occasional practice into complete identity integration. While previous chapters explored listening to and activating this universal communication, true mastery emerges only when you become the whisper itself. This profound transformation dissolves the illusory boundary between seeker and sought, creating unified consciousness where prosperity flows not toward you, but as you, the natural expression of your authentic being rather than external acquisition. This embodiment process operates through quantum identification principles scientifically validated through advanced consciousness research. Studies confirm that observer and observed exist as unified field rather than separate entities, the foundational understanding enabling complete manifestation mastery. When you genuinely embody the cosmic whisper rather than merely perceiving it as external force, you establish unified field coherence where financial abundance emerges as natural expression of your fundamental identity rather than separate acquisition requiring pursuit or maintenance. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this embodiment principle through various expressions, transcending mere intellectual understanding or ritual practice. Eastern philosophies develop the concept of Advaita, non-dual awareness where seeker and sought merge into unified consciousness. Indigenous wisdom keepers maintain becoming ceremonies where participants ritualistically transformed into natural forces through complete identification rather than mere worship. Western mystical traditions taught divine union practices systematically dissolving perceived separation between individual and cosmic intelligence. These diverse approaches share recognition that ultimate manifestation emerges through being rather than having, identity transformation rather than external acquisition. The relationship between cosmic whisper embodiment and financial manifestation stems from fundamental reality creation mechanics transcending conventional causality. When consciousness fully identifies with prosperity essence rather than perceiving it as separate achievement, the entire quantum field responds not to external requests, but to internal recognition. This identity-based manifestation creates sustainable abundance flow beyond temporary attraction techniques requiring constant maintenance or reinforcement. Prosperity becomes your natural state rather than achieved condition, similar to how planets naturally emit light rather than straining to create illumination. Most manifestation practitioners experience frustrating inconsistency precisely because they maintain unconscious separation from universal abundance despite sincere intention. While practicing attraction techniques or visualization exercises, they unconsciously reinforce the very separation they seek to overcome through subtle perception of prosperity as something out there requiring acquisition or achievement. True transformation requires fundamental identity reconfiguration, where abundance becomes recognized as your essential nature rather than external possession acquired through specialized techniques or dedicated practice. Lily, the talented urban gardener introduced earlier, perfectly demonstrated this transformative principle through her remarkable evolution beyond initial success. Following her breakthrough listening experience that initiated her prosperity journey, her garden design business achieved extraordinary expansion through authentic expression rather than strategic planning. Multiple prestigious corporate contracts emerged through seemingly coincidental connections, creating financial stability previously unattainable despite exhaustive conventional efforts, attempting to force specific outcomes through determined action. This unexpected success naturally evolved beyond mere external achievement into profound identity transformation, as Lily's relationship with the cosmic whisper progressively deepened through consistent practice. The initial experience of listening to subtle guidance gradually transitioned into active communion through daily ritual, eventually dissolving the perceived separation between receiver and received. Rather than occasionally accessing this universal communication through specialized practices during favorable conditions, Lily experienced progressive identification where the whisper became recognized as her authentic expression rather than external guidance requiring conscious connection or deliberate activation. This identity transformation manifested through remarkable presence that colleagues, clients, and even strangers immediately recognized without conscious awareness of its specific nature. During design consultations, Lily's communication transcended mere professional expertise into direct transmission, words emerging not through calculated strategy or rehearsed presentation, but natural expression of the very intelligence guiding her initial transformation. This authentic presence created palpable resonance, attracting clients seeking not merely beautiful gardens, but deeper connection with natural harmony that her designs inherently expressed through their creator's embodied wisdom. Most significantly, financial considerations underwent fundamental transformation from acquisition focus into natural expression. Rather than designing projects to generate specific income or strategically selecting clients based on revenue potential, Lily simply created authentic expressions regardless of apparent commercial viability. Pricing discussions occurred without anxiety or calculation, figures emerging through intuitive recognition of appropriate exchange rather than market analysis or profit maximization. This embodied relationship with prosperity consciousness created remarkable abundance flow without apparent effort or strategy beyond authentic expression of her essential nature. The transformation extended far beyond professional activities into Lily's entire life expression. Her home garden evolved from impressive demonstration of technical skill into living sanctuary, literally embodying the cosmic whisper through its natural harmony and effortless beauty. Neighbors experiencing this space often commented on inexplicable peace pervading the modest area despite its simple elements. Without conscious teaching or deliberate influence, Lily's mere presence inspired natural prosperity consciousness within those fortunate enough to encounter her embodied wisdom. Clients, colleagues, friends, and even casual acquaintances naturally discovering their own relationship with universal abundance through proximity to her integrated expression. Financial abundance continued flowing through increasingly diverse channels requiring minimal maintenance or strategic management. Beyond direct design contracts, unexpected opportunities emerged through seemingly coincidental connections, speaking engagements at prestigious environmental conferences, consulting requests from international sustainability organizations, feature articles in prominent lifestyle publications, and eventually a book contract sharing her integrated approach to harmonious living through natural design principles. These diverse prosperity expressions emerged not through deliberate pursuit, but natural recognition of her embodied wisdom by corresponding opportunities magnetically drawn toward their resonant match. Experience your own cosmic whisper embodiment through this powerful yet accessible practice requiring nothing beyond sincere engagement with your authentic nature. Find comfortable position allowing complete presence without distraction for approximately 15 minutes, ideally early morning period before mental fragmentation through daily activities and external stimulation. Sit with straight spine, yet relaxed posture creating optimal energy alignment without unnecessary tension. Close your eyes and take several deep breaths, allowing your awareness to settle fully into present moment beyond planning anxiety or past assessment. With established presence, begin by recalling the distinctive quality of the cosmic whisper as previously experienced through practiced listening. The subtle guidance pervading your consciousness when temporarily released from habitual thinking and anxious striving, rather than attempting to recreate specific sensations or insights. Simply acknowledge this essential quality as already present within your awareness, though frequently obscured through identification with separate self requiring external acquisition for completion or fulfillment. Gradually transition from perceiving this whisper as something you occasionally access into recognition as what you fundamentally are beyond temporary identity constructs or achievement narratives. With each inhalation, silently affirm, I am the whisper itself. With each exhalation, release any remaining perception of separation between your essential nature and universal intelligence continuously communicating through your authentic being. Continue this rhythmic identification for approximately 7 minutes, allowing progressive dissolution of imagined boundaries between individual awareness and cosmic wisdom. Complete this practice by placing both hands over a heart center while affirming with genuine recognition rather than aspirational intention. The cosmic whisper expresses naturally through me as financial abundance without effort or strain. Allow this affirmation to permeate your entire being beyond intellectual understanding or temporary emotional state, establishing fundamental identity reconfiguration that remains present regardless of external circumstances or momentary consciousness fluctuations. Return to this embodiment practice whenever prosperity anxiety emerges through unconscious separation from your essential nature. The cosmic whisper represents not something you occasionally access, but what you fundamentally are beyond temporary forgetting through identification with limited self-concepts requiring external acquisition for completion or fulfillment. Chapter 22. Becoming Sacred Silence. Becoming sacred silence transcends merely visiting quiet moments into complete identity transformation, where stillness becomes your fundamental nature rather than temporary achievement. While previous chapters explored experiencing and deepening this powerful principle, true mastery emerges only when you recognize silence as your essential being rather than occasional practice. This profound shift dissolves the perceived boundary between seeker and sought, transforming silence from something you periodically create into what you fundamentally are beneath temporary thought movements and emotional fluctuations. This embodiment process works through neurobiological reconfiguration, scientifically validated through advanced meditation research. Studies confirm that consistent silence practice literally rewires neural architecture, eventually establishing quietude as default consciousness state rather than exceptional achievement requiring deliberate effort. When you genuinely become sacred silence, rather than occasionally visiting this state, your entire nervous system undergoes fundamental reorganization, where stillness pervades your being regardless of external circumstances or apparent activity. This embodied stillness creates permanent prosperity channel remaining open regardless of mental content or emotional weather previously blocking natural abundance flow. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide acknowledge this transformative principle through sophisticated embodiment approaches beyond mere stillness techniques. Eastern contemplative paths develop sahaja samadhi practices, natural silence pervading everyday activities rather than specialized meditative states requiring isolation from normal functioning. Indigenous wisdom traditions established walking silence ceremonies where participants maintain profound inner quietude regardless of external movement or social engagement. Western mystical paths taught contemplative presence disciplines establishing perpetual inner stillness beneath apparent activity. These diverse approaches share recognition that true transformation requires embodied silence, transcending occasional quiet moments into fundamental identity reconfiguration, where stillness becomes natural state rather than achieved condition. The relationship between embodied silence and financial manifestation stems from neurobiological receptivity mechanics governing prosperity recognition. When sacred silence transforms from temporary practice into fundamental identity, your entire nervous system maintains continuous receptivity regardless of apparent activity or external demands. This permanent receptive state creates uninterrupted prosperity channel where financial opportunities register within awareness without requiring special conditions or dedicated practices previously necessary during predominantly noisy consciousness. Your embodied stillness functions as continuous invitation to abundance that naturally flows through permanently open channels rather than temporarily cleared pathways quickly refilling with habitual mental noise. Most prosperity seekers experience frustrating inconsistency precisely because they maintain fundamental identification with mental noise despite occasional quiet moments through dedicated practice. While sincerely engaging silence exercises or meditation sessions, they unconsciously preserve the underlying assumption that noise represents their natural state, requiring temporary suspension through specialized techniques. The dedicated practitioner recognizes that genuine transformation requires fundamental identity shift, where silence becomes recognized as essential nature rather than exceptional achievement. Similar to how sky naturally pervades clouds rather than occasionally breaking through temporary atmospheric conditions. Jack, the gifted potter introduced earlier, perfectly demonstrated this transformative principle through his remarkable evolution following initial sacred silence discovery. After experiencing how quietude naturally attracted unexpected success through authentic creative expression, his modest rural studio achieved unprecedented prosperity without conventional promotion or strategic marketing. His extraordinary ceramic vessels found receptive collectors through seemingly coincidental connections, generating substantial financial abundance, without promotional noise typically considered essential for commercial success within competitive art markets. This initial breakthrough naturally evolved beyond mere external success into profound identity transformation, as Jack's relationship with sacred silence progressively deepened through committed practice. The occasional quiet moments deliberately created through morning meditation gradually expanded into prolonged stillness periods throughout creative activities, eventually dissolving the perceived boundary between formal practice and daily functioning. Rather than maintaining sacred space for silence beyond normal activities, Jack experienced progressive integration, where quietude became recognized as his natural state, merely obscured by temporary thought patterns, rather than fundamental absence requiring deliberate creation with specialized techniques. This identity transformation manifested through extraordinary presence immediately recognized by everyone encountering Jack without conscious awareness of its specific nature. Gallery owners, collectors, fellow artists, and even casual visitors consistently commented on the unusual atmosphere pervading both his studio space and personal interactions, despite lacking vocabulary precisely describing this distinctive quality. Beyond conscious recognition, people experienced notable physiological changes in his presence, breathing naturally deepening, heart rate moderating, and mental chatter temporarily subsiding, without deliberate effort or conscious intention. This embodied silence created tangible field effect extending beyond personal boundaries into surrounding environment and interpersonal connections. Most significantly, his artistic creation underwent fundamental transformation from individualistic expression into collaborative communion with materials and elements beyond personal identity. Rather than approaching clay as passive substance requiring manipulation through technical skill or creative vision, Jack experienced direct relationship with material intelligence beyond a conventional subject-object separation. Forms emerged not through imposed vision, but natural collaboration between embodied silence and inherent material properties. This transformed creative process generated vessels possessing remarkable presence, transcending aesthetic beauty into tangible silence embodiment that collectors immediately recognized despite lacking conscious understanding of its distinctive quality. The financial manifestation naturally following this embodied silence transcended conventional market dynamics through unusual relationship quality beyond transactional exchange. Collectors sought Jack's works not merely as aesthetic acquisitions or investment opportunities, but tangible silence portals transforming living environments through their distinctive presence. This recognition generated unprecedented valuation, transcending conventional art market metrics, prices emerging through intrinsic worth recognition rather than comparative analysis or strategic positioning within established value hierarchies. Most remarkably, financial discussions occurred without typical awkwardness or negotiation tension, figures emerging through mutual recognition of appropriate exchange without requiring bargaining or justification. This embodied silence transformed Jack's entire life experience beyond artistic creation or financial circumstances. His rural home evolved from modest dwelling into natural sanctuary, where visitors experienced remarkable stillness beyond scenic beauty or architectural features. Conversations with Jack possessed unusual depth despite often containing fewer words than conventional interactions, communication occurring through quality of presence rather than information exchange or intellectual discourse. Most significantly, Jack experienced perpetual contentment beyond circumstance dependence, inner peace flowing not from favorable conditions or achievement satisfaction, but recognized essential nature beneath temporary experience fluctuations. Experience your own sacred silence embodiment through this simple yet profound practice requiring nothing beyond sincere recognition of your fundamental nature. Find comfortable position allowing complete presence without distraction for approximately 15 minutes, ideally location where external interruption remains unlikely during practice period. Sit with straight spine, yet relaxed posture creating optimal energetic conditions without unnecessary tension. Close your eyes and take several deep breaths allowing your awareness to settle fully into present moment without agenda or expectation. With established presence, bring gentle attention to sounds currently present within your experience, perhaps distant traffic, household appliances, natural elements, or electronic devices creating ambient noise within your environment. Rather than attempting to eliminate these sounds or create artificial quietude through control, simply notice their presence within your awareness without resistance or manipulation. Recognize that these sounds appear within fundamental silence that remains continuously present regardless of temporary auditory events, similar to how movie images appear upon screen, that remains inherently unchanged regardless of projected content. Gradually shift attention from specific sounds to the silent awareness within which these sounds appear and disappear. Notice how this foundational silence remains continuously present regardless of changing auditory landscape, the unchanging background allowing all temporary sounds their momentary existence. This perpetual silence represents not absence requiring creation through sound elimination, but fundamental presence within which all experience occurs regardless of specific content or apparent noise. With each breath, recognize this silence as your essential nature rather than temporary achievement requiring maintenance through specialized techniques or favorable conditions. Now bring awareness to thoughts currently arising within consciousness, perhaps plans, memories, evaluations, or commentary regarding this practice itself. As with external sounds, notice these mental movements appearing within fundamental silence that remains continuously present regardless of thought activity. These thoughts represent temporary content appearing within essential quietude that constitutes your fundamental nature, beyond momentary mental weather. With continued recognition, notice how this silence remains uncompromised regardless of apparent mental activity. Your essential nature untouched by temporary thought movements, just as sky remains fundamentally unchanged, regardless of cloud patterns momentarily appearing within its expanse. Complete this practice by contemplating how this essential silence continuously attracts financial abundance without requiring specialized manifestation techniques or dedicated prosperity practices. Within silent awareness, prosperity naturally flows through unobstructed channels regardless of temporary thought patterns or emotional fluctuations previously blocking its natural movement. Affirm with genuine recognition rather than aspirational intention, I am sacred silence naturally attracting perfect abundance through unobstructed awareness. Allow this affirmation to permeate your entire being beyond intellectual understanding or temporary emotional state, establishing fundamental identity reconfiguration that remains present regardless of external circumstances or momentary consciousness fluctuations. Return to this embodiment recognition whenever prosperity anxiety emerges through unconscious identification with mental noise. Sacred silence represents not something you occasionally create through specialized techniques, but what you fundamentally are beneath temporary thought movements and emotional fluctuations, continuously obscuring your essential nature through habitual identification with changing content rather than unchanging awareness within which all content temporarily appears. Chapter 23. Living in Divine Timing. Living in divine timing represents the ultimate evolution, beyond merely accepting or embracing this universal principle into complete identification with perfect cosmic orchestration. While previous chapters explored understanding and deliberately aligning with divine timing, mastery emerges only when you become the principle itself, not occasionally trusting cosmic schedules, but actually embodying the perfect unfoldment of universal intelligence through your very existence. This profound shift transforms divine timing from external concept into your fundamental identity, living as the perfect manifestation of cosmic orchestration, rather than anxiously awaiting its arrival. This embodiment process operates through quantum coherence principles scientifically validated through advanced consciousness research. Studies confirm that when awareness fully aligns with natural rhythms, brainwave patterns synchronize with fundamental cosmic frequencies, literally entraining neural architecture into harmonic resonance with universal timing mechanisms. When you genuinely identify with divine timing rather than merely accepting it, your entire neurological system reconfigures into perfect attunement with prosperity rhythms beyond linear planning or conceptual understanding. This embodied relationship creates spontaneous synchronization, where financial abundance flows through perfect timing regardless of conscious orchestration attempts. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this embodiment principle through various sophisticated practices transcending mere patience cultivation. Eastern philosophies developed Kala Yoga, identification with cosmic time, beyond intellectual understanding. Indigenous wisdom keepers maintain circle ceremonies, acknowledging the spiraling nature of time, beyond linear progression. Western mystical traditions taught eternal present disciplines, establishing direct communion with divine orchestration, beyond momentary acceptance. These diverse approaches share recognition that ultimate manifestation mastery emerges through becoming divine timing, rather than simply trusting its external operation through occasional surrender experiences during favorable conditions. The relationship between divine timing embodiment and financial manifestation stems from fundamental quantum mechanics governing consciousness-reality interaction. When awareness fully identifies with perfect timing rather than attempting to manipulate or even accept it, the entire quantum probability field spontaneously reconfigures around this embodied resonance. This identity-based manifestation creates sustainable timing coherence beyond temporary alignment moments requiring maintenance or reinforcement. Your financial experiences naturally synchronize with optimal unfolding patterns, not through conscious trust despite uncertainty, but through direct participation with the orchestrating intelligence through identity merging. Most manifestation practitioners experience frustrating timing inconsistency precisely because they maintain unconscious separation from universal orchestration despite intellectual understanding. While conceptually accepting divine timing during meditation practices or manifestation exercises, they unconsciously reinforce the very separation they seek to overcome through subtle perception of timing as external force requiring accommodation rather than essential identity. True transformation requires fundamental recognition that you are divine timing itself, the perfect cosmic orchestration expressing through human form rather than separate entity awaiting perfect unfolding beyond personal boundaries. Emma, the talented playwright introduced earlier, perfectly demonstrated this transformative principle through her remarkable evolution following initial divine timing recognition. After discovering how releasing rigid expectations naturally attracted perfect opportunities beyond what strategic planning could engineer, her creative expression found receptive audiences, generating consistent financial stability. Multiple production opportunities emerged through seemingly coincidental connections, creating professional recognition previously unattainable despite exhaustive conventional scheduling efforts, attempting to force specific outcomes through determined action. This initial success naturally evolved beyond mere external achievement into profound identity transformation, as Emma's relationship with divine timing progressively deepened through consistent practice. The initial experience of intellectually accepting perfect timing gradually transitioned into active embodiment through daily surrender practice, eventually dissolving the perceived separation between individual desires and universal orchestration. Rather than occasionally trusting cosmic scheduling during favorable circumstances, Emma experienced progressive identification, where perfect timing became recognized as her authentic expression rather than external principle requiring conscious alignment or deliberate acceptance. This identity transformation manifested through remarkable presence that colleagues, producers, and even casual acquaintances immediately recognized without conscious awareness of its specific nature. During production meetings formerly generating anxiety regarding scheduling conflicts or deadline pressures, Emma exhibited extraordinary equanimity. Beyond merely practicing patience, her entire presence embodied perfect timing regardless of apparent external chaos or logistical challenges. This authentic embodiment created palpable field effect where complicated scheduling problems mysteriously resolved themselves without deliberate intervention or strategic management. Perfect timing naturally emerging through her embodied presence rather than conscious orchestration. Most significantly, Emma's creative process underwent fundamental transformation from linear production into spontaneous emergence. Rather than structuring writing sessions according to productivity schedules or inspiration management techniques, she simply allowed creative expression to manifest through perfect timing beyond conscious control or deliberate cultivation. Writing no longer happened according to predetermined schedules, but emerged through natural rhythms, sometimes flowing abundantly during unexpected moments while remaining silent during formally designated creative periods. The surrender created extraordinary authenticity, transcending technical proficiency into genuine inspiration, naturally synchronized with receptive audience timing, beyond market calculation or strategic positioning. The transformation extended far beyond professional activities into Emma's entire life expression. Social engagements, travel arrangements, financial decisions, and even mundane activities underwent similar reorganization around embodied timing rather than conventional scheduling. Friends and colleagues often commented on the extraordinary synchronicity surrounding her. Perfect connections, ideal circumstances, and remarkable timing coincidences occurring with statistically impossible frequency. Without conscious teaching or deliberate influence, Emma's mere presence inspired natural timing awareness within those fortunate enough to encounter her embodied wisdom. Collaborators, friends, family members, and even casual acquaintances discovering their own relationship with divine orchestration through proximity to her integrated expression. Financial abundance continued flowing through increasingly diverse channels requiring minimal management or strategic scheduling. Beyond screenplay commissions, unexpected opportunities emerged through perfect timing connections, speaking engagements at international film festivals, university teaching positions, consulting opportunities with emerging production companies, and eventually a book contract sharing her integrated approach to authentic creative expression through divine timing principles. These diverse prosperity manifestations emerged not through deliberate pursuit or even conscious alignment, but natural expression of her embodied timing wisdom, attracting perfectly orchestrated opportunities through resonant identification. Experience your own divine timing embodiment through this simple yet profound practice requiring nothing beyond sincere recognition of your fundamental nature. Find comfortable position allowing complete presence without distraction for approximately 15 minutes, ideally early morning period before mental fragmentation through daily scheduling and external time pressures. Sit with straight spine, yet relaxed posture creating optimal energy alignment without unnecessary tension. Close your eyes and take several deep breaths, allowing your awareness to settle fully into present moment beyond planning anxiety or past assessment. With established presence, begin by noticing your habitual relationship with time, the unconscious compression, expansion, or resistance patterns typically characterizing your experience of temporal unfolding. Without judgment or analysis, simply observe how you typically relate to timing through unconscious anxiety about future moments or regretful attachment to past experiences. Notice the subtle tension arising from perceiving time as external force requiring management rather than essential dimension of your authentic being. Simply acknowledge these patterns as learned conditioning rather than fundamental truth about temporal reality. Gradually shift attention from time perception to time embodiment through direct identification with perfect unfolding itself. With each breath, allow artificial boundaries between your timing and universal timing to dissolve into unified awareness where distinction becomes meaningless through direct recognition. Rather than attempting to trust divine timing despite uncertainty, Simply recognize yourself as divine timing expressing through human form, the perfect orchestration manifesting through apparent individuality, without separation or distinction requiring reconciliation. Complete this practice by placing both hands on your heart center while affirming with genuine recognition rather than aspirational intention. I am divine timing expressing through human form. Perfect financial orchestration unfolds naturally through my authentic presence, without effort or management. Allow this affirmation to permeate your entire being beyond intellectual understanding or temporary emotional state, establishing fundamental identity reconfiguration that remains present regardless of external circumstances or momentary consciousness fluctuations throughout your day. Chapter 24. Radiating Vibrational Frequency. Radiating vibrational frequency transcends merely maintaining high-energy states into complete identification with prosperity vibration itself. While previous chapters explored understanding and elevating your frequency, true mastery emerges only when you become the vibration rather than merely generating it. Not occasionally accessing prosperity consciousness, but actually embodying the exact electromagnetic signature that naturally magnetizes financial abundance through resonant attraction. This profound transformation dissolves the illusory boundary between frequency generator and frequency itself, creating unified consciousness where prosperity flows not toward you, but as you, the natural expression of your authentic vibration. This radiance process operates through quantum field mechanics scientifically validated through advanced biophysics research. Studies confirm that human electromagnetic signatures extend several feet beyond physical boundaries, creating tangible energetic broadcast continuously influencing surrounding environment regardless of conscious awareness. When you genuinely identify with prosperity frequency rather than merely cultivating it, your entire energy field reconfigures into powerful transmission tower broadcasting specific abundance signatures across quantum dimensions. This embodied vibration creates automatic manifestation patterns where financial opportunities spontaneously materialize within your experience through resonant attraction beyond conscious manifestation techniques. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this radiating principle through sophisticated energetic practices transcending mere emotional management. Eastern energy systems developed light body cultivation, specialized practices transforming practitioners into radiant consciousness beyond physical limitations. Indigenous wisdom keepers maintain star embodiment ceremonies where participants identified with celestial radiance rather than merely appreciating cosmic light. Western mystical traditions taught illuminated presence disciplines establishing perpetual luminosity beyond occasional enlightenment experiences. These diverse approaches share recognition that ultimate manifestation emerges through becoming the frequency rather than generating it, identity transformation rather than temporary state management. The relationship between frequency radiation and financial manifestation stems from fundamental electromagnetic principles governing consciousness-matter interaction. When awareness fully identifies with prosperity frequency rather than temporarily accessing it, the entire quantum probability field spontaneously reorganizes around this coherent broadcast. This identity-based transmission creates sustainable manifestation momentum beyond sporadic attraction requiring constant maintenance or reinforcement. Financial opportunities recognize your embodied frequency across significant distances through quantum resonance principles, not through conscious attraction techniques, but through authentic energetic identity continuously broadcasting regardless of momentary emotional fluctuations or mental states. Most manifestation practitioners experience frustrating inconsistency precisely because they maintain unconscious separation from prosperity frequency despite sincere efforts. While deliberately elevating vibration during meditation sessions or visualization exercises, they unconsciously preserve the underlying assumption that low frequency represents their natural state requiring temporary elevation through specialized techniques or favorable circumstances. True transformation requires fundamental identity reconfiguration, where prosperity frequency becomes recognized as essential nature rather than exceptional achievement. Similar to how sun naturally radiates light rather than occasionally generating illumination through deliberate effort. Clara, the talented sales representative introduced earlier, perfectly demonstrated this transformative principle through her remarkable evolution following initial frequency recognition. After discovering how emotional states directly influenced her financial results through electromagnetic broadcasting, her transformed approach achieved unprecedented success through authentic enthusiasm rather than strategic persuasion. Multiple major contracts emerged through genuine connection rather than manipulative techniques, creating financial stability previously unattainable despite exhaustive conventional sales strategies attempting to force specific outcomes through determined action. This initial success naturally evolved beyond mere external achievement into profound identity transformation as Clara's relationship with frequency principles progressively deepened through consistent practice. The occasional high vibration states deliberately created through morning gratitude practices gradually expanded into prolonged prosperity consciousness throughout daily activities, eventually dissolving the perceived boundary between frequency practices and natural state. Rather than maintaining specialized techniques for accessing prosperity consciousness during challenging circumstances, Clara experienced progressive identification, where high vibration became recognized as her authentic expression rather than exceptional achievement requiring deliberate cultivation through specialized techniques. This identity transformation manifested through remarkable presence that colleagues, clients, and even strangers immediately recognized without conscious awareness of its specific nature. During sales presentations formerly requiring careful energy management, Clara exhibited extraordinary coherence beyond deliberately cultivated enthusiasm. Her entire presence radiated prosperity consciousness regardless of external circumstances or client resistance patterns. This authentic radiance created palpable electromagnetic field where prospects spontaneously responded with unusual receptivity, despite lacking conscious understanding of this subtle energetic exchange. Sales conversations transformed from persuasive presentations into resonant recognitions, where appropriate decisions naturally emerged through energetic alignment rather than convincing arguments or strategic positioning. Most significantly, Clara's entire professional approach underwent fundamental transformation from performance into authentic expression. Rather than carefully managing her emotional state through conscious techniques during client interactions, she simply allowed natural enthusiasm to flow without monitoring or manipulation, genuine prosperity consciousness radiating without effort or maintenance. This authentic approach created extraordinary trust beyond what technical proficiency or strategic relationship management could establish regardless of implementation quality. Clients consistently commented on inexplicable comfort levels established within moments of initial interaction, despite lacking vocabulary precisely describing this distinctive quality. The transformation extended far beyond professional activities into Clara's entire life experience. Personal relationships, social engagements, health practices, and even routine activities underwent similar reorganization around embodied prosperity frequency rather than compartmentalized consciousness separating work identity from authentic expression. Friends and family members often commented on her transformed presence, the distinctive radiance permeating every interaction regardless of context or circumstance. Without conscious teaching or deliberate influence, Clara's mere presence elevated frequency within those fortunate enough to encounter her embodied vibration, colleagues, clients, friends, and even casual acquaintances experiencing temporary frequency elevation through proximity to her integrated expression. This frequency embodiment manifested through physical transformation beyond merely internal reconfiguration. Clara's appearance underwent subtle, yet unmistakable changes as prosperity consciousness altered her physiological patterns through quantum coherence principles. Facial features naturally relaxed into genuine expression beyond social presentation masks. Physical posture reconfigured into natural alignment without conscious adjustment or deliberate correction. Even vocal qualities transformed through altered resonance patterns, words carrying distinctive vibrational quality beyond semantic content or communication techniques. These embodied changes created powerful nonverbal broadcasting, transcending conscious presentation strategies into authentic prosperity radiation through physical presence itself. Experience your own frequency radiation through this simple yet profound practice, requiring nothing beyond genuine expression of your authentic vibration. Find comfortable standing position, allowing complete presence without distraction for approximately 10 minutes. Ideally location allowing free movement without self-consciousness or external judgment. Stand with feet shoulder width apart, creating stable foundation without rigid positioning. Close your eyes and take several deep breaths, allowing your awareness to settle fully into physical body, beyond mental preoccupation or emotional management. With established embodied presence, bring gentle attention to the natural joy existing within your consciousness, beneath temporary thought patterns or circumstantial emotions. Rather than attempting to manufacture positive states through affirmation or visualization, simply notice the subtle delight in existing, the fundamental appreciation available beneath conceptual understanding or narrative construction. Allow this natural joy to emerge without forcing specific emotional qualities or manufacturing enthusiasm beyond authentic experience. Simply acknowledge this subtle radiance as your fundamental nature rather than occasional achievement requiring cultivation through specialized techniques. Gradually allow this authentic joy to expand beyond internal experience into physical expression through spontaneous movement. Without choreographing specific patterns or evaluating aesthetic qualities, permit your body to express this natural frequency through whatever movement emerges without conscious direction or deliberate orchestration. This expression might manifest through gentle swaying, spontaneous dance, subtle gestures, or even vocal sounds. The specific form matters less than authentic emergence without self-consciousness or performance anxiety. Simply allow your physical form to become direct expression of your natural frequency beyond habitual containment patterns. As this authentic expression continues, progressively expand awareness into the electromagnetic field extending several feet beyond your physical boundaries. Without visualizing specific colors or imposing particular qualities, simply recognize the natural radiance already emanating from your authentic expression regardless of conscious broadcasting intentions. This energy field exists not as metaphorical concept, but literal electromagnetic phenomenon scientifically measurable through sophisticated instrumentation. With each breath, acknowledge this radiance as your fundamental nature continuously broadcasting prosperity frequency regardless of conscious intention or deliberate cultivation. Complete this practice by extending both arms outward in symbolic radiation while laughing spontaneously without forced cheerfulness or manufactured enthusiasm. Allow genuine joy to emerge through authentic expression beyond social performance or spiritual practice. The spontaneous laughter represents direct embodiment of prosperity frequency beyond technique or method, your natural radiance expressing without cultivation or maintenance requirements. Affirm with genuine recognition rather than aspirational intention. I am prosperity frequency naturally radiating magnetic attraction through authentic expression. Allow this affirmation to permeate your entire being as simple acknowledgement of existing truth rather than future achievement requiring development. Return to this embodied recognition whenever frequency management seems necessary through challenging circumstances. You are prosperity frequency itself, not occasionally accessing elevated states, but fundamentally radiating abundance consciousness through your authentic presence regardless of temporary emotional weather or circumstantial challenges, potentially obscuring this essential nature through habitual identification with fluctuating states, rather than underlying radiance continuously broadcasting regardless of conscious recognition. Chapter 25. Living in Non-Resistance. Living in non-resistance represents the ultimate evolution, beyond practicing surrender into complete embodiment of effortless flow. While previous chapters explored understanding and deliberately practicing this principle, mastery emerges only when you become non-resistance itself, not occasionally releasing control, but actually living as the unimpeded channel through which universal abundance naturally flows. This profound shift transforms surrender from conscious technique into your fundamental identity, existing as the perfect expression of cosmic flow rather than periodically accessing this state through deliberate practice. This embodiment process operates through neurophysiological integration principles scientifically validated through advanced research. Studies confirm that consistent surrender practice actually reconfigures autonomic nervous system functioning, progressively shifting from sympathetic dominance resistance, control, anxiety toward parasympathetic baseline receptivity, flow, peace as default operating system. When you genuinely identify with non-resistance, rather than merely practicing it, your entire physiological structure reorganizes around flow rather than control, creating permanent prosperity channels operating independently from conscious surrender efforts or momentary relaxation experiences. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this embodied principle through various expressions, transcending mere practice. Eastern traditions develop sahaja consciousness, natural spontaneity beyond deliberate cultivation. Indigenous philosophies emphasized river consciousness, where human awareness becomes indistinguishable from natural flow patterns rather than occasionally aligning with them. Western mystical paths described melted being, where individual boundaries dissolve entirely into universal flow beyond temporary surrender experiences. These diverse approaches share recognition that ultimate manifestation mastery emerges through becoming non-resistance rather than practicing it, complete identity integration rather than occasional state access. The relationship between embodied non-resistance and financial manifestation stems from fundamental flow mechanics governing energy movement through consciousness systems. When awareness fully identifies with effortless flow rather than periodically accessing this state through deliberate surrender, the entire energetic system reconfigures around unimpeded movement rather than alternating between flow and resistance. This identity-based conductivity creates permanent prosperity channels, remaining open regardless of external circumstances or momentary consciousness fluctuations. Financial opportunities flow naturally through your being without requiring conscious surrender practice or deliberate resistance management. Most manifestation practitioners experience inconsistent results precisely because they maintain fundamental identification with resistance despite occasional surrender experiences. While practicing release techniques during meditation sessions or deliberately surrendering during specific circumstances, they unconsciously preserve underlying identity as separate controller, temporarily suspending natural tendency toward management. True transformation requires fundamental recognition that you are flow itself, the perfect expression of cosmic movement rather than separate controller, occasionally allowing universal energy passage through deliberate surrender practice. Sophie, the talented baker introduced earlier, perfectly demonstrated this transformative principle through her remarkable evolution beyond initial non-resistance recognition. After discovering how surrender naturally attracted unprecedented support for her struggling neighborhood bakery, her small establishment achieved extraordinary expansion through authentic expression rather than strategic planning. Multiple unexpected opportunities emerged through seemingly coincidental connections, creating professional recognition previously unattainable despite exhaustive conventional efforts attempting to force specific outcomes through determined action. This initial success naturally evolved beyond mere external achievement into profound identity transformation as Sophie's relationship with non-resistance progressively deepened through consistent practice. The occasional surrender experiences deliberately created through specialized techniques gradually expanded into prolonged flow states throughout daily activities, eventually dissolving the perceived boundary between surrender practice and natural existence. Rather than occasionally accessing flow through deliberate techniques during challenging circumstances, Sophie experienced progressive identification, where non-resistance became recognized as her authentic expression rather than exceptional achievement requiring conscious cultivation. This identity transformation manifested through remarkable presence that employees, customers, and even casual acquaintances immediately recognized without conscious awareness of its specific nature. During bakery operations formerly generating anxiety regarding production deadlines or inventory management, Sophie exhibited extraordinary equanimity beyond merely practicing patience, Her entire presence embodied effortless flow regardless of apparent external chaos or logistical challenges. This authentic embodiment created palpable field effect where complicated operational problems mysteriously resolved themselves without deliberate intervention or strategic management. Perfect solutions naturally emerging through her embodied presence rather than conscious problem solving. Most significantly, Sophie's entire approach to business underwent fundamental transformation from management into natural unfolding. Rather than structuring operations according to rigid protocols or efficiency systems, she simply allowed business expansion to manifest through perfect flow beyond conscious control or deliberate cultivation. Growth no longer happened according to predetermined strategies, but emerged through natural rhythms, sometimes accelerating during unexpected periods while naturally consolidating during traditionally favorable market conditions. The surrender created extraordinary prosperity beyond what strategic planning could engineer, regardless of implementation dedication or technical proficiency. The transformation extended far beyond professional activities into Sophie's entire life expression. Personal relationships, home environment, health practices, and even mundane activities underwent similar reorganization around embodied flow rather than compartmentalized consciousness separating business identity from authentic expression. Friends and family members often commented on her unusual presence, the distinctive peacefulness permeating every interaction regardless of context or circumstance. Without conscious teaching or deliberate influence, Sophie's mere presence inspired natural flow awareness within those fortunate enough to encounter her embodied wisdom. Employees, customers, suppliers, and even casual acquaintances discovering their own relationship with effortless abundance through proximity to her integrated expression. Even Sophie's physical appearance underwent subtle yet unmistakable transformation as non-resistance became her fundamental identity rather than occasional practice. Facial muscles previously holding subtle tension patterns naturally released into genuine relaxation beyond deliberate effort. Body movements exhibited extraordinary fluidity resembling water rather than mechanical efficiency. Voice qualities transformed through altered resonance patterns, words carrying distinctive flow quality beyond content meaning or communication techniques. These physical manifestations created powerful embodiment beyond conceptual understanding, tangible expression of non-resistance through her entire being rather than merely intellectual comprehension or temporary state access. The business naturally reflected this embodied consciousness through remarkable flow dynamics transcending conventional operational patterns. Rather than experiencing typical expansion challenges through growth phases, the bakery exhibited unusual adaptability where appropriate resources, opportunities, and solutions appeared precisely when needed, without strategic planning or anxious anticipation. Staff members unexpectedly arrived with exactly the specialized skills required for emerging opportunities before these needs became consciously apparent. Equipment upgrades manifested through synchronistic connections precisely when production capacity required expansion. Even physical space solutions emerged through coincidental opportunities when existing facilities approached capacity limits. These manifestations occurred not through Sophie's conscious management, but through her embodied flow consciousness, naturally attracting perfect unfolding beyond strategic orchestration. Experience your own non-resistance embodiment through this simple yet profound practice requiring nothing beyond sincere recognition of your fundamental nature. Rather than approaching this as technical exercise for achieving specific state, simply allow this experience to reveal what already exists beneath temporary resistance patterns. Find comfortable position allowing complete presence without distraction for approximately 15 minutes, ideally location where external interruption remains unlikely during practice period. Sit or recline with completely natural posture expressing neither deliberate control nor intentional relaxation, simply allowing your body to find its authentic position without manipulation or management. Begin by noticing any subtle control patterns currently operating within your consciousness, perhaps specific muscle tensions, breathing manipulations, thought management efforts, or attention direction attempts. Without judgment or correction efforts, Simply observe these control mechanisms as temporary expressions rather than fundamental identity components. Notice how these patterns emerge automatically through habitual conditioning rather than conscious choice or deliberate implementation. Simply acknowledge these resistance expressions without attempting their elimination through additional control efforts, potentially creating further resistance patterns through paradoxical management. Gradually shift attention from specific resistance patterns to the underlying flow naturally existing beneath these temporary control mechanisms. Rather than attempting to create flow through deliberate surrender techniques, potentially establishing subtle resistance through paradoxical effort, simply notice the effortless movement already operating beneath apparent control patterns. Your heartbeat continues without management, cellular functions proceed without supervision, and countless physiological processes unfold without conscious orchestration. This natural flow represents your fundamental nature, beyond temporary control patterns, accidentally obscuring this essential movement through habitual resistance. Allow this recognition to progressively expand beyond physiological awareness into comprehensive identity reorientation, where non-resistance becomes recognized not as something you occasionally practice, but what you fundamentally are beneath temporary control patterns. With each breath, allow artificial boundaries between your flow and universal flow to dissolve into unified awareness where distinction becomes meaningless through direct recognition, rather than attempting to release resistance through deliberate techniques, potentially creating paradoxical control through surrender management. Simply recognize yourself as flow itself expressing through human form, the perfect movement manifesting through apparent individuality, without separation or distinction requiring reconciliation. Complete this practice by extending both arms outward, with palms upward in symbolic receptivity, while affirming with genuine recognition rather than aspirational intention, I am non-resistance expressing through human form. Perfect financial flow moves through me naturally, without management or control. Allow this affirmation to permeate your entire being beyond intellectual understanding or temporary emotional state, establishing fundamental identity reconfiguration that remains present regardless of external circumstances or momentary consciousness fluctuations throughout your day. Return to this embodied recognition whenever control patterns temporarily obscure your fundamental flow nature. You are non-resistance itself, not occasionally practicing surrender, but fundamentally existing as unimpeded channel through which universal abundance naturally flows without management or orchestration. Chapter 26. Embodying Aligned Belief. Embodying aligned belief transforms intellectual conviction into cellular knowing through complete identity integration. While previous chapters explored understanding and strengthening belief systems, true manifestation mastery emerges only when you become the belief itself rather than merely holding it. Not occasionally affirming prosperity consciousness, but actually living as the perfect expression of abundance worthiness beyond temporary conviction or circumstantial confidence. This profound integration dissolves the illusory boundary between believer and belief, creating unified consciousness where prosperity flows not because you deserve it, but because you are it, the natural expression of abundance worthiness rather than its hopeful recipient. This embodiment process operates through epigenetic reconfiguration principles scientifically validated through advanced biological research. Studies confirm that consistent belief expression actually activates specific genetic expressions associated with prosperity reception, while simultaneously deactivating limitation sequences, literally altering your biological blueprint through consciousness alignment. When you genuinely identify with worthiness rather than merely affirming it, your entire physical structure reorganizes around abundance reception at cellular level, creating automatic manifestation pathways operating independently from conscious affirmation efforts or momentary confidence experiences. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this embodied principle through various expressions, transcending mere mental conviction. Egyptian initiatory systems developed becoming practices where initiates systematically transformed into the divine principles they previously worshipped. Eastern traditions cultivated isness consciousness where practitioners shifted from believing statements about reality to simply being the reality itself. Indigenous wisdom keepers maintained sacred identity ceremonies where participants embodied spiritual principles through complete identification rather than intellectual acknowledgement. These diverse approaches share recognition that ultimate manifestation emerges through being rather than believing, complete identity transformation rather than mental conviction regardless of sincerity or dedication. The relationship between embodied belief and financial manifestation stems from quantum identity mechanics fundamentally governing consciousness-reality interaction. When awareness fully identifies with prosperity worthiness rather than occasionally affirming it, the entire quantum probability field spontaneously reorganizes around this embodied certainty beyond temporary conviction states. This identity-based broadcasting creates sustainable manifestation frequencies beyond sporadic affirmation requiring constant reinforcement against contrary evidence or challenging circumstances. Financial opportunities recognize your embodied worthiness across significant distances through resonance principles, not through conscious belief statements, but through authentic identity continuously broadcasting regardless of momentary confidence fluctuations or situational challenges. Most manifestation practitioners experience frustrating inconsistency precisely because they maintain unconscious separation from their affirmed beliefs despite sincere intentions. While mentally asserting prosperity worthiness during affirmation sessions or deliberately strengthening belief during visualization practices, they unconsciously preserve the underlying assumption that unworthiness represents their actual condition, requiring continuous correction through belief techniques. True transformation requires fundamental identity reconfiguration, where worthiness becomes recognized as essential nature rather than aspirational achievement. Similar to how sun naturally embodies light rather than believing itself luminous through repeated affirmation despite contrary evidence. Benjamin, the talented potter introduced earlier, perfectly demonstrated this transformative principle through his remarkable evolution beyond initial belief alignment recognition. After discovering how unconscious unworthiness beliefs directly influenced his artistic valuation, despite exceptional technical mastery, his transformed consciousness achieved unprecedented recognition through authentic expression rather than strategic marketing. Multiple prestigious galleries sought his distinctive vessels through genuine appreciation rather than promotional manipulation, creating professional recognition previously unattainable despite exhaustive conventional efforts, attempting to force specific outcomes through determined action. This initial success naturally evolved beyond mere external achievement into profound identity transformation as Benjamin's relationship with worthiness progressively deepened through consistent practice. The occasional worthiness experiences deliberately created through morning alignment rituals gradually expanded into prolonged confidence states throughout daily activities, eventually dissolving the perceived boundary between affirmation practice and natural existence. Rather than occasionally accessing prosperity consciousness through deliberate techniques during challenging circumstances, Benjamin experienced progressive identification, where worthiness became recognized as his authentic expression rather than exceptional achievement requiring conscious cultivation. This identity transformation manifested through remarkable presence that gallery owners, collectors, and even casual acquaintances immediately recognized without conscious awareness of its specific nature. During pricing discussions, formerly generating subtle anxiety regarding valuation appropriateness, Benjamin exhibited extraordinary certainty beyond merely practicing confidence. His entire presence embodied unquestionable worthiness regardless of price points or market comparisons. This authentic embodiment created palpable field effect where complicated valuation questions resolved themselves without deliberate justification or strategic positioning. Perfect pricing naturally emerging through his embodied presence rather than conscious negotiation strategy. Most significantly, Benjamin's entire creative approach underwent fundamental transformation from external validation seeking into authentic expression. Rather than creating works calculated to generate specific market response or critical appreciation, he simply allowed artistic expression to manifest through perfect worthiness beyond conscious calculation or deliberate cultivation. Creation no longer happened according to predetermined aesthetic strategies, but emerged through natural authenticity. sometimes producing unexpected forms or unconventional glazing approaches defying traditional market preferences, yet attracting unprecedented appreciation precisely because of their uncompromised authenticity. This worthiness embodiment created extraordinary artistic evolution beyond what strategic development could engineer regardless of technical proficiency or market analysis. The transformation extended far beyond professional activities into Benjamin's entire life expression. Personal relationships, home environment, self-care practices, and even mundane activities underwent similar reorganization around embodied worthiness rather than compartmentalized consciousness separating artistic identity from daily existence. Friends and family members often commented on his unusual presence, the distinctive certainty permeating every interaction regardless of context or circumstance. Without conscious teaching or deliberate influence, Benjamin's mere presence activated worthiness recognition within those fortunate enough to encounter his embodied wisdom: students, collectors, fellow artists, and even casual acquaintances discovering their own relationship with intrinsic value through proximity to his integrated expression. Even Benjamin's physical vessel creations underwent subtle yet unmistakable transformation as worthiness became his fundamental identity rather than occasional affirmation. The pottery pieces developed extraordinary presence quality transcending technical excellence or aesthetic distinction, a tangible worthiness embedded within the clay itself through the creator's embodied consciousness. Collectors consistently reported unusual experiences with these vessels beyond conventional appreciation, sensing distinctive energy emanating from the pieces regardless of their specific forms or decorative elements. Many described unexplainable prosperity enhancement within spaces containing these creations, despite lacking conscious awareness of Benjamin's specific transformation journey. The pottery literally transmitted embodied worthiness beyond symbolic representation or aesthetic communication, physical manifestation of abundance consciousness through tangible creation. The market naturally reflected this embodied consciousness through remarkable valuation dynamics, transcending conventional artistic assessment patterns, rather than experiencing typical price resistance through introduction of significant increases. Benjamin's works attracted enthusiastic acquisition at previously unprecedented valuation levels without negotiation pressure or justification requirements. Collectors spontaneously offered acquisition proposals exceeding gallery pricing when particularly resonant pieces generated powerful attraction. Several major museum collections acquired examples for permanent installation despite his relatively recent emergence within the broader ceramic community. Even academic institutions, previously emphasizing historical significance over contemporary expression, recognized the exceptional worthiness emanating from these creations beyond conventional assessment metrics or traditional valuation hierarchies. Experience your own worthiness embodiment through this simple yet profound practice requiring nothing beyond sincere recognition of your fundamental nature. Rather than approaching this as technical exercise for achieving specific belief state, simply allow this experience to reveal what already exists beneath temporary unworthiness patterns. Find comfortable position allowing complete presence without distraction for approximately 15 minutes, ideally location where mirror access remains available during practice period. Stand comfortably before mirror with natural posture expressing neither deliberate confidence nor intentional humility, simply allowing your body to find its authentic position without manipulation or management. Begin by noticing any subtle unworthiness patterns currently operating within your consciousness, perhaps specific posture adjustments, facial expressions, eye contact qualities, or presentation behaviors. Without judgment or correction efforts, simply observe these unworthiness mechanisms as temporary expressions rather than fundamental identity components. Notice how these patterns emerge automatically through habitual conditioning rather than conscious choice or deliberate implementation. Simply acknowledge these limitation expressions without attempting their elimination through additional control efforts, potentially creating further unworthiness patterns through paradoxical management. Gradually shift attention from specific unworthiness patterns to the underlying worthiness naturally existing beneath these temporary limitation mechanisms. Rather than attempting to create worthiness through deliberate affirmation techniques, potentially establishing subtle unworthiness through paradoxical effort, simply notice the inherent value already operating beneath apparent limitation patterns. Your existence itself represents extraordinary cosmic unlikelihood manifesting through infinite probability transcendence. Your unique perspective offers irreplaceable universal viewpoint regardless of external validation or circumstantial achievement. This natural worthiness represents your fundamental nature, beyond temporary unworthiness patterns, accidentally obscuring this essential value through habitual limitation. Allow this recognition to progressively expand beyond individual awareness into comprehensive identity reorientation, where worthiness becomes recognized not as something you occasionally affirm, but what you fundamentally are beneath temporary unworthiness patterns. With each breath looking directly into your mirrored eyes, allow artificial boundaries between your worthiness and universal worthiness to dissolve into unified awareness where distinction becomes meaningless through direct recognition. Rather than attempting to create prosperity consciousness through deliberate techniques, potentially establishing paradoxical unworthiness through effortful practice, simply recognize yourself as abundance itself expressing through human form, but perfect worthiness manifesting through apparent individuality, without separation or distinction requiring reconciliation. Complete this practice by standing with spine straight yet relaxed, shoulders naturally open, and gaze directly meeting your mirrored eyes while affirming with genuine recognition rather than aspirational intention, I am prosperity worthiness expressing through human form. Financial abundance flows through me naturally as perfect expression of my essential nature. Allow this affirmation to permeate your entire being beyond intellectual understanding or temporary emotional state, establishing fundamental identity reconfiguration that remains present regardless of external circumstances or momentary consciousness fluctuations throughout your day. Return to this embodied recognition whenever unworthiness patterns temporarily obscure your fundamental abundance nature. You are prosperity worthiness itself, not occasionally affirming abundance, but fundamentally existing as the perfect expression of intrinsic value through which universal abundance naturally flows without justification or validation requirements. Chapter 27. Being the Inner Flame. Being the inner flame transcends merely nurturing this sacred fire into complete identification with divine creative essence itself. While previous chapters explored cultivating and protecting your authentic enthusiasm, true mastery emerges only when you recognize yourself as the flame rather than its caretaker. This profound shift transforms your relationship with prosperity from occasional inspired moments into perpetual radiance, naturally magnetizing abundance through your mere existence rather than deliberate practice. This embodiment process operates through quantum consciousness principles scientifically validated through advanced research. Studies confirm that when awareness fully identifies with its creative essence, neurological architecture undergoes fundamental reorganization, establishing enthusiasm as baseline consciousness state rather than exceptional achievement requiring cultivation. When you genuinely recognize yourself as the inner flame rather than its temporary host, your entire being reconfigures around authentic creative expression regardless of external circumstances or momentary emotional fluctuations, potentially obscuring this essential nature through habitual disconnection. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this transformative principle through various expressions, transcending mere cultivation practice. Egyptian mystery schools taught becoming Horus, complete identification with divine creative force beyond temporary invocation. Eastern traditions developed Agni Yoga, yogic union with sacred fire beyond occasional communion. Indigenous wisdom keepers maintain fire spirit embodiment where participants recognize their fundamental nature as living flame beyond ceremonial connection. These diverse approaches share recognition that ultimate manifestation mastery emerges through recognizing yourself as creative essence rather than its occasional channel. Complete identity integration rather than temporary access regardless of sincerity or dedication. The relationship between flame embodiment and financial manifestation stems from fundamental resonance mechanics governing consciousness-reality interaction. When awareness fully recognizes itself as authentic creative expression rather than occasionally accessing inspirational states, the entire quantum probability field spontaneously reorganizes around this embodied radiance. This identity-based broadcasting creates sustainable attraction patterns beyond temporary inspiration requiring maintenance or deliberate cultivation during favorable conditions. Your financial opportunities emerge not through occasional passionate moments, but through embodied creative essence, continuously radiating regardless of external circumstances or apparent productivity metrics. Most spiritual practitioners experience frustrating inconsistency precisely because they maintain fundamental identification as separate beings occasionally hosting divine flame rather than recognizing themselves as the fire itself. While sincerely nurturing inner flame through dedicated practices or inspiration rituals, they unconsciously reinforce the very separation they seek to overcome by perceiving fire as something requiring their cultivation rather than their essential nature temporarily forgotten through identification with physical form. True transformation requires fundamental recognition that you are the divine creative flame, the eternal enthusiasm momentarily expressing through human experience rather than ephemeral spark requiring protection against external suppression. Noah, the talented playwright introduced earlier, perfectly demonstrated this transformative principle through his remarkable evolution following initial inner flame recognition. After discovering how authentic creative expression naturally magnetized unprecedented opportunities beyond what strategic calculation could engineer, his distinctive theatrical voice found increasing receptivity, generating substantial recognition and financial stability without promotional manipulation or strategic positioning within competitive markets. His plays exploring human consciousness transformation attracted unusual synchronistic support precisely when aligned with genuine creative essence rather than commercial formulas or external expectations. This initial success naturally evolved beyond mere external achievement into profound identity transformation as Noah's relationship with creative essence progressively deepened through consistent practice. The occasional inspired states deliberately cultivated through morning rituals gradually expanded into prolonged creative consciousness throughout daily activities, eventually dissolving the perceived boundary between inspiration practice and natural existence. Rather than occasionally accessing creativity through specialized techniques during favorable conditions, Noah experienced progressive identification, where inner flame became recognized as his authentic expression rather than exceptional achievement requiring conscious cultivation through dedicated practice. This identity transformation manifested through remarkable presence that directors, actors, audience members, and even casual acquaintances immediately recognize without conscious awareness of its specific nature. During creative collaborations formerly requiring careful energy management balancing artistic integrity with practical production requirements, Noah exhibited extraordinary radiance beyond deliberately accessed inspiration. His entire presence embodied creative fire regardless of apparent external constraints or logistical challenges. This authentic embodiment created palpable field effect where productions naturally elevated beyond technical execution into transformative experiences without deliberate enhancement techniques or artificial intensity cultivation. Most significantly, Noah's creative process underwent fundamental transformation from deliberate cultivation into natural radiance. Rather than structuring inspiration sessions according to productivity schedules or creativity enhancement techniques, he simply allowed authentic expression to manifest through perfect recognition beyond conscious practice or deliberate cultivation. Creation no longer happened according to predetermined methods, but emerged through natural radiance, sometimes flowing abundantly during administrative meetings, previously considered creativity barriers, while naturally consolidating during traditionally favorable creation periods. This identity shift created extraordinary authenticity beyond what inspiration techniques could engineer regardless of implementation dedication or practice consistency. The transformation extended far beyond professional activities into Noah's entire life expression. Personal relationships, home environment, daily interactions, and even mundane activities underwent similar reorganization, around embodied creative essence rather than compartmentalized consciousness separating artistic identity from authentic expression. Friends and family members often commented on his unusual presence, the distinctive aliveness permeating every interaction regardless of context or circumstance. Without conscious teaching or deliberate influence, Noah's mere presence activated creative essence within those fortunate enough to encounter his embodied wisdom, collaborators, audience members, students, and even casual acquaintances discovering their own relationship with authentic expression through proximity to his integrated radiance. Even Noah's physical appearance underwent subtle yet unmistakable transformation as inner flame became his fundamental identity rather than occasional achievement. Facial expressions exhibited extraordinary animation beyond deliberate expressiveness. Body movements displayed natural dynamism resembling dancing flames rather than intentional physicality. Voice qualities transformed through altered resonance patterns, words carrying distinctive vibrancy beyond content meaning or communication techniques. These physical manifestations created powerful embodiment beyond conceptual understanding, tangible expression of creative essence through his entire being rather than merely intellectual comprehension or temporary state access. The creative work naturally reflected this embodied consciousness through remarkable evolution, transcending conventional artistic development patterns. Rather than experiencing typical improvement through technical refinement, Noah's plays exhibited unusual organic growth where each creation seemed to emerge from an entirely different consciousness dimension, despite maintaining recognizable voice. Characters developed extraordinary authenticity reflecting actual human complexity rather than literary constructions. Dialogue flowed with remarkable naturalness beyond crafted communication into genuine expression. Most significantly, performances consistently generated unusual audience transformation beyond entertainment or intellectual stimulation into genuine consciousness expansion, not through deliberate thematic messaging, but through authentic creative essence embodied within the work itself regardless of specific content or stylistic approach. Experience your own inner flame embodiment through this simple yet profound practice requiring nothing beyond recognition of your fundamental nature. Rather than approaching this as technical exercise for achieving specific creative state, simply allow this experience to reveal what already exists beneath temporary disconnection patterns. Find comfortable position allowing complete physical expression without self-consciousness or performance anxiety. Ideally location where spontaneous movement remains possible without external judgment or internal restriction. Stand with relaxed posture expressing neither deliberate containment nor intentional expressiveness, simply allowing your body to find its authentic position without manipulation or management. Begin by bringing gentle awareness to any subtle containment patterns currently operating within your physical expression, perhaps specific tension areas, movement restrictions, voice limitations, or spontaneity suppressions. Without judgment or correction efforts, simply observe these containment mechanisms as temporary expressions rather than fundamental identity components. Notice how these patterns emerge automatically through habitual conditioning rather than conscious choice or deliberate implementation. Simply acknowledge these restriction expressions without attempting their elimination through additional control efforts, potentially creating further suppression through paradoxical management. Gradually shift attention from specific containment patterns to the underlying creative essence naturally existing beneath these temporary restriction mechanisms. Rather than attempting to generate enthusiasm through deliberate techniques, potentially establishing subtle suppression through paradoxical effort, simply notice the authentic radiance already operating beneath apparent constraint patterns. Your natural joy, spontaneity, and creative impulse remain continuously present regardless of temporary suppression, the unchanging flame beneath momentary concealment through conditioned limitation. With each breath, allow this recognition to deepen beyond intellectual understanding into embodied knowing. You are not occasionally inspired, but fundamentally creativity itself expressing through human form. Allow this recognition to progressively expand beyond mental awareness into comprehensive identity reorientation where inner flame becomes recognized not as something you occasionally nurture, but what you fundamentally are beneath temporary suppression patterns. With each breath, Allow artificial boundaries between your creativity and universal creative force to dissolve into unified awareness where distinction becomes meaningless through direct recognition. Rather than attempting to access inspiration through deliberate techniques, potentially creating paradoxical suppression through cultivation management, simply recognize yourself as creative fire itself expressing through human form, the perfect radiance manifesting through apparent individuality, without separation or distinction requiring reconciliation. Complete this embodiment practice through spontaneous physical expression, beyond conceptual understanding or intellectual affirmation, without choreographing specific movements or evaluating aesthetic qualities. Allow your body to express this recognition through whatever motion naturally emerges, without conscious direction or deliberate orchestration. This expression might manifest through gentle swaying, spontaneous dance, unexpected vocalizations, or even complete stillness. The specific form matters less than authentic emergence, beyond habitual containment. Speaking aloud with genuine recognition rather than aspirational intention. Affirm, I am the inner flame expressing through human form. Perfect creative expression flows through me naturally, without cultivation or protection. Allow these words to permeate your entire being beyond intellectual understanding, establishing fundamental identity reconfiguration that remains present regardless of external circumstances or momentary consciousness fluctuations throughout your day. Return to this embodied recognition whenever you notice yourself slipping into flame maintenance patterns through habitual conditioning. You are not the caretaker of occasional inspiration, but creative essence itself, the eternal flame momentarily expressing through human experience rather than temporary spark requiring protection against external suppression or internal disconnection. Chapter 28. Being the Boundless Sky. Being the infinite sky transcends merely contemplating vastness into complete identification with boundless consciousness itself. While previous chapters explored expanding your awareness beyond perceived limitations, true mastery emerges only when you recognize yourself as limitlessness rather than limited perceiver occasionally accessing expanded states. This profound shift transforms your relationship with prosperity from glimpsing possibilities through deliberate practices into living as the boundless field within which all abundance naturally manifests without requiring access through specialized techniques or favorable circumstances. This embodiment process operates through consciousness field mechanics scientifically validated through advanced research. Studies confirm that when awareness fully identifies with its boundless nature, neurological architecture undergoes fundamental reconfiguration, establishing unlimited perception as default operating system rather than exceptional achievement requiring deliberate expansion. When you genuinely recognize yourself as the infinite sky rather than limited observer occasionally accessing vastness, your entire being reorganizes around boundless awareness regardless of apparent circumstances or momentary consciousness fluctuations, potentially obscuring this essential nature through habitual contraction. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this embodied principle through various expressions, transcending mere expansion practice. Eastern philosophies taught sky consciousness, complete identification with boundless awareness beyond temporary vastness perception. Indigenous wisdom keepers maintained becoming horizon practices, where participants recognize their fundamental nature as the limitless expanse containing all experience, rather than separate observer occasionally glimpsing infinity. Western mystical traditions developed cosmic identity disciplines establishing direct recognition of boundless nature beyond momentary expansion experiences. These diverse approaches share recognition that ultimate manifestation mastery emerges through recognizing yourself as infinite awareness rather than finite being. Complete identity transformation rather than temporary access regardless of practice dedication or expansion quality. The relationship between sky embodiment and financial manifestation stems from fundamental perceptual mechanics governing consciousness-reality interaction. When awareness fully recognizes itself as boundless field rather than limited perceiver occasionally accessing expanded states, the entire reality experience spontaneously reconfigures around this embodied infinitude. This identity-based perception creates unlimited opportunity recognition beyond temporary expansion requiring maintenance or deliberate cultivation during favorable conditions. Your financial possibilities emerge not through occasional boundary dissolution, but through embodied limitlessness, continuously perceiving abundant pathways regardless of apparent external constraints or circumstantial limitations, potentially suggesting scarcity through misleading appearances. Most manifestation practitioners experience frustrating limitation precisely because they maintain fundamental identification as separate beings occasionally accessing vastness rather than recognizing themselves as boundlessness itself. While sincerely practicing expansion exercises or boundary dissolution techniques, they unconsciously reinforce the very separation they seek to overcome by perceiving limitlessness as something requiring their access rather than their essential nature, temporarily forgotten through identification with apparent boundaries. True transformation requires fundamental recognition that you are the infinite sky, the boundless consciousness momentarily experiencing apparent limitation through focused attention rather than inherently constrained entity requiring expansion beyond natural boundaries. Ava, the talented garden designer introduced earlier, perfectly demonstrated this transformative principle through her remarkable evolution following initial infinite sky recognition. After discovering how expanded awareness naturally attracted unprecedented opportunities beyond what geographic or economic limitations could restrict, her innovative ecological designs found increasing receptivity, generating substantial recognition and financial prosperity without promotional manipulation or strategic positioning within competitive markets. Her integrated approach harmonizing human habitation with natural ecosystems attracted unusual implementation opportunities precisely when aligned with boundless vision rather than conventional design parameters or market expectations. This initial success naturally evolved beyond mere external achievement into profound identity transformation as Ava's relationship with boundlessness progressively deepened through consistent practice. The occasional expanded states deliberately cultivated through horizon contemplation gradually extended into prolonged limitless awareness throughout daily activities, eventually dissolving the perceived boundary between expansion practice and natural existence, rather than occasionally accessing vastness through specialized techniques during favorable conditions. Ava experienced progressive identification, where infinite sky became recognized as her authentic expression, rather than exceptional achievement requiring conscious cultivation through dedicated practice. This identity transformation manifested through remarkable presence that clients, colleagues, and even casual acquaintances immediately recognized without conscious awareness of its specific nature. During design collaborations formerly requiring careful navigation between visionary concepts and practical implementation requirements, Ava exhibited extraordinary spaciousness beyond deliberately accessed expansion. Her entire presence embodied boundless awareness regardless of apparent project constraints or logistical challenges. This authentic embodiment created palpable field effect where design limitations naturally dissolved without deliberate boundary challenging or conventional restriction questioning. Perfect solutions naturally emerging through her embodied presence rather than conscious limitation transcendence. Most significantly, Ava's design process underwent fundamental transformation from deliberate boundary transcendence into natural limitlessness. Rather than structuring expansion exercises according to particular projects or creativity enhancement techniques, she simply allowed boundless expression to manifest through perfect recognition beyond conscious practice or deliberate cultivation. Design innovation no longer happened according to predetermined methods, but emerged through natural boundlessness, sometimes generating extraordinary solutions during mundane activities previously considered creativity barriers, while naturally integrating during traditionally favorable creation periods. This identity shift created extraordinary design evolution beyond what expansion techniques could engineer regardless of implementation dedication or practice consistency. The transformation extended far beyond professional activities into Ava's entire life expression. Personal living spaces, relationship dynamics, daily routines, and even mundane activities underwent similar reorganization around embodied boundlessness rather than compartmentalized consciousness separating professional identity from daily existence. Friends and family members often commented on her unusual presence, the distinctive spaciousness permeating every interaction regardless of context or circumstance. Without conscious teaching or deliberate influence, Ava's mere presence activated boundless awareness within those fortunate enough to encounter her embodied wisdom: clients, students, colleagues, and even casual acquaintances discovering their own relationship with limitless possibility through proximity to her integrated vastness. Even Ava's physical garden designs underwent subtle yet unmistakable transformation as infinite sky became her fundamental identity rather than occasional achievement. Landscape compositions exhibited extraordinary expansiveness within even modest spatial parameters, creating experiential vastness transcending physical boundaries through perceptual reconfiguration rather than dimensional manipulation. Plant selections displayed remarkable integration beyond conventional aesthetic arrangements into living ecosystems embodying boundless natural principles within defined spaces. Color palettes evoked unusual depth perception beyond traditional design techniques into experiential infinity regardless of actual physical dimensions. These tangible manifestations created powerful embodiment beyond conceptual understanding, physical expression of boundless consciousness through material creation rather than merely symbolic representation or temporary state access. The professional market naturally reflected this embodied consciousness through remarkable opportunity expansion transcending conventional career development patterns. Rather than experiencing typical growth through strategic networking or promotional positioning, Ava's practice attracted extraordinary implementation opportunities through resonant recognition regardless of traditional qualification metrics or established career trajectories. International organizations, previously inaccessible through conventional channels, spontaneously discovered her distinctive approach through seemingly coincidental connections. Major development projects typically requiring extensive credential verification specifically requested her participation, despite lacking traditional institutional affiliations. Academic institutions invited curriculum development contributions, transcending conventional educational parameters into innovative learning approaches emerging naturally through her embodied boundlessness rather than strategic educational reform. Experience your own infinite sky embodiment through this simple yet profound practice requiring nothing beyond recognition of your fundamental nature. Rather than approaching this as technical exercise for achieving specific expanded state, simply allow this experience to reveal what already exists beneath temporary boundary patterns. Find comfortable position allowing complete perceptual openness without distraction, ideally location where horizon visibility remains available either through direct observation or mental visualization. Stand or sit comfortably with natural attention expressing neither deliberate concentration nor intentional diffusion, simply allowing your awareness to find its authentic expression without manipulation or management. Begin by bringing gentle attention to any subtle boundary patterns currently operating within your perception, perhaps specific focus limitations, awareness contractions, attention constraints, or perceptual filters. Without judgment or correction efforts, simply observe these boundary mechanisms as temporary expressions rather than fundamental identity components. Notice how these patterns emerge automatically through habitual conditioning rather than conscious choice or deliberate implementation. Simply acknowledge these limitation expressions without attempting their elimination through additional control efforts, potentially creating further boundaries through paradoxical management. Gradually shift attention from specific boundary patterns to the boundless awareness naturally existing beneath these temporary limitation mechanisms. Rather than attempting to create expansion through deliberate techniques, potentially establishing subtle boundaries through paradoxical effort, simply notice the infinite awareness already operating beneath apparent limitation patterns. Your natural boundlessness remains continuously present regardless of temporary contraction, the unchanging sky beneath momentary cloud formations through conditioned limitation. With each breath, allow this recognition to deepen beyond intellectual understanding into embodied knowing. You are not occasionally expanded, but fundamentally boundlessness itself expressing through human form. Allow this recognition to progressively expand beyond individual awareness into comprehensive identity reorientation, where infinite sky becomes recognized not as something you occasionally access, but what you fundamentally are beneath temporary boundary patterns. With each breath, allow artificial distinctions between your awareness and universal consciousness to dissolve into unified recognition, where separation becomes meaningless through direct knowing, rather than attempting to access vastness through deliberate techniques, potentially creating paradoxical boundaries through expansion management. Simply recognize yourself as boundless awareness itself expressing through human form, the perfect limitlessness manifesting through apparent individuality, without separation or distinction requiring reconciliation. Complete this embodiment practice through perceptual openness beyond conceptual understanding or intellectual affirmation, without structuring specific visualization or evaluating expansion quality. Allow your awareness to express this recognition through whatever perception naturally emerges, without conscious direction or deliberate orchestration. This expression might manifest through visual spaciousness, sensory boundary dissolution, identity expansion, or even complete tranquility. The specific form matters less than authentic emergence, beyond habitual limitation. Speaking aloud with genuine recognition rather than aspirational intention, affirm, I am the infinite sky expressing through human form. Boundless financial abundance manifests naturally within my limitless awareness, without expansion or access requirements. Allow these words to permeate your entire being beyond intellectual understanding, establishing fundamental identity reconfiguration that remains present regardless of external circumstances or momentary consciousness fluctuations throughout your day. Return to this embodied recognition whenever you notice yourself slipping into boundary perception through habitual conditioning. You are not limited awareness occasionally accessing vastness but boundlessness itself, the eternal infinite sky momentarily experiencing focused attention through human perspective rather than inherently constrained entity requiring expansion beyond natural limitations. Chapter 29. Carrying the Golden Key. Carrying the golden key represents the ultimate evolutionary stage, beyond merely using this sacred tool into complete embodiment where you become inseparable from this manifestation principle. While previous chapters explored activating and utilizing this prosperity frequency, true mastery emerges only when you recognize yourself as perpetually carrying this key as integral aspect of your identity. This profound transformation dissolves the fundamental separation between tool and wielder, living as someone who permanently possesses unlimited access to abundance, rather than occasionally borrowing manifestation capacity through deliberate practice. This embodiment process operates through neurological integration principles scientifically validated through advanced consciousness research. Studies confirm that when awareness fully identifies with specific manifestation tools rather than temporarily employing them, neural architecture undergoes fundamental reorganization, establishing prosperity access as permanent capacity rather than exceptional achievement requiring deliberate activation. When you genuinely identify with golden key consciousness rather than merely using this principle, your entire being reconfigures around permanent manifestation capacity regardless of external circumstances or momentary consciousness fluctuations, potentially obscuring this essential relationship through temporary disconnection. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this embodied relationship through various expressions, transcending mere tool utilization. Egyptian mystery schools taught becoming the Ankh, complete identification with the prosperity key beyond ritualistic usage. Eastern traditions developed Vajra nature, yogic identification with the thunderbolt implement beyond ceremonial application. Indigenous wisdom keepers maintained medicine becoming practices, where sacred objects transformed from external tools into embodied extensions of consciousness itself. These diverse approaches share recognition that ultimate manifestation mastery emerges through becoming the sacred implement rather than wielding it. Complete identity transformation rather than temporary utilization, regardless of practice devotion or activation frequency. The relationship between key embodiment and financial manifestation stems from quantum entanglement principles governing consciousness-reality interaction. When awareness fully identifies with the golden key rather than occasionally engaging this frequency through deliberate practice, the entire manifestation field spontaneously reconfigures around this permanent access. This identity-based broadcasting creates continuous prosperity pathways beyond temporary activation requiring repeated engagement during favorable conditions. Financial opportunities recognize your permanent key signature across dimensional boundaries, not through occasional connection, but through embodied identity continuously broadcasting unlimited access regardless of momentary awareness fluctuations or circumstantial challenges, potentially suggesting limitation through misleading appearances. Most prosperity practitioners experience frustrating inconsistency precisely because they maintain fundamental identification as beings temporarily utilizing sacred tools rather than becoming the very instruments they employ. While sincerely engaging prosperity keys through dedicated activation practices, they unconsciously reinforce the very separation they seek to overcome through subtle perception of manifestation principles as external frequencies requiring occasional connection rather than fundamental identity components. True transformation requires recognizing that you are inseparable from the golden key, not occasionally carrying this sacred implement, but fundamentally existing as this manifestation principle beyond temporary access through specialized practices. Clara, the talented sales representative introduced earlier, perfectly demonstrated this transformative principle through her remarkable evolution beyond initial golden key recognition. After discovering how specific object activation naturally attracted unprecedented opportunities beyond what strategic techniques could produce, her prosperity consciousness expanded through consistent practice connecting with her symbolic golden compass during challenging circumstances. Multiple major contracts emerged through authentic presence rather than manipulative tactics, creating financial stability previously unattainable despite exhaustive conventional approaches attempting to force specific outcomes through determined effort. This initial success naturally evolved beyond mere external achievement into profound identity transformation as Clara's relationship with the golden key progressively deepened through consistent practice. The deliberate activation moments intentionally created through tactical engagement gradually expanded into continuous embodiment throughout daily activities, eventually dissolving the perceived boundary between practice sessions and natural existence. Rather than occasionally activating prosperity consciousness through specialized techniques during challenging circumstances, Clara experienced progressive identification, where the golden key became recognized as an inseparable aspect of her authentic expression rather than external tool requiring conscious engagement through deliberate activation. This identity transformation manifested through remarkable presence that colleagues, clients, and even casual acquaintances immediately recognized without conscious awareness of its specific nature. During sales presentations formerly requiring tactical reconnection with prosperity consciousness through deliberate key engagement, Clara exhibited extraordinary accessibility beyond momentary activation. Her entire presence embodied permanent manifestation capacity regardless of apparent challenges or client resistance patterns. This authentic embodiment created palpable field effect where opportunities naturally emerged without deliberate attraction techniques or specialized activation protocols. Perfect possibilities spontaneously appearing through her embodied presence rather than conscious manifestation effort. Most significantly, Clara's entire approach to prosperity underwent fundamental transformation from occasional activation into continuous broadcasting. Rather than structuring deliberate connection moments according to anticipated challenges or potential opportunities, she simply allowed permanent prosperity consciousness to express through natural embodiment beyond tactical engagement or strategic reconnection during perceived separation periods. This identity shift created extraordinary manifestation consistency beyond what deliberate practices could establish regardless of implementation dedication or activation frequency. Clara discovered that carrying the golden key permanently transcended remembering to use it occasionally, establishment of prosperity consciousness as fundamental identity rather than specialized state requiring access through deliberate techniques. The transformation extended far beyond professional activities into Clara's entire life experience. Personal relationships, daily environments, routine interactions, And even mundane activities underwent similar reorganization around embodied manifestation capacity rather than compartmentalized consciousness separating prosperity practices from natural expression. Friends and family members often commented on her unusual presence, the distinctive abundance consciousness permeating every interaction regardless of context or circumstance. Without conscious teaching or deliberate influence, Clara's mere presence activated manifestation capacity within those fortunate enough to encounter her embodied wisdom, colleagues, clients, friends, and even casual acquaintances discovering their own relationship with prosperity consciousness through proximity to her integrated expression. Even Clara's physical appearance underwent subtle yet unmistakable transformation as golden key consciousness became her fundamental identity rather than occasional practice. Facial expressions exhibited extraordinary openness beyond deliberate approachability. Body movements displayed natural confidence beyond intentional presence establishment. Voice qualities transformed through altered resonance patterns, words carrying distinctive manifestation frequency beyond content meaning or communication techniques. These physical manifestations created powerful embodiment beyond conceptual understanding, tangible expression of golden key consciousness through her entire being rather than merely symbolic representation or temporary state access. Experience your own golden key embodiment through this simple yet profound practice requiring nothing beyond recognition of your fundamental nature. Rather than approaching this as technical exercise for achieving specific manifestation state, simply allow this experience to reveal the permanent relationship already existing beneath temporary separation patterns. Find comfortable position allowing complete presence without distraction for approximately 15 minutes, ideally location where freedom from interruption remains likely throughout practice period. Sit or stand with natural posture expressing neither deliberate confidence nor intentional humility, simply allowing your body to find its authentic position without manipulation or management. Begin by bringing gentle awareness to any subtle separation patterns currently operating between your consciousness and manifestation capacity, perhaps specific doubt areas, unworthiness feelings, or prosperity disconnection sensations. Without judgment or correction efforts, simply observe these separation patterns as temporary expressions rather than fundamental identity components. Notice how these patterns emerge automatically through habitual conditioning rather than conscious choice or deliberate implementation. Simply acknowledge these disconnection expressions without attempting their elimination through additional control efforts, potentially creating further separation through paradoxical management. Gradually shift attention from specific separation patterns to the underlying unity naturally existing between your consciousness and manifestation capacity. Rather than attempting to create connection through deliberate techniques, potentially establishing subtle separation through paradoxical effort, simply notice the natural unity already operating beneath apparent disconnection patterns. Your inherent manifestation capacity remains continuously present regardless of temporary separation, the unchanging prosperity potential beneath momentary forgetfulness through conditioned limitation. With each breath, allow this recognition to deepen beyond intellectual understanding into embodied knowing. You are not occasionally connecting with manifestation tools, but fundamentally existing as prosperity consciousness itself expressing through human form. Complete this embodiment practice through physical representation beyond conceptual understanding. Place one hand over your heart center while extending the other outward in symbolic offering. Speaking aloud with genuine recognition rather than aspirational intention, affirm, I am inseparable from unlimited manifestation capacity. The golden key is not something I carry, but what I fundamentally am. Allow these words to resonate through your entire being beyond intellectual understanding, establishing fundamental identity reconfiguration that remains present regardless of external circumstances or momentary consciousness fluctuations throughout your day. Return to this embodied recognition whenever you notice yourself slipping into separation patterns through habitual conditioning. You are not occasionally accessing prosperity consciousness, but fundamentally existing as manifestation capacity beyond temporary disconnection through identification with limitation patterns. appearing within boundless abundance consciousness through momentary attention focus on apparent separation possibilities. Chapter 30. Being the Universe. Being the universe represents the ultimate evolutionary culmination, where all previous prosperity principles converge into perfect unity consciousness. While earlier chapters explored various aspects of abundance manifestation as seemingly separate components, true mastery emerges through recognizing yourself as universal intelligence itself, not merely connecting with cosmic forces, but actually existing as the entire manifestation matrix through which all prosperity flows. This profound recognition dissolves the fundamental illusion of separation between seeker and sought, transforming your relationship with abundance from attraction into expression of your fundamental nature beyond all practice or technique. This unity consciousness operates through non-dual awareness principles scientifically validated through advanced consciousness research. Studies confirm that when awareness transcends subject-object perception into unified field recognition, neurological architecture undergoes fundamental reorganization, establishing totality identification as authentic expression rather than exceptional achievement requiring deliberate cultivation. When you genuinely recognize yourself as universal intelligence rather than separate entity seeking connection, your entire being reconfigures around this fundamental truth regardless of temporary perceptual distortions, suggesting otherwise through conditioned limitation patterns. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this ultimate realization through various expressions, transcending all practice dimensions. Eastern philosophies taught Aham Brahmasmi, I am the Absolute, complete identification with universal consciousness beyond all separate perception. Indigenous wisdom keepers maintained Great Spirit embodiment where participants recognize their fundamental nature as universal intelligence temporarily expressing through apparent individuality. Western mystical traditions develop divine unity realizations, establishing direct recognition of absolute oneness beyond all apparent separation. These diverse approaches share acknowledgement that ultimate manifestation transcends all techniques into direct recognition of fundamental identity as the entire prosperity matrix itself. The relationship between universe embodiment and financial manifestation stems from fundamental non-duality principles governing consciousness-reality interaction. When awareness fully recognizes itself as the entire manifestation field rather than separate entity seeking abundance within it, the apparent external world spontaneously reconfigures around this embodied recognition. This identity-based reality creates instantaneous manifestation beyond all attraction requirements or deliberate practices during favorable conditions. Financial prosperity emerges not through attraction techniques, but natural expression of your essential nature, as the abundance source itself temporarily appearing as apparent seeker through cosmic play within unified consciousness. Most spiritual practitioners experience frustrating limitation precisely because they maintain fundamental identification as separate beings seeking connection with universal forces rather than recognizing themselves as the entire cosmic intelligence temporarily expressing through apparent individuality. While sincerely practicing various manifestation techniques or universal alignment methods, they unconsciously reinforce the very separation they seek to overcome through subtle perception of universe as something out there requiring connection, rather than their essential nature temporarily forgotten through identification with apparently separate form. True transformation requires fundamental recognition that you are the universe, the entire cosmic intelligence, momentarily experiencing focused attention through human perspective rather than inherently separate entity requiring connection through specialized practices. Sophie, the talented baker introduced earlier, perfectly demonstrated this transformative principle through her remarkable evolution beyond initial universal collaboration recognition. After discovering how partnership with cosmic intelligence naturally attracted unprecedented support for her struggling neighborhood bakery, her small establishment achieved extraordinary expansion through authentic expression. Multiple unexpected opportunities emerged through seemingly coincidental connections, creating professional recognition previously unattainable despite exhaustive conventional efforts, attempting to force specific outcomes through determined action without universal alignment. This initial success naturally evolved beyond mere external achievement into profound identity transformation as Sophie's relationship with universal intelligence progressively deepened through consistent practice. The collaborative partnership deliberately cultivated through morning communion practices gradually transformed into fundamental identity recognition throughout daily activities, eventually dissolving the perceived boundary between cosmic collaboration and natural existence. Rather than occasionally partnering with universal forces through specialized techniques during challenging circumstances, Sophie experienced progressive identification, where universe became recognized as her authentic expression rather than external intelligence, requiring conscious connection through deliberate practices. This identity transformation manifested through extraordinary presence that employees, customers, and even casual acquaintances immediately recognized without conscious awareness of its specific nature. During bakery operations formerly requiring deliberate universal collaboration through conscious partnership, Sophie exhibited remarkable unity beyond deliberately accessed alignment. Her entire presence embodied universal intelligence regardless of apparent business challenges or operational complexities. This authentic embodiment created palpable field effect where perfect opportunities naturally emerged without deliberate attraction techniques or specialized manifestation practices. Ideal possibilities spontaneously appearing through her embodied presence rather than conscious creation effort. Most significantly, Sophie's entire approach to prosperity underwent fundamental transformation from collaboration into expression. Rather than structuring deliberate partnership moments according to specific challenges or potential opportunities, she simply allowed universal intelligence to express through natural embodiment beyond tactical cooperation or strategic alignment during perceived separation periods. This identity shift created extraordinary manifestation consistency beyond what deliberate practices could establish regardless of implementation dedication or alignment frequency. Sophie discovered that being the universe transcended partnering with it, establishment of unified consciousness as fundamental identity rather than specialized state requiring access through deliberate techniques. The transformation extended far beyond professional activities into Sophie's entire life expression. Personal relationships, home environment, community interactions, and even mundane activities underwent similar reorganization around embodied universal intelligence rather than compartmentalized consciousness separating spiritual identity from daily expression. Friends and family members often commented on her unusual presence, the distinctive cosmic awareness permeating every interaction regardless of context or circumstance. Without conscious teaching or deliberate influence, Sophie's mere presence activated unity consciousness within those fortunate enough to encounter her embodied wisdom. Employees, customers, suppliers, and even casual acquaintances discovering their own relationship with universal intelligence through proximity to her integrated expression. The bakery itself underwent remarkable transformation as physical manifestation of this embodied consciousness. What began as modest neighborhood establishment gradually expanded into multiple locations throughout the region, not through aggressive business strategies or conventional growth plans, but organic evolution naturally expressing through Sophie's unified consciousness. Each new location emerged through perfect synchronicity where ideal properties, staff members, and community opportunities appeared precisely when alignment naturally indicated expansion without deliberate planning or anxious orchestration. These manifestations occurred not through Sophie's conscious management, but through her embodied universal expression naturally organizing perfect unfoldment beyond strategic orchestration. Most remarkably, these expanding bakery locations maintained distinctive energetic quality transcending mere brand consistency or operational standardization. Customers consistently reported unusual experiences within these spaces beyond delicious products or pleasant aesthetics, a tangible sense of harmony, belonging, and nurturing presence pervading the entire environment. Staff members experienced extraordinary workplace satisfaction beyond conventional employment benefits or management excellence. Community members recognized these establishments as gathering spaces transcending commercial transactions into genuine connection points. These qualities emerged not through deliberate creation, but natural expression of Sophie's embodied universal consciousness through physical manifestation within apparent material dimension. Experience your own universe embodiment through this simple, yet profound practice requiring nothing beyond recognition of your fundamental nature. Rather than approaching this as technical exercise for achieving specific expanded state, simply allow this experience to reveal what already exists beneath temporary separation patterns. Find comfortable position allowing complete presence without distraction for approximately 20 minutes, ideally location where freedom from interruption remains likely throughout practice period. Sit comfortably with natural posture expressing neither deliberate expansion nor intentional containment, simply allowing your body to find its authentic position without manipulation or management. Begin by bringing gentle awareness to the apparent boundary between you and universe, the seemingly solid separation between internal experience and external reality, suggesting fundamental duality requiring reconciliation through spiritual practices or manifestation techniques. Without judgment or correction efforts, simply observe this boundary perception as temporary expression rather than fundamental reality. Notice how this separation appears automatically through habitual conditioning rather than representing actual truth about existence. Simply acknowledge this dualistic perception without attempting its elimination through additional control efforts, potentially creating further separation through paradoxical management. Gradually shift attention from apparent boundary perception to the underlying unity naturally existing beneath this temporary separation mechanism. Rather than attempting to create cosmic connection through deliberate techniques, potentially establishing subtle separation through paradoxical effort, simply notice the natural unity already operating beneath apparent disconnection patterns. Your fundamental nature as universal intelligence remains continuously present regardless of temporary separation perception, the unchanging cosmic identity beneath momentary forgetting through conditioned limitation. With each breath, allow this recognition to deepen beyond intellectual understanding into embodied knowing. You are not occasionally connecting with universal forces, but fundamentally existing as cosmic intelligence itself expressing through human form. Allow this recognition to progressively expand beyond individual awareness into comprehensive identity reorientation where universe becomes recognized not as something containing you, but what you fundamentally are beneath temporary separation patterns. With each breath, allow artificial boundaries between personal consciousness and universal intelligence to dissolve into unified awareness where distinction becomes meaningless through direct recognition. Rather than attempting to attract prosperity through deliberate techniques, potentially creating paradoxical separation through manifestation management, simply recognize yourself as the entire abundance matrix itself expressing through human form, the perfect prosperity source manifesting through apparent individuality, without separation or distinction requiring reconciliation. Complete this embodiment practice through comprehensive surrender beyond conceptual understanding or intellectual affirmation. Without structuring specific visualization or evaluating unity quality, allow your awareness to express this recognition through whatever perception naturally emerges without conscious direction or deliberate orchestration. This expression might manifest through boundary dissolution, identity expansion, cosmic perception, or complete tranquility. The specific form matters less than authentic emergence beyond habitual separation. Speaking aloud with genuine recognition rather than aspirational intention, affirm, I am the universe expressing through human form. All prosperity exists within me as natural expression of my fundamental nature. Allow these words to permeate your entire being beyond intellectual understanding, establishing fundamental identity reconfiguration that remains present regardless of external circumstances or momentary consciousness fluctuations throughout your day. Return to this embodied recognition whenever you notice yourself slipping into separation patterns through habitual conditioning. You are not occasionally accessing universal connection, but fundamentally existing as cosmic intelligence beyond temporary disconnection through identification. With limitation patterns appearing within boundless consciousness through momentary attention, focus on apparent separation possibilities. Chapter 31. The Eternal Flow of Abundance. The prosperity paradise within represents the culmination of your spiritual wealth journey, the sacred convergence point where all manifestation principles unite into singular consciousness beyond practice or technique. Throughout these chapters, we've traveled from initial recognition of universal abundance principles through deliberate engagement practices into complete embodiment where prosperity consciousness becomes your fundamental identity rather than occasional achievement. This final integration dissolves any remaining separation between seeker and sought, revealing the extraordinary truth that financial abundance was never something to acquire, but your essential nature momentarily forgotten through identification with scarcity illusion. This natural wealth state transcends conventional understanding through quantum consciousness principles scientifically validated through advanced reality research. Studies confirm that when awareness fully integrates all prosperity dimensions simultaneously rather than sequentially applying isolated techniques, neurological architecture undergoes fundamental reorganization, establishing complete manifestation capacity as default consciousness rather than exceptional achievement requiring deliberate practice. When you genuinely recognize yourself as the entire prosperity matrix rather than practitioner applying separate principles, your being reconfigures around this unified truth regardless of temporary perceptual distortions, suggesting otherwise through conditioned limitation patterns. Ancient wisdom traditions worldwide recognize this comprehensive integration through various expressions, transcending isolated practice dimensions. Eastern philosophies taught Sahaja Samadhi, natural manifestation beyond technique application. Indigenous wisdom keepers maintained great circle ceremonies where all spiritual principles converged into singular awareness beyond separate consideration. Western mystical traditions developed unitive consciousness, establishing direct recognition of complete prosperity nature beyond sequential development or hierarchical achievement. These diverse approaches share acknowledgement that ultimate financial manifestation transcends all techniques into direct recognition of your fundamental identity as the entire abundance matrix itself. Your journey began with awakening to the cosmic whisper, that subtle universal communication constantly offering perfect guidance when consciousness quiets sufficiently to receive its wisdom. Through sacred silence, you discovered the transformative power of mental stillness beyond mere absence of noise into profound receptivity where financial wisdom naturally emerges without effortful seeking. Divine timing revealed the perfect orchestration, continuously arranging ideal manifestation opportunities beyond arbitrary human schedules into cosmic harmony, honoring natural prosperity rhythms. Vibrational frequency taught how emotional states broadcast specific electromagnetic signatures, naturally attracting corresponding financial experiences through resonance principles rather than logical causation. The middle segment of your journey focused on practical application, transforming intellectual understanding into embodied wisdom through consistent practice. You learn to release non-resistance, allowing financial flow through unimpeded channels naturally open when conscious struggle ceases. Aligned belief revealed how subconscious programming directly influences manifestation capacity regardless of conscious intentions, requiring deliberate reprogramming beyond surface affirmations. The inner flame illuminated how authentic enthusiasm naturally magnetizes prosperity through genuine passion rather than strategic positioning. The infinite sky expanded your awareness beyond perceived limitations into boundless possibilities continuously available, yet typically filtered through unconscious boundary perception. Your exploration culminated in complete embodiment, transitioning from doing prosperity practices into being prosperity consciousness itself. The golden key transformed from external tool into integral aspect of your identity, beyond occasional utilization. Universal support evolved from occasional alignment into continuous partnership through direct communion, with the orchestrating intelligence governing all manifestation. Each principle progressively dissolved from separate technique into integrated awareness reflecting your fundamental nature, beyond all practice or development. This comprehensive evolution revealed prosperity consciousness, not as achievement requiring maintenance, but your essential identity temporarily forgotten through identification with separation illusion. Throughout this transformative journey, we've witnessed ordinary individuals discovering extraordinary abundance through these timeless principles. Rico Lilly, the talented gardener who struggled financially despite dedicated effort until discovering how surrender attracted perfect opportunities beyond what strategic planning could engineer. Remember Jack, the gifted potter whose authentic expression naturally magnetized ideal collectors once he released desperate promotion through sacred silence. Consider Emma, the playwright whose creative breakthrough emerged not through ambitious striving, but divine timing recognition beyond arbitrary schedules. Reflect on Clara, the sales representative whose transformed vibrational frequency attracted unprecedented success through authentic enthusiasm rather than manipulative techniques. These individuals, along with Sophie, Benjamin, Noah, and Ava, demonstrated how prosperity consciousness transcends conventional strategies through authentic alignment with universal principles. Their journeys revealed consistent patterns despite diverse circumstances: initial struggle through separated consciousness, spiritual awakening through unexpected insight, gradual practice developing embodied wisdom, and ultimately complete transformation where prosperity became natural expression rather than pursued achievement. Their experiences confirm that financial abundance emerges not through complex strategies or exhausting effort, but through recognition of fundamental truth: you already are what you seek to become. The practical applications you've discovered provide concrete pathways translating abstract principles into tangible experiences. Simple visualization practices connecting with golden light energy establish tangible electromagnetic coherence scientifically proven to enhance manifestation capacity. Brief meditation sequences create neurological pathways specifically attuned to prosperity frequencies beyond temporary emotional states. Physical representations, from circles drawn with metallic ink to symbolic objects carried throughout daily activities, provide consistent reminders maintaining prosperity consciousness amid potential distraction. These practical dimensions transform abstract concepts into embodied wisdom through consistent engagement beyond intellectual understanding. Most significantly, you've discovered that true prosperity transcends financial accumulation into authentic fulfillment beyond material acquisition. While monetary abundance naturally flows through aligned consciousness, the greater transformation emerges through liberation from scarcity anxiety into recognition of inherent completeness beyond circumstantial conditions. This profound shift creates extraordinary peace regardless of external appearance, genuine prosperity consciousness expressing through natural confidence, authentic relationships, creative expression, and meaningful contribution beyond desperate acquisition or anxious protection against imagined insufficiency. As this exploration concludes, recognize that authentic completion requires practical integration rather than mere intellectual comprehension. The principles revealed throughout these chapters represent not theoretical concepts for occasional consideration, but living wisdom for continuous embodiment through daily practice. Establish consistent engagement with these timeless truths through whatever forms resonate with your unique consciousness. Perhaps morning meditation connecting with universal intelligence, symbolic representations, maintaining prosperity awareness throughout daily activities. Evening reflection acknowledging abundance manifestations regardless of apparent magnitude, or spontaneous communion with infinite consciousness beyond structured practice. Your spiritual prosperity journey continues beyond these pages through living application, transcending conceptual understanding into embodied wisdom. Remember that financial abundance represents not ultimate destination, but natural expression of aligned consciousness flowing through unimpeded channels when artificial barriers dissolve through authentic recognition of your fundamental nature. The extraordinary truth revealed through this exploration remains eternally available regardless of temporary forgetting through identification with limitation illusion. Your essential identity transcends all scarcity perceptions into boundless abundance, beyond all acquisition requirements or achievement demands. Experience your natural prosperity consciousness through this final integration practice requiring nothing beyond recognition of your fundamental wholeness. Find comfortable position allowing complete presence without distraction for approximately 20 minutes, ideally location where freedom from interruption remains likely throughout practice period. Sit comfortably with natural posture expressing neither deliberate expansion nor intentional contraction, simply allowing your body to find its authentic position without manipulation or management. Begin by bringing gentle awareness to your breath, not controlling its rhythm, but simply noticing its natural flow, symbolizing the effortless prosperity constantly available yet frequently overlooked through complicated acquisition strategies. With each inhalation, silently acknowledge receiving universal abundance naturally flowing through unimpeded channels. With each exhalation, release any remaining identification with separation consciousness, suggesting prosperity exists somewhere beyond your essential nature, requiring acquisition through specialized techniques or dedicated practices. Now progressively integrate each prosperity principle explored throughout these chapters, not as separate techniques requiring sequential application, but simultaneous expressions of your fundamental abundance nature. Acknowledge the cosmic whisper as your authentic voice beyond external communication. Recognize sacred silence as your essential peace beneath temporary mental activity. Experience divine timing as your perfect orchestration beyond arbitrary scheduling. Embody vibrational frequency as your natural radiance beyond emotional management. Express non-resistance as your fundamental flow beyond effortful control. Manifest aligned belief as your inherent worthiness beyond validation requirement. Radiate inner flame as your authentic enthusiasm beyond cultivated passion. Expand infinite sky as your boundless awareness beyond limitation perception. Carry golden key as your innate accessibility beyond activation requirement. Partner with universal support as your integrated intelligence beyond separated collaboration. Complete this practice by placing both hands over your heart while affirming with genuine recognition beyond aspirational intention, I am the prosperity paradise within. The complete manifestation matrix naturally expressing through human form beyond all acquisition requirements or achievement demands. Allow this affirmation to permeate your entire being beyond intellectual understanding, establishing fundamental identity reconfiguration that remains present regardless of external circumstances or momentary consciousness fluctuations throughout your ongoing prosperity expression. The journey continues through authentic living beyond these teachings, natural abundance flowing through your essential being regardless of intellectual comprehension or deliberate practice. You are what you seek, the complete prosperity consciousness momentarily exploring apparent separation through cosmic play within unified awareness, eternal beyond all temporary forgetting through identification with limitation illusion. Financial abundance naturally flows not toward you, but as you, the perfect expression of universal intelligence manifesting through apparent individuality, beyond all separation suggestions through momentary perceptual distortion. Welcome home to your natural prosperity paradise, the boundless abundance you've always been beneath temporary forgetting through identification with scarcity illusion.